We're already getting a reward for catching the occupants, and being well paid for helping you. No more work than that saucer took. It's not worth the effort to charge for it."
"Really? A merchant who doesn't gouge the government for everything he can? I must be the one with the concussion."
"I have other projects going on. The time it would take to settle things with your headquarters is worth more to me than the tenth or two I might get out of it. Besides, we're building goodwill with our customers."
"You saved us from certain death. How much more goodwill do you need?"
Private Cullum spoke up.
"Don't forget the teaching machine, ma'am." "What? You're that Bob Wilson? The hero of every student everywhere? I didn't realize. It's an honor to meet you, sir."
"You don't have to be that way. You folks would have found it long ago if you had dogs."
"What's a dog?"
I turned to Dingus. "Snitz is at the shop with the crew, isn't he? Far as I know, that's where he went. Him and Ruth are getting acquainted. You'll see in a few minutes, Hanson." Once they had their gear collected, we led 'em down the hill to the shop. Dingus ran the door up, holding his calm so I could see how to select a building on the door app. I said, "Cool. You do that?" Nikki saw me tinkering with it and took it away from me. Redid the whole thing so that it's more secure. That girl's a wonder. Don't I know it? When the door went up, we saw Taz and Ozzy working on the Audi, while Topper and Snitz were teaching Ruth Frisbee. I whistled, then Snitz came running. I said, "Ensign, this is a dog. His name is Snitz. He has higher frequency hearing than a human, so he was able to detect the vibrations that were causing the headache with the teaching machine." Ruth came up.
"Your saucer is ready, ma'am. The last owners were a little messy, but I cleaned it up for you." "Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't read English." "My name is Ruth. I am named for a funny lady. She even played a robot on TV."
Dingus said. Ruth was left alone for a long time. She's still getting used to being around people again. I said, "Taz isn't exactly a good influence." He straightened up from the car.
"Oh, come on, boss. It was just one little joke."
Ruth said.
"Yes, boss. You did not even release your urine."
I replied, "You're going to fit in well around here, Ruth."
"Thanks, boss."
The ensign spoke up.
"Bob's home for wayward bots, is it?"
"Something like that." They loaded up and took off. I turned to the shop and asked, "Anybody have a problem with operating in cold conditions? This time of year it shouldn't be that bad, but I want to be sure." I got a chorus of, "No, boss." Vilma came up to me and waved her manipulators. I said, "Hi, Vilma. We don't need your help this trip, but we might bring you back some broken saucers to fix. Would that be okay?" She managed to look like she was nodding, and ran back to help with the Audi. I said, "I'm going to go round up the human part of the crew, and then I'll bring the freighter down so you can load up." Topper said,
"Thanks, boss."
As we were walking back to the house, I asked Dingus, "You coming this trip?" "Let's see. I'm head of security. You're going to collect unknown saucers that may be full of deserters or pirates or what have you. I think that falls in my job description, yes. And y'all say I'm the asshole. That's the way it works. One desperate comm call, and Bob's your asshole. Gee, it's so nice to be appreciated." We got to the house, and I said, "Anybody coming to Canada, load up." The room stood as one. I shrugged. "The more the merrier, I guess. Who's flying cover?" Dee spoke up.
"Bucky and me. I got the advanced pilot course the other day. I want to try it out."
"Remember, that saucer has all the speed mods. It's hot." Dee's grin was right up there when she first saw her Chevelle. She purred. "Is it now?" I knew I had set a monster loose. We all went to the barn and loaded up. Nikki asked, "My ship, caveman?" I replied. "Your ship, Space Cadet." She went forward to get us going. She came over to the intercom.
"Caveman, do I need to stop at the shop?"
"Yes, please." Next thing I knew, the ramp was down again, and the crew was trooping aboard with recovery equipment. I asked, "Got everything, Topper?"
"Yes, boss, unless we need the kitchen sink."
"You're funny, Topper. Good thing you have camo." It took Ruth a moment to process that, and then she laughed. She pointed at Topper and said,
"The boss said you are funny-looking." "Yes, he did. I feel honored. I've only ever heard him say that to humans before now."
Ruth took some time to mull that one over. Finally, she bowed to Topper and said,
"Your kung fu is best."
Nikki came on the intercom.
"Do you want easiest to hardest or hardest to easiest, Caveman?"
"Let's start with the hard one. That should give us a good idea what we're in for."
"That's what I figured. Down in 3, 2, 1. Contact, ramp coming down."
When the ramp was open, I asked, "Where's the saucer?"
"In that abandoned mine on your left, about 40 feet back."
I looked at Dingus. "We have any night vision gear aboard?" "You've got to find time to train on stuff, Bob. Is it going to take almost getting killed again to get you motivated?" He went to the locker and started handing out goggles. I said, "Dingus and I are heading in with the bots. I'd like Steve outside standing guard, if you would." "On it, Bob." "Topper, can you folks grab a pallet, please?"
"Yes, boss."
Dingus grabbed long stunners and handed one to Steve and one to me. We headed out. I got to the mine entrance and didn't see anything. I called Nikki. "Space Cadet, I'm not seeing anything. Is it idling on stealth?"
"No, Caveman, it's in a side tunnel. Head in and you'll see it."
We went in. The support beams failed to fill me with confidence. I said to the bots, "You folks be careful coming back out. Bumping one of these supports could cause it to collapse." Ruth said,
"We don't want that, boss."
"No, Ruth, we don't. Are you okay with this?"
"It's not my favorite place to be, but I know my new friends will take care of me."
"I'm not liking it either, Ruth." We got to the side tunnel. Dingus said, "This one sure don't have the quiet mod." I asked Nikki, "Can you hack this one?"
"Let me look. I can get partial access. What do you need?"
"Guano be gone."
"If the saucer had that feature, I could access it. Unfortunately, it is one of the models that doesn't have it."
"What can you tell us about the occupants?"
2 people, both in auto docks. Can't get their IDs."
"Are they going to wake up when we move the saucer?"
"I'll see an indication if either one starts to wake up."
I turned to the bots. "Looks like we need to pick it up with all that still on top. Can you handle it?" Ruth said,
"I will need to help lift. There is nobody left to put the pallet in place."
"I can do that. Sometimes I even get the eye pointed the right way." Taz laughed. The 4 of them lifted the saucer, and I managed to get the pallet under and locked on. I said, "Easy now. Bring it out to the entrance." They started to push, but nothing happened. Topper went to look behind the saucer. He said,
"Boss, it's chained to the wall, with rescue eyes."
"Do you have solvent?"
"On it, boss."
He draped the chain and eyes over his shoulders, and they tried pushing again. Taz and Ozzy had to hurry and get in front to slow it down before it smacked the wall. I asked, "Why not use the pallet brakes?" Topper said,
"The sudden stop would cause a guano avalanche."
"I see. Good thinking." They eased it out to the entrance. I said, "We probably want to leave the guano inside if we can. No need to make people curious." They pushed it back toward the mine, hard. Topper slammed on the brake. Sure enough, almost half the guano slid off. They spun the saucer and went again. Soon it was nearly clean. Ruth ran to the freighter and came back with another pallet, In cleaning supplies, she used the pallet to get on top of the saucer, and then swept and mopped the top. She came down and said,
"I think that's a little better, boss. It still stinks."
"Good work, Ruth." The four of them pushed it aboard, and then lifted it for me to retrieve the pallet. Then they shut the forward docking clamp on it. I called out, "Saddle up, Steve. We're done." He came aboard and hit the button to raise the ramp. I hit the intercom button. "Ready for the next one, Space Cadet."
"On it, caveman."
It wasn't very long until the ramp came down again. Under some trees, I saw a saucer that looked as if it had rolled after a high-speed impact. It had come to rest upside down, and it was beat up worse than Buggy's had been. Our boom would stick out far enough to pick it up, but we couldn't clamp it down while it was inverted. I grabbed a pair of eyes and some putty. I got a lift strap and used it to lead a grav pallet out to the saucer. I lifted up to the bottom of the saucer and hooked one of my eyes on the lower rescue point, a calm dingus. "Could you run the crane out here, please? You know we can't lock that thing in as long as it's upside down, right? Humor me." I hooked the cable and used the pallet to get down. I moved my pallet out of the way. "Dingus, up easy." He got it clear of the ground without it falling apart. Once it was high enough for me to get under, I placed the other eye on the upper rescue point. "Send out the boats, please." They must have been listening in, 'cause they were outside and nothing flat. Topper said,
"Yes, boss."
"Hang on one. Dingus, bring it back down a little. There. Can y'all get a good grip on the edge there?"
"Yes, boss."
"Pull down, please." They pulled, but not much happened. Ozzy said,
"We're trying to put this edge on the ground to give us a pivot point to flip the saucer, right, boss?"
"Yep."
"Couldn't we turn your pallet upside down and push with it?"
"You could, if your boss wasn't a moron." He and Taz got the pallet and put it where it needed to be.
"Ready, boss?"
"Try it." Taz turned the pallet on, and the saucer tilted. The edge didn't quite touch the ground, but it looked promising. "Down easy, Dingus." When the edge touched, I said, "Hold." "Okay, folks, push down on that edge and help it get about on the ground." The bots anchored the edge. "Dingus, bring your crane in slow." The saucer caught and began to stand. When I was sure the edge was anchored, I called, "Hold! Get out of there. When it goes over center, there's no telling what might happen." Taz and Ozzy popped the pallet loose, and all of them cleared out. "Bring your crane in slow again, Dingus." When it flopped over, I called, "Hold! Now let the cable out, slowly." When it reached an angle where all the bots could reach the edge, I called, "Hold!" "Folks, grab the edge there if you would, and let me know if you can hold it up without the crane." Topper said,
"We've got it, boss."
I called, "Slack on the winch, please." I let it run out a little. "Hold!" What I was about to do scared me, but I didn't see another way to accomplish what we needed to do. Found my can of solvent and made sure it was ready to use. Then I ran under the saucer, disconnected the cable, and pulled the eye so that the saucer could sit on its bottom. Then I got out from under all that overhead weight and called, "Take up on the winch, slow." Once the hook was out from under, I said, "Okay, let the saucer down easy." Once they had it on the ground, Ruth grabbed the pallet and got on top to hook the cable. Dingus guided it to her, and she got down. Dingus brought the saucer aboard and clamped it in. As we were getting aboard, Steve said, "There's a young squatch over in the trees watching us. What should we do?" I turned to Topper. "Do we have any garlic on board?"
"I put some on all the craft we use regularly. Thought it might come in handy."
"You have a badge with their language loaded?" He handed me a badge.
"Here you go."
Chapter 4 I took a head of garlic from Ruth and went in the direction Steve pointed. I said, "Can we be friends? I have garlic." The badge hooted and growled, and the kid in the woods answered,
"You are Smallfoot. How you talk our talk?"
I took off the badge and held it up. "This machine takes Smallfoot talk, makes it big, so you can understand."
"Why, you want broken flying machine?"
"It has some parts we can still use. We fix flying machines."
"How did you learn our talk to put in little machine?"
"My friend, Farts Like Skunk, helped us learn."
"You say you are friend to Farts Like Skunk?"
"I am. We are brothers of the wind."
"You are the Bob?"
"I am Bob."
"I will come out."
"I will wait." The little one came out, cautiously. I didn't feel like we were alone, but I didn't see anyone else. The Sasquatch stopped in front of me. I noticed she was female. I said, "I am Bob. Who are you?"
"I am Floating Leaf."
I held out my hand. "I promised garlic. Here it is." She carefully took it from me and smelled.
"Is good. Thank you."
"You are welcome. When the machine fell, were there Smallfoot inside?"
"That is what my mother says."
"What happened to them?"
"They live with us. My brother went to get them. My mother said it took many days for them to heal, after she pulled them out of the machine."
Two scroungy-looking humans, dressed in hides, came out of the woods. One said, "Are you really galactic?" I replied, "No, but my wife is. You fellas need a ride home?"
"You can get us off this planet?"
"I can. Do you have any gear you need to collect?"
"It's all in our, where's our saucer?"
I hooked a thumb at the freighter. "Middle docking clamp. Hope we didn't damage anything, turning it right side up." I had noticed Steve angling for a better shot on the two castaways, but I hadn't seen Dingus slip out of the freighter. The castaway said,
"Oh, that's all right. We'll just be taking your ship."
He pulled a knife and started to grab Floating Leaf. Dingus's colt against his neck made him think again. Dingus said, "These boys are acceptable contacts, so they have to play nice. I'm galactic, and I'll blow your brains clean to the top of this tree if you don't drop that knife." He dropped it. His partner started to make a move, and Steve stunned him. "Come, John. Need a couple of nighty-nights outside the ship, if you'd be so kind." "On it, Bob." Floating Leaf spoke up.
"Bob, you stopped the Smallfoot from hurting me. Why did you do that? He is Smallfoot like you."
I replied, "He is Smallfoot, not like me. He is bad Smallfoot. I try to be good Smallfoot." A larger female and a small male joined Floating Leaf. The female said,
"Thank you. They have been a burden since I rescued them. They eat and will not work. Threaten my children to make me do what they want."
I said, "We will take them away. You can have your woods back."
"Those who knock have told of hearing about the Bob, friend of Farts Like Skunk. I did not believe their stories. Now I have seen."
John came out and put Steve's prisoner out. Dingus's man wanted to fight, but Dingus explained things to him with a twist of his thumb. I didn't know a thumb could bend that far without breaking. John put him out and asked,
"Do these two have anything of yours, ma'am?" "These two have a nasty stink. That is all they have."
"A calm topper. Could you send out Ruth with the rest of the garlic, please?" Sure, boss. Ruth brought me the garlic. I pointed to the Sasquatches. Could you give it to them, please? She looked where I was pointing and moved over to where they stood. She said,
Bob wants you to have this.
Dingus and Steve threw their prisoners over their shoulders and took them aboard. Floating Leaf Smother said,
Those who knock will have a new story to tell. The Bob is a friend to our people.
I'm glad that I could help. It is an honor to know the people of the forest. I bowed my head. When I looked up, they were gone. I climbed the ramp, wondering what would come next. Delilah was taking pictures of the castaways. She said,
Bob, do you know who these two are?
A couple of lowlifes who mistreat Sasquatches?
That too, but these two are wanted in the murder of Major Rodham's uncle. You may have found a peace offering to give him.
I called the patrol base. Is Major Rodham available?
Who may I say is calling?
Bob Wilson, acceptable contact. I have found a couple of castaways he might be interested in.
Mr. Wilson, what is it you think I might be interested in this time?
I'm told we have found the suspects in your uncle's murder. We're letting them sleep right now, after they offered to hijack our ship.
I presume you'll be wanting a reward?
We found them mistreating some natives. I'll be happy just to have them off-world. Cost of living here is cheap, compared to galactic society. We could pass on a reward now and then.
I'm waiting for you to, what is that Earth phrase, set the hook?
No, Hook, I just want to be rid of these two. Where would you like to pick 'em up?
Your residence would be acceptable.
We have a little work yet to do. Could we meet you there in, say, 2 hours?
That would be fine. See you then.
Goodbye.
Nikki came over the intercom. Caveman, are we still doing that last ship tonight?
Unless you and Dee have a good reason not to, we might as well.
That's what I thought you'd say. Ramp coming down in 3, 2, 1.
Steve started down the ramp. Someone stood from cover. A female voice said,
That's far enough. What do you want?
I replied, Sorry, we thought your saucer was broken. We stopped to see if we could help.
Pirates sure talk slicker than they used to. Get your men and get gone. I don't want any of your help.
I walked down and dragged Steve back aboard. I managed not to flinch when I caught sight of Bucket taking aim, seeming to hang in the air. I heard a stunner go off, and Bucket came over the comm, saying,
She's down, Bob. We don't read anybody else around.
Why didn't we see her before we touched down?
She was over the hill, in a cave.
Is her saucer operational or not?
I'm reading the diagnostic log. Looks like a blown coolant line and hydraulic leak gradually getting worse.
You have an ID yet?
Crocus rosewater, near as I can tell.
Lila interrupted.
Crocus rosewater? You found Crocus? She's here?
I replied. Apparently we have. Maybe you should be there when she wakes up. Dingus went out with Lila to see to Crocus. I motioned for the boss to follow me, and went to check on the saucer. It was nestled back into an overhang, with brush piled in front to hide it. The boys went to work moving brush, and Ruth went to put an eye on top of the saucer. I heard a growl, and then Ruth was hooting and growling for all she was worth. I turned my badge back on. I heard Ruth say,
We are friends. Your friend is just sleeping. She will wake up soon. Please do not damage me. Hair comes off. Make her sleep. They will put thing that hurts in her, like when they made me sleep.
I spoke up. We do not put in things that hurt. We take 'em out. Do you know Morning Flower?
We talked in bad place. You know Morning Flower?
We took out her thing that hurts. We took her back to her village. Would you like to go home?
How Do I know you are telling the truth?
Would you know Mornflower if you heard her voice?
Yes.
I will call her. Call him Charlie. Charlie, it's Bob Wilson. Could I talk to Mornflower, please?
Just a minute, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, Bob? There's someone here who says she knows you. Could you explain that she can trust us?
Could you put me on speaker, Bob?
Yes, I did. I heard a growl come out of the calm. Ruth's new friend growled back. I muted my badge, because girl talk is not my thing in any language. Soon enough, I heard Galactic coming from behind the brush.
Bob, Morningflower says you are good, Hair Comes Off, and her friend. I believe her. Why did you make my friend sleep?
She made my friend sleep, and she wouldn't listen when I offered to help her. We thought that if we could calm her down, we could help her get back where she belongs.
You are right. She is not easy to convince. Knoxhard tried to get her to let him guide her to where the Hair Comes Off live. She said she would wait for help from the stars.
Who is Knoxhard?
He is my friend. He comes by to bring us food.
I heard a growl behind me. I turned my badge back up. Is that you, Knoxhard?
It is. Who are you, Smallfoot?
I am Bob.
Who is your friend, if you are Bob?
Farts Like Skunk is my friend. I hope Knoxhard is my friend, too.
I hear, Knox, you have a new friend. Who is that?
Floating Leaf. She is a nice girl.
Turn around. I would see the Smallfoot, Bob.
I turned. Knoxhard was bigger than Mountain View. He asked,
What are you doing here? The Knox say you live where it is warmer.
I pointed at the saucer. Our machines heard the flying thing. We came to see if it needed fixed. He pointed to Crocus.
Why you hurt friend of falling rain?
She's just sleeping. She will wake up soon. She thought we were bad, Smallfoot. She wanted to fight.
She's like that.
He tapped his head.
She has hard head.
Crocus woke up just then. She swung on Dingus, but he caught her arm. Lila talked her down, and finally she relaxed. I called out, Is it all right we go ahead and load the saucer now? Crocus replied,
I suppose, Mr. Wilson. Sorry to give you such a poor reception.
No harm done. Steve was needing a nap, anyhow. She giggled. Knoxhard helped the boys and I clear away the brush. Ruth was getting to know falling rain. Once we got the brush cleared out, Nikki ran out the boom, and Ruth hooked up the cable. Falling rain boosted her up. Nikki picked up the saucer and ran it aboard. She got it clamped first try. Ruth came up to me. She said,
Falling Rain would like to stay with Knoxhard. She would like to know if you could take out the thing that hurts before we leave.
I called, John, front and center. He came down the ramp. Yes, your loudness. I pointed at Falling Rain. This young lady has a little problem she would like to get rid of. She'd like for us to do it here so that she can stay with this handsome lad. I pointed at Knoxhard. I'll get Nikki. Can you bring her to medbay? No problem. Steve was waking up. I stepped in it, didn't I? Bucky came over the calm. Big time. Don't worry. I won't let you forget. I said, Get up, you have work to do. He looked around. Another implant? Yep. Where should we blow it? Ask Knoxhard here. He switched on his badge. They talked for a little bit, and Knoxhard showed him a hole in the rock. John called out, Steve, if you please. Steve brought out the implant and put it carefully into the hole. He wired up a blasting cap and reeled out some wire. Then he made motions for everyone to get down. He called, Fire in the hole! and touched it off. Noxhard shook his head and said, "That was in Falling Rain?" "Yes, it was. When we catch the bad Smallfoot, we will make them pay for doing this." "Farts like Skunk is right. Bob is a good friend." "Noxhard is a good friend, too. I need to ask some." "I will answer, if I know." "The one you call friend of Fallen Rain, did she use the thing that hurts to make Fallen Rain do things?" "Crocus is friend to Falling Rain. She did not hurt her. She was taking Falling Rain to get thing that hurts out when Flying Thing broke." "Thank you, friend." "Thank you, Bob. Falling Rain is good woman. We will have strong children." Fallen Rain came down the ramp. "John says I am fixed. He says it will hurt when the medicine wears off, but I will feel better in a few days. Noxhard is right. I will give him a strong son. We will name him Bob." All of a sudden, the pollen was bad. I said, "It would be an honor. Send Nox to Farts Like Skunk. I would like to come and see this Bob." Noxhard said, "We will." I stuck out my hand. Noxhard shook with me, and then I got aboard. He and Fallen Rain waved, and I waved back. The ramp came up, and we headed home. John came up and said, "No more implants till I get a chance to restock. I'm all out of locals. I'd have to put the next one out." Would a night do? I could see the wheels turning. "Dang it, Bob, why didn't I think of that? I don't know if they work on squanches, though. Wouldn't want to find out about side effects the hard way." "Nope." Sniz came wandering up. I scratched his ears. John said, "He was a big help when I was working on Fallen Rain. He helped her stay calm while we got her implant out." "He's good help." I thought dogs didn't like Sasquatch. Guess he didn't get the memo. Nikki came over the intercom. "Landing. Major Rotham is on the approach. Where should I tell him to land?" "Can you get deep enough in the barn that he can park in front of you?" "That works." The ramp came down, and we felt the breeze off the Major's saucer. The doors closed behind him. His saucer door opened, and he came out with 2 guards. He said, "Mr. Wilson." "Major, right this way. I'll warn you, they've been living in the woods, and they're, pretty ripe. Some would say they stunk before they ever got to your planet. You're right, from what I hear. I've not been as appreciative of your work here as I could have been. I'm a primitive, remember? We know all about grudges and feuds. Did Fina Fanilia make anything better? I'm afraid it may have just switched things around. Now that the story is out, the Slongums want to get back at us. Fanilia's out looking for as many as she can find. Will that help?" "It surely can't hurt. This feud needs to end." "There's something we agree about." "You really don't hold a grudge against me after all I've done?" "I doubt you'll ever be my favorite person, but if we want things to get better, we'll have to work together. Have you heard that we have somebody nasty prowling the outer system?" "That guide saucer that got ambushed? I saw the report, but it was short on identifying details." "All we could scrounge was that defective drive signature. Did your people manage any more?" "My people had to work a day and a half just to duplicate your people's work on the drive signature. They surely didn't find any more." His men came out of medbay. John and Steve were helping them carry their prisoners. The Major asked, "Do you need the badges back?" John said, "We go through so many, I run them off by the gross. I should put logos on them for free advertising. You fellows do seem to find a lot of people we're looking for." I said, "Up until recently, there was no one here to look. It must have seemed like a good place to hide." That does make sense. How did you find these 2? "Their power core was still active, so we got a scan of it. They showed up while we were loading it.
Why do I think there is more to it than that?
Good sense. Miss Bongwater will have a story out soon, I'm sure. She'll tell all the boring details.
I'll be interested to see that.
Oh, before I forget, we've had a change of liaison officers. Ensign Buckus Bronkham is now overseeing us.
You got Sergeant Bronkham to take the promotion she's been avoiding like the plague?
You do work miracles, Mr. Wilson. My wife's contraceptive implant was damaged. Without her noticing, she's off active duty for a bit.
I see.
Where does Ensign Bronkham come into this? She and Nikki were classmates at the academy, and she has the hots for our bomb disposal man.
You're a wonder, Mr. Wilson.
Anything else you need, Major?
That saucer won't fly again, will it?
There are probably some parts we can still use, but the hull will be more trouble to fix than it's worth.
I'll send you the salvage paperwork, then. Good day, Mr. Wilson.
Fly safe, Major. He got aboard the saucer, and Dingus opened the doors. The saucer faded, and I felt the breeze. John said,
"That went well."
"It did, didn't it? I wonder what he's up to." I hit the intercom. "Space Cadet, can I have a full scan for trackers, please?"
"Already started, caveman. I don't trust them either."
I asked John, "Where's Fred gotten to? I haven't seen him around."
"He's a pretty private person. Not very trusting."
"Noticed that. I never did see how he turned off those booby traps at the container."
I asked around. Nobody did. He's slick.
Nikki came over the intercom.
"No trackers except for one in Crocus's saucer. The bots are on it."
"Good deal. Can they handle unloading all this?"
Topper said they could.
"Let's get to bed, then. I'm sure tomorrow will be another busy day."
"You want an exterior lock on that saucer with the people inside?"
"Yes, please."
"Thanks for remembering."
John headed home. Bucky and Steve went back to the saucer they had that afternoon. Lila and Crocus headed up to the house. Nikki said,
"You and Snitz can check things out. I'll see you in a bit."
So we went to make sure things were still in good order. Once he found the plants that needed service, we went in. Chapter 5. Of course, sunrise was inconveniently early, but I got the ear lick anyway. I started coffee and went to check his outdoors. All was well, so I headed back in. My phone rang. "Bob Wilson, how can I help you?" "Mr. Wilson, it's Rick. You want this load at the shop?" "Sounds good." "You have any of that good coffee?" "I made it today. You'll have to take your chances. See you in a little bit." I calmed Topper. "Your truck's coming in."
"Okay, boss. We'll keep out of sight."
I saw Rick pull down toward the shop and poured him a cup of coffee. Soon enough, he was knocking at the door. I got up and let him in.
"Morning, Mr. Wilson."
"Morning, Rick. How's life treating you?" "Pretty good, Mr. Wilson. What are you building this time?" "The crew found a 9N. They're converting it to electric." "Why would they want to do that?" "Some folks we know have a farm in the middle of nowhere. They don't want to have to haul in gas."
"How are they going to charge it?"
"Danged if I know. I think they might be set up for solar, but I wouldn't risk any money on it." We shot the bull for a while, and Snitz came around to get petted. "Nice little dog. What kind is he?" "The lady at the feed store said his mama was a registered border collie, and his daddy was sneaky enough to get into a locked kennel." "Lordy, don't teach him checkers, you won't have any hope." "That's the way I figure it, too." My phone beeped. It was a text from Topper that they were through unloading. "My foreman says you're ready to roll as soon as you finish your coffee." "I better get going. I've got a lot of stops today." I saw him to the door and gave him a decent tip. "See you next time." "See you later, Mr. Wilson." I went back to the kitchen to find a scantily clad Crocus.
"What is that wonderful smell?"
"It's called coffee. Want some?"
"Yes, please."
I poured her a cup.
Thank you. I am sorry about the reception I gave your crew last night. I didn't know there was anybody besides pirates operating out here.
How long have you been marooned?
About half of one of your years.
A lot has happened since then. We got set up as Bob's saucer repair. The patrol closed down that pirate base on the moon.
I heard you had something to do with that.
We just showed the patrol where it was. They did all the hard parts. She laid her hand on my arm and said,
You're just being modest, aren't you?
I picked up her hand and put it back on the table. I'm a happily married man. There'll be none of that. I would have bought her shocked look if Lila hadn't stuck her head around the corner and said,
See, I told you, Bob is a good man. Put some clothes on, you hussy.
You two have history, then?
Some. Is there more of that coffee?
Yep, you know where the cups are. Nikki came round the corner.
Could you please pour me one, too?
Lila got down another cup. Then she started breakfast. Crocus came wandering back in. Lila looked around and said,
That's more like it. Behave.
Nikki said,
What did I miss?
I held up my ring finger. See, the Galactic didn't realize this means something.
I see. You explained it to her?
Lila spoke up.
He did, in no uncertain terms.
Nikki had turned to Crocus.
Just how did you come to be traveling with a slave in the first place?
I could have stuck up for her, but I wanted to see her answer. She said,
I was trying to get her somewhere to get that implant taken out. I saw her getting punished with a remote control for something that wasn't her fault. I was just trying to do the right thing.
Would you mind repeating that under a truth cap?
Those things hurt, but if it'll make you believe me, sure.
Nikki seemed to relax a little. I said, if she's willing to risk what one of those things used to do, I tend to believe her. Her story matches what Noxhar told me anyway. Nikki looked at me.
I wondered why you weren't hot to get her under the truth cap. Were you going to share that little tidbit?
I just did. I hadn't really thought about it since we got back. Major Rodham had me a little rattled last night.
Okay, I guess I'll let you by with it, but you could have stepped in before I made a fool of myself.
I wanted to see what she had to say for herself. Just a pity Steve wasn't here. Just then, he and Bucky came wandering in. Here for what, Bob? Crocus was just telling us about how she came to be traveling with falling rain. Oh, that. I asked her about it on the way in last night. She passed.
Nikki said, Has everyone here independently confirmed she's innocent except for me?
Lila said,
I know her tells. She's being honest.
Bucky said,
I checked into her on the data nets. All her public posts make it obvious she would be way more likely to go off on some quest to help a slave than to own one.
Nikki just shook her head and took a drink of coffee. I said, Now you know how I feel most of the time.
What do you mean, caveman?
It's been weeks since I asked Topper to work on something he hadn't at least already researched, if not printed up while the printer had slack time. He runs the shop. I just drive for him. If he gets much better with his camo, I'll be out of a job. Crocus looked confused. Lila said,
He's a bot with no limiters. I'm beginning to appreciate what the older people mean when they say that limiting the bots was a mistake. He and his crew are amazing. You mean those bots that loaded my saucer last night don't have limiters?
I spoke up. No, they don't. They also unloaded your saucer, probably by now have it repaired, and a couple of issues brought up to specs.
What kind of issues?
The kind that annoy my dog. I reached down and scratched Snitz behind the ears. She looked at Lila. Lila said,
Dogs have hearing that goes to higher frequencies than humans. Bob here figured out how to quiet our tech down so it doesn't make that noise anymore. That's why the truth cap doesn't hurt like it used to.
So, what is a dog, anyway? I replied, Domesticated wolf. Crocus looked at Snitz. Her face wrinkled up.
I must have heard you wrong. I thought you said domesticated wolf.
I did. He's had a lot of generations, and selective breeding to change his characteristics.
What is he bred for?
His mother was a herding dog. Nobody's sure who his father was.
What do you mean, herding dog?
They keep other animals gathered together and help move them from place to place.
What other animals?
Sheep and cows, mostly.
Why do they need herding?
Taking them to better pasture, taking sheep to be sheared, things like that. You should take the culture pack. It can explain better than me.
Oh, but that hurts so bad.
Lila spoke up.
You've got to get with the times, Crocus. Bob fixed that.
I said. Nikki helped. Nikki replied,
Not much, caveman. Mostly it was you.
About the time we finished eating, John showed up. Hey, John, need some coffee?
I'm good, thanks. Made enough for 4 of us out of habit.
With just Fred and I, there was plenty. You thinking of wake up those other 2 castaways this morning?
Thought we might as well.
The luck we've been having lately, I better call the head of security, don't you think?
Sounds good. I'm so used to him just being there. How are they liking the new place?
I haven't heard, so there must not be too much wrong with it.
You're right. Dee would have the boys, bots, over there fixing it if it wasn't right.
I pulled out my comb. Dingus, how are you today? Better than I'm about to be, I think. Just need security for waking up those 2 castaways we didn't have time to fool with last night. I'll be right up. Just let me put my tools away. Where are you? Working on those chimney guns. Haven't got a shop set up at the new place yet. Didn't hear you come in. Dot is good for that. See you in a bit. I looked at John. The bots have created a monster. He snuck in on Dot. He's down in the little shop finishing those guns from the chimney. Crocus asked,
What is Dot?
Electric motorcycle.
Motorcycle?
Culture pack, young lady. Light her up, Nikki.
My pleasure, caveman. Can I take out the no-pain mod first?
Be nice, Space Cadet. They started to leave, and I remembered something. Space Cadet, did you run background on those folks in the saucer?
The file is on your comm, caveman. Max is my dad, remember? He did teach me a few things.
When is he supposed to be back, anyway?
He sent me a text that said this afternoon.
Good deal. Does he like the new ship?
He does. I think he's worried if you will.
I'm sure he got us a good deal. They went off to take care of Crocus's education. John and I headed for the barn. I tried to look at the files while I was walking, and nearly tripped. Snitz gave me a strange look, and I decided to wait till I was standing still. John asked,
What's so interesting?
I can't find their criminal records.
Nikki wouldn't have missed that, would she?
Can't imagine she would. We need her for the lock anyway, don't we?
Oh, I guess we do.
She walked up behind us and said,
Do what?
I replied, Need you to open the lock on the saucer. Didn't these folks have any criminal record?
Not even a parking ticket that I could find.
That's a little scary.
How do you mean, caveman?
Either they're so squeaky clean won't be able to get along with 'em, or they have some kind of secret squirrel nonsense going on. John spoke up.
He's right. Nobody has no record at all. Definitely gives you a weird vibe.
Dingus walked up about then. Is there a problem? John replied.
No, there isn't, which is a problem.
Did he bump his head? I replied. Nope, those 2 have absolutely no criminal record that Nikki can find. You'll find that disturbing. I can see how you would. There are planets far enough out of the way that minor offenses don't make it into the database. That's most likely what you're looking at here. I hope that's all it is. I like excitement, but a little calm now and then improves the flavor. Nikki had popped the lock, went in, and John looked over the dogs. He said,
Who do you want first?
Dingus replied, Don't hit me, Nikki, but the female would probably be easier to control.
Nikki replied, Oh, Grandpa, you know my revenge is going to be more evil than just smacking you.
Dingus and I backed up, while Nikki and John got ready to wake her. Nikki went through the lockers and found her some clothes, and then John started the wake-up sequence and stepped back. Regardless how supposedly harmless these two were, my hand was on my stunner.
What? You're not Willis?
No, I'm not. Could you please get dressed?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Nikki asked.
What's your name? Gillis Mackham? Soon to be Gillis Wrangham.
You two are getting ready to get married?
We had to run away. My dad doesn't like Willis.
Why is that?
He wants to be a writer. Has trouble sticking to a job.
Whose saucer is this, then?
It belongs to my aunt. She loaned it to us. Thinks it's romantic, eloping and all.
Nikki fiddled with her watch.
That checks out. Her aunt reported them missing 4 months ago.
Is there a com code for her aunt?
Yes, you want it?
Dingus, do you mind handling this one? Why me? Because your oh-so-diplomatic son is out of town? I suppose. Send me the code. He put it on speaker. Hello, Ms. Mackham.
This is she. May I ask who is calling?
I'm Dingus Slongham. I'm here with your niece.
Dingus Slongham, did you say? He's been lost for over 100 years. He'll have to do better than that.
Yes, ma'am, I was lost. Surely you heard I was recently found, here on Earth.
You're trying to tell me you found my niece on that primitive mud ball?
I suppose I am, madam. Would you care to speak with her?
Yes, of course. Aunt Jonas, I'm so sorry we got lost and worried you. Never mind all that, child. Are you all right? Are those primitives treating you well? I'm fine, Auntie. These people have been very nice to me. If we can get the saucer fixed, we'll be home very soon. Just a minute. I heard something about a place that opened there. Oh, here it is. Bob's Saucer Repair. They have a very good reputation.
I spoke up. Thank you, ma'am.
Who's that?
Bob Wilson, proprietor of Bob's Saucer Repair. We found your niece and her intended while we were out scanning for maroon saucers. We brought them back to our shop, and given what I've seen so far, we should be able to get them underway in a day or so.
What would you charge for all that?
Well, I've yet to run a diagnostic scan, so... Oh, excuse me 1 second. I have another call. Yes?
Boss, I ran the scan last night. They need 2 parts, one of which I have on hand, and the other one will be out of the printer any time now.
Thanks, Topper. Excuse me, ma'am, that was my foreman. He has one of the needed parts in stock, and the other one should be done printing soon. Let's see, you were asking about cost. Well, the retrieval of the saucer was a little involved. Repairs don't look to amount to much. Probably we'll only have to feed them the 1 meal to catch them up from being in the box. I'd say, 5 ounces of gold will be satisfactory.
We must have a bad connection. Did you say 25 ounces?
No, ma'am. I said 5. We're charging low prices. We're trying to build up our reputation.
5 ounces to have Gillis back? That's a steal, Mr. Wilson.
I gave her my account information. The banking app on my comm beeped to show the deposit. Thank you, Ms. Mackham.
No, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you for finding my niece.
Wish I could say I set out to do that, but we just looked into it.
However it happened, I'm grateful. Good day.
Have a pleasant day yourself. We heard noises like hull panels being taken off. Taz came to the door and said,
"Just take a few minutes, boss. Velma and Odie are on the case."
"Thanks, Taz. Could you show me the parts before you recycle them?"
"We're already checking for sabotage. Is there something else you need, boss?"
"I'm just curious how they failed. If there's a way we could build a stronger replacement."
"Sorry, boss. Ozzy beat you to it. The parts we're putting on are quite a bit stronger than the stalkers, and we used an alloy that's more resistant to fatigue. You want us to quiet it down and fix the teaching machine while we're into it?"
"Sounds about right. when am I ever going to get ahead of you guys?
Biologicals are naturally slower, boss. But you're way better at intuitive leaps. Takes both kinds to really run a good organization.
Good to know I'm not completely obsolete.
Somebody has to walk the dog.
You know I'm going to get revenge on you at some point, right?
I know you will try.
How's the Audi coming?
Oh! Thanks so much for letting us work on that, boss. James frickin' Bond all the way through. It's coming along nicely, but the paperwork is going to be a hassle. We should have it out when you and Mrs. Wilson get back.
Oh, you don't want to come along?
Really?
I thought you and Ruth could help Charlie and Will get set up, while Nikki and I were relaxing someplace.
I guess I could finish my part of the Audi in time. Ruth's keyboard is coming along nicely, but when she plays, she wants to be called Lori, and complains of radio stations coming in on her fillings.
I gotta find you a bunch more to do to keep you off the internet. Next, you'll be wanting an old school bus to paint up and go on tour.
Never can tell, boss. I gotta get back to work.
See you, Taz. Ciulla asked,
Is that bot malfunctioning?
Dingus replied, No, little lady, that bot is working properly. It's all yours that are malfunctioning.
But it acts like it has no limiter.
Exactly.
Isn't that against the law?
That law doesn't apply here.
Aren't unlimited bots dangerous?
I spoke up. Even if they don't have limiters, they're still programmed not to hurt people. If they did, it would force them into a shutdown. Dingus said, I was alive when the limiter laws were passed. The incidents that caused them to be put in place all resulted in bots shutting down, requiring a full factory reset. In every case, the bot was acting to protect a human from another human.
But in school—
Whatever they teach you in school, I was there. I saw what happened. I spoke up. Please, young lady, believe what he's telling you. He really cares about bots. And we could be here all day. Dingus replied. Thanks, I think. No offense intended, Dingus. Paintball's gonna be fun. Ouch! Nikki led Ciulla out, while Dingus helped John wake up Willis. I stayed, in case he woke up mean.
You're not Ciulla's,
John said. Perceptive lad, isn't he? Dingus replied. Good thing you haven't been in Afghanistan, Sherlock.
Where am I?
Bob's saucer repair.
Saucer repair? You mean you're fixing our saucer? I can't pay for that,
John said. Already taken care of. You'll be washing dishes for the next 3 years.
Washing what? I don't understand,
Dingus said. Gillis's aunt already paid, young Willis. Don't let these hillbillies wind you up. Here, get to rest. Velma came in to quiet down the teaching machine. Willis asked.
What is that bot doing? Why does it have those odd decorations?
Dingus said. She's fixing your teaching machine so that it will no longer give you a headache. She has those decorations, as you call them, because they signify her name and her personality. This is Velma, named for a character in Earth Entertainment. Velma said,
Thank you, Mr. Slow On.
No problem, Velma. Keep working on your voice. It's getting much better. Willis sputtered.
Bots don't have personality. They have limiters to keep that from happening.
John looked at me, and I nodded. We had both had enough of this. In unison, what you talking about, Willis? Dingus said, Never mind these clowns. The limiter laws don't apply here. I asked, Are we going to have this same rigmarole every time somebody sees one of our bots? Dingus replied, Seems like we will. Didn't mean to cause trouble when I took them limiters off. Far as I'm concerned, those limiters aren't a bit different than the pain implants we've been taking out of people. You did right. I do have a question, though. He replied. Anybody else got a cold chill? Ha ha. If we built a saucer from scratch and went to request membership, That would mean those laws would be enforced here, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. I hadn't thought about that, or I would have said something. Seems to me that our long-term plan of bugging out to Charlie's planet just got a lot more important. You're right about that, Bob. If Earth gets recognized, the bots need to bug out. Willis started to get up. John held out his clothes. Put that thing away. It's not that impressive. John turned to me. So, what's the plan, Bob? They're in good shape. The saucer's ready to go. Feed 'em and fly 'em. Nikki said through the door.
Lila and Crocus have a meal ready when Willis is decent.
Willis finished getting dressed, and Nikki led them off to the house. The three of us wandered along behind. When we got inside, Joanna was sitting with our castaways, having breakfast. She said,
"Hi, Bob. Julie and I agree she's ready to run the restaurant on her own. I'm ready to start that foundation work, whenever you want me to.
I'll call Mr. Whatley and see when he can have papers drawn up to give you the authority to manage the account." I got out my phone. I said, "Space Cadet, remind me to have you show me how you run all this through your comm, so I don't have to carry 3 of these."
"Sure thing, Caveman. You want that with the standard lecture about how you need to slow down and train on things?"
"I'm gonna get it, no matter what I say, aren't I?"
"Probably."
I called. Emily said,
"Mr. Whatley's office, how may I help you?"
"Emily, this is Bob Wilson. Is Mr. Whatley busy at the moment?"
"He's in a meeting at the present. Could I have him call you?"
"Certainly. He has my number. Thanks."
"Good day, Mr. Wilson."
I hung up. "He's in a meeting. I'll let you know when he gets in touch." Joanna said, "Good enough." By the time Nikki had walked me through diverting my phone calls to my comm, Gillis and Willis were through eating. We took them back to their saucer and saw them off. I said, "That's really more what I had in mind when we set this place up." John replied, "They can't all be easy." Nikki said,
"If it was easy, we wouldn't need Bob to keep us squared away."
Chapter 6. My comm rang, and so did Dingus's. Mike said,
"I need some help. I stumbled onto somebody trying to capture a saucer that had just left Earth. I've got the situation under control for now, but I need more people to take care of this."
Dingus said, "We'll be right there, son." I asked, "Steve, have you passed your vacuum quals?" "No, Bob." "You're with Bucky and Ozzy's ride. No funny business for you two." Bucky said, "All business. Got it, Bob." They ran to get aboard and airborne. Everyone else was going to get on the freighter. When I got to the ramp, the 4 cargo bots were waiting. Ruth said,
"Can we?"
I waved and said, "Get aboard. Who knows what Max has stirred up?" I was last aboard, so I hit the button to raise the ramp. Then I hit the intercom. "Clear to lift." Nikki came back.
"On it, Caveman."
I made my way to the cockpit. Nikki and Dingus had the pilot seats. "We know any more?" Dingus replied. "Reggie sent us his logs. Looks like he found somebody trying to pirate Willis and Gillis on their way out of the system. That new craft he bought is ex-pirate, so he was able to hit them with a drive killer. His isn't as well focused as ours, so he killed both ships. He's trying to maneuver so that Willis and Gillis get their drive back without turning loose their attackers. But so far, no luck."
Nikki said, "One interesting tidbit, though. The saucer that was attacking Willis and Gillis has that odd drive anomaly Topper found in Bucky's log."
I replied, "If you haven't told her that yet, please don't."
"Okay, why not, Caveman?"
"We need her focused on the task at hand, not revenge."
"That's my Caveman stumbling through to the right answer. Grandpa and I had already decided that."
"At least I'm handy to walk snitz." He rubbed against my leg. "Hey, buddy, you decided to see what all the excitement was about?" I scratched his ears. Steve came over the comm. "Bucky's out, putting a tow line on Willis and Gillis. Their attacker looks like a nasty piece of business. Put together from junk, it looks like." I asked, "Have they tried to calm you?" "Nope. Max has been trying to get him to talk, but he's not had any luck. Buck is back. We're going to try to move Willis and Gillis out of the drive killer."
Nikki said, "She's probably got their own drive killer on them, so they can't run away before she gets the tow line free."
Sure enough, Bucky dragged them well clear of the drive killer field before she popped the tow line loose. Then they regained drive. Gillis came on the comm.
"Thanks again, Mr. Wilson."
"Fly safe, you two," Max spoke up.
"Now what?"
"Can you and Bucky coordinate so that she brings up her drive killer while you let yours off?"
"Sure. What does that buy us?"
"Room to work. Her tight focus will let us make a shorter jump across to place an external lock and a tow line."
"Makes sense. What else do you need?"
"Figure out which ship can make the best time towing that piece of junk and scan the living daylights out of it." They switched over, and Nikki brought us in closer, with the ramp pointed toward the junker. She said,
"Take the ship, Caveman. I'm the best qualified to set the tow line."
"Be careful, Space Cadet. If anything looks hinky, bail."
"You read my mind, Caveman. I don't trust this either."
I had just taken over when Max came over the comm.
"Hold! There is someone outside the vessel. Appears as if he's going to ambush whoever comes to attack the tow rope."
Bucky asked,
"Am I clear to use the area stunner?"
Please, Max, keep an eye on where the welcoming party drifts off to, if you would."
"On it, Bob." "Okay, he's drifting away. You're clear to attach the line."
I pulled up the rear camera and watched Nikki fly across to put the line on. First, she set the external lock, and then the tow line. Once it was hooked, she came on the comm.
"Where do I put the other end at?" Hook it to my ship. It can pull a little harder than the other freighter."
He twirled around in place so that she could hook it up. Once she had it secure, she started back for our ship and calmed,
"All secure, Dad. Take up the slack."
Max eased out to the end of the rope and began pulling the saucer away from the floating crewman. Dingus asked, "May I have the ship, Bob?" "Your ship, Dingus." He called out on the intercom, "Prepare for zero gravity and no atmosphere in the cargo bay. I say again, prepare for external conditions in the cargo bay." He waited a half a minute or so and called, "All secure?" John replied, "All secure, ready to receive." Dingus bumped down the bay, turned off the gravity, and dropped the field over the ramp. Then he slid around the drifting crewman. Oops, crew person. It became obvious she was female as we got closer. John called, "Rescue aboard." Dingus brought up the force field and started letting the air back in. He called, "Prepare for gravity in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bringing gravity up now." He dialed it up slowly until everyone had touched down gently. Then he brought it up more quickly to a full G. John called, "Ease back on the gravity, Dingus. Try about a third of a G." I switched to the cargo bay camera. John was bent over his patient. He said, "That's better, but I think we need to ease up a little more. Can you give me a sixth of a G in here?" I looked more closely at John's patient. She seemed awfully tall and thin. Unnaturally so. I asked, "What are you thinking, John? Loony? Born and bred, it looks like." "I didn't see anything that looked like family quarters in that base we salvaged, did you?" "Nope. We must have missed something. Patrol missed it, too. Max, are you on?"
"Yes, Bob. What do you need?"
"When you were scanning the moon, did you find any kind of dwellings or habitats?"
"I was just looking for power cores and autodocs, Bob. I didn't think to look for any kind of colony." "Why?"
"Our visitor here has the signs of being raised in a low-gravity environment. She seems to be most comfortable around 1/6 G."
"You're saying somebody is living and raising kids on the moon?"
"Not me. The evidence."
"If they're galactics, that's all kinds of illegal. If it's your people, it's just strange. How would they have gotten there in the first place?"
"I have to think there was galactic involvement at some point." Nikki came into the cockpit.
"Could I have my seat back, Caveman?"
"Your ship, Space Cadet."
John and Crocus have gotten her comfortable and relieved her of her weapons. She should wake up from this stunner soon. Lila is recording the whole thing, of course. Max asked. Where are we headed, Bob? Can we just drop 'em off at the patrol base and save a step? That way we don't have to clear that saucer. Sounds really good, Bob. Are you calling it in? Why don't you, Max? You're ever so much more diplomatic than I am. Do you buy those contacts in bulk or what? I'll never tell. Max left the comm open so we could hear his conversation with the patrol. Galactic Patrol, how can we help? You could tell me where you would like a shipload of unsavory individuals. Pardon me? I found a ship attempting piracy. I and my associates managed to prevent the piracy and capture the ship. Since we already have the ship in tow, we would like to deliver it to your base directly, rather than deal with the occupants ourselves. Would you be so kind as to transmit your log recordings of all this? Here you go. May I have your name, sir? Regimax Slongham, of Bob's Saucer Repair. When you say your associates, you're referring to the other members of that organization? I am. That makes things a little clearer. Major Rodham would like to speak with you. Mr. Slongham, these records show you intervening in the nick of time. Good work. I presume Mr. Wilson is on the line as well? He is. I didn't expect to hear from you again so soon, Mr. Wilson. Baby things more expensive than you thought? I certainly didn't expect to be bringing anyone in, Major. We found a couple of young lovers whose saucer had broken down. We sent them on their way, but Regimax found them in trouble again, before they were hardly clear of the planet. Not a bit of it planned, I assure you. May I ask, what was Mr. Slongham doing out this way? Returning from a business trip. Oh, what sort of business? Trading a couple of saucers we didn't have much use for. For a hauler we have some need of. I thought you had a hauler already. We do. My crew would like to take it out of service for a few days to do some upgrades. We can't do that and be ready for emergencies at the same time. Logical. How are you keeping this renegade saucer under control? I'm not sure what the proper term is, but we call them drive killers. How are you towing it, then? Some of our people managed to tighten the focus on the beam. We've got one ship towing, and one ship keeping its drive shut down. I get to sit here in the third ship and watch the show. How soon do you expect to arrive? I looked at Nikki. She said, About 20 Earth minutes, Major. Ah, Mrs. Wilson, a good day to you. You as well, Major. When we got to the base, Max had a tricky bit of flying to get the saucer down where the patrol wanted it. He managed, and they hooked up docking clamps. Then they asked for the drive killer to be shut off. Bucket complied, and Max unhooked his tow rope. Nikki said, Major, we have one of the saucer's occupants aboard. Where would you like her? Lights around the docking bay started flashing. Nikki said, Be advised, the person we have aboard seems to be accustomed to lunar gravity. When exposed to full gravity, she was clearly in distress. Acknowledged. Nikki landed gently, with the ramp pointed toward the access door. The Major came out with a squad, clearly unused to the light gravity. Nikki dropped the ramp, and I went to meet him. Afternoon, Major. Sorry to interrupt your busy schedule. No problem at all, Mr. Wilson. Please call me Bob. At least until you get to know me better. Then you can call me asshole like everyone else. One of his squad nearly lost it, but a stern look from the Major got him serious again. What do you have for us? A mystery, I think. This young lady seems to have grown up in lunar gravity, or something close to it. As far as we know, you destroyed the only base on the moon, so we don't have any idea where she might have come from. As you may know, Mr. Wilson, that base had gravity emitters to bring it up to normal gravity. This female must be from somewhere else. John spoke up. Good luck finding out where. I've tried Galactic and every Earth language I know. She doesn't even act like she knows what I'm saying. Dingus walked up. Having heard what John said, he started trying different languages, with about the same results as John.
He ran out of languages and looked frustrated. Out of desperation, he tried the hand signs he had used talking with the Sasquatch. She watched his hands and started making motions back. After a few minutes, he turned to us. "Her sign is a little different than what I'm used to, but if I'm careful, I can communicate. She says some of the pirates had families stashed away in another habitat. It doesn't have gravity plates. They were getting supplies from the pirate base, but when you blew it up, they became desperate. They cobbled together that ship we brought in, and tried to steal enough provisions to stay alive." I asked. "She speaks trade talk?" Dingus replied. "Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I didn't mean to confuse you. That wasn't trade talk, but I suppose it does look a lot alike. It's rigger sign, used to communicate when you're in a suit and don't want to use the comm for one reason or another." One of the major's squad spoke up.
"Sir, I think I could communicate with her better than Colonel Sloan. Some of his rigger sign is antiquated, no longer used."
Dingus replied. "I suppose it would be. I haven't been in the black in 170 years or so. Things change. How is it you know the old signs, then?"
The private looked at the major, who nodded. He said, "My grandpa was a rigger most of his life. My dad, too. They taught me all the old stuff."
"Jump in here. I'm sure she'd rather talk to a handsome young lad, anyway." He took over interrogating the prisoner. Major Rodham asked me, "What do you want done with the reward on this one, Mr. Wilson?" "I'm going to be a pain, I'm afraid. Is there any way we could send it to those two who got ambushed as a wedding present?" Of all the things I thought you might say, that wasn't even a possibility. What would have to happen is for us to transfer it to you as the responsible officer of Bob's saucer repair, and you can route it as you see fit from there. That might be best. I've got a crew member I forgot to check with, now that I think about it. I looked around. Lila was, of course, filming the whole thing. I asked, "Where did Crocus get to?" Lila replied,
I think she's busy helping John."
I didn't have her comm code, so I called him John. "John, is Crocus with you? I need to ask her something."
"No, Robert, she is not. She got off the ship before we left. Don't you remember, Robert? You do need that vacation, Robert."
"I see. Sorry about the confusion. I'll take care of it, Jonathan." I turned to Major Rodham. "Sorry about all that. It seems I was confused about who was aboard and who wasn't. Either way, you'll have control of the funds, so you can distribute them as you please." "Not quite. My wife objects to me spending money on strippers and beer." Major Rodham finally cracked a smile. He stuck his hand out to shake. "I'll get you those funds, Bob. Can you slow down finding these people? You're making us look bad. It's not like we're trying, you know. We just keep the scanners on while we go about our other business."
"So you don't have any other rescues on your agenda?"
"Well, we have one maroon saucer we need to check on, and I thought we'd go by and see if we could find where this lady's people are. Maybe take them some supplies."
"Why would you do that?"
"It was our actions that led you to that base. We're responsible for these folks being in such a bad way. It's only fair to see if we can help them out."
"Even though they're pirates?"
"Dependents of pirates, doing their best to survive, sounds like. Besides, I could probably use whoever cobbled that ship together on my crew. I'd like to see what they could do with decent parts."
"Do you ever fail to see the opportunity in a situation?"
"Lots. Just ask my crew. They have to explain galactic technology to me a couple times a day, usually." The private doing the translating started talking, in a language I could catch the odd word of, but it wasn't quite galactic. Dingus slapped himself in the head. "Rigger talk. I should have tried that. Sounds like it's changed some, too." I asked, "What now? I thought the sign language was rigger talk. There's a spoken kind, too?" He nodded. "For when the bosses are monitoring the comm, and you can't see the other fellow's hands." "What does she say, then?" "Life support is failing in their habitat. If she can't bring back the parts they need, they'll all die." I asked the major, "What's your preferred solution? Taking them the parts they need, or evacuating them to some place where you can see who was wanted and who was innocent?"
"We have a whole module that was reserved for expansion when your planet makes it into space.
We could set the gravity there at their requirements and sort them at our leisure. I turned to the private. How many people are we talking about? He spoke to her. She replied, and he said, Sounds like about 300. That's more than we were able to carry. More than one trip is just inviting a nasty surprise when we go back. The Major asked. Has she given you coordinates to find the place, Private?
I think I can make out the location from the information she's provided, sir. She doesn't have knowledge of coordinate systems. Says she flies by eye.
The Major turned to me. Do you have any objection to us handling this? We have plenty of lift capability to get the job done. No objection from me. Dingus? None from me either. I said, I guess we'll leave you to it then. Till you find somebody else then. Good day, Major. We climbed aboard, and I started the ramp up. I hit the intercom and said, Clear to lift. Nikki answered,
Clear to lift, caveman.
I went to the med bay. Okay, John, tell me what is going on. I know Crocus was aboard when we left. Lila spoke up from behind me.
She still is. She didn't exactly buy Falling Rain from her owner. She's wanted for theft.
Nobody thought I needed to know that before I went out to talk to a patrol major? Lila replied.
We didn't realize you'd try to give her a share of the reward, Bob. She wasn't exactly integral to the operation.
She helped John with the prisoner, and I had no idea what kind of financial shape she was in. I was trying to do her a good turn. John said, We know that, Bob. We should have let you know sooner. I'm sorry. No biggie. I'm going to gripe about somebody overlooking a detail. I've been doing plenty of that myself lately. Speaking of which, I turned to the intercom.
Nikki said, Yes, caveman, I scanned for trackers. Better yet, I've got video of one of those privates placing it aboard.
Do you suppose?
Yes, caveman, I sent copies to Mike and Tina.
Be that way. What am I thinking about now?
A rematch with Farts Like Skunk.
I give up. Dingus came over the intercom. Should we go ahead and scan that lunar habitat, even though the Major is taking care of it? Can you do it without alerting whoever's there? If I do a wide scan, like Reggie did when he was looking for castaways, they shouldn't get wise, especially if we do it over the horizon in both directions. Go for it. I'd like to know more about that place. On it. Coming into scanner range now. Getting some data. Oh, snag fart. They hit us with a drive killer. We're going in. I heard bots falling out in the bay, and I heard floor panels being removed. Nikki said,
That's weird. We're still in the beam, but I've got enough power to avoid crashing. Whatever you're doing, caveman, keep it up.
Not me, Space Cadet. I think Tyez is shielding some of your emitters. A weak voice came over the comm.
Yes, boss. Tell her to hurry. I can't hold out very long. This beam is strong.
Nikki came over the comm.
We're clear. You okay, Taz?
No, but I'm repairable.
When I stepped out into the bay, Tyez was handing pieces of his shielding out of the hole he was in to Ruth and Ozzy. Then he pulled himself out. I said, Good work, Tyez. You saved our butts.
Had to, boss. Couldn't leave it to the dog walker.
Good to see you didn't fry your processor, smart-ass. Topper spoke up.
This is my fault. I should have anticipated a situation like this and shielded our drive emitters, not to mention the rest of us. I'm sorry, boss.
Dang it, Topper. I was the one who ordered the run. I should have known they would pull something like that on us. We'll get shields going before we do this again. Live and learn. Or you don't live long. I calmed the Major. Mr. Wilson, how bad is it, and can you fix it yourself, or do you need help? I was stupid. We overflew that lunar habitat. They have quite the drive killer. Almost took us down. I'm afraid they may be waiting for you now. It never was going to be easy. At least now I know they don't intend to be peaceful, so I don't have to waste time trying to be diplomatic. Just thought you'd want to know. Thanks for the update. With the other bot's help, Tyez was getting his shielding back in place. I went to the cockpit. Dingus said, Even with all the excitement, we managed to get a pretty good sensor run. It looks like they have a few more people than that girl was admitting to.
Forward that scan to the major, assape!
Cool down, son. Already done.
I'm sorry. I just don't want to be responsible for him losing personnel. We're just beginning to get on good terms with him.
Nikki said.
That's something I noticed, Caveman. I'm not sure it's the major who's responsible for the trackers and all that nonsense. The private who threw that one aboard was very careful not to let the major see him do it.
More bad apples on the patrol? Wish they gave out bounties for those.
You have to catch them in the act, like those two at John's.
Can you do me a favor when we get back, Space Cadet?
Can it wait till tonight, Caveman? I'm a little tired right now.
Not that kind of favor. Not right now, anyhow. Can you have a heart-to-heart with Crocus about why she didn't let us know she was wanted before we were actually at the patrol base?
Big bad Caveman scared of a widow girl?
It's going to be bad enough to get answers out of her without her trying to get me to bed.
I guess you have a point. How do you know she doesn't swing both ways?
Well, that's something for you to find out, isn't it?
Asshole!
Chapter 7. I went back to the cargo bay. I asked the boss, "Are you all right after getting shut down?" Of course, "Yes, boss," was my answer. "Topper, have you had any luck finding an electric truck to take with us to Charlie's Planet?"
"Boss, the best I've found is an electric side-by-side that Polaris sells. There's supposed to be a nice truck coming out, but it won't be available till next year."
"When do I fly out to pick up the Polaris?"
"It's getting delivered in the morning."
"Rick or somebody else?"
"I had to pay extra, but I got them to ship it with Rick's company."
"Good work. He seems to be reliable enough, and there's no need of strangers poking around. Is the tractor ready?"
"We've got some actuators coming in the morning to replace the hydraulics. As soon as they're in, it'll be ready to ship."
"Good. I feel like I need to be elsewhere for a while." Ozzy spoke up.
"Do you really think Murphy can't find you on another planet, boss?"
"No, Ozzy, I do not think that. I do, however, think it is a great opportunity to let my well-trained crew show their stuff, without me looking over their shoulder."
"You forget, boss. I'm rigged to be amphibious. I don't need waiters."
Nikki came over the comm.
"Landing. Stand clear of the ramp."
I calmed Max. "Are you at John's with the new ship?"
"I am. Did you want to come and look it over?"
"I do. Mind if I bring the box for a thorough inspection?"
"That's what I expected. There are always little things that need fixing when you get a new ship."
"If she's ex-pirate, I would expect more than little things."
"The dealer took care of bringing maintenance up to date, but it's not up to our standards by any stretch."
"We'll be over shortly."
"See you then."
Ruth spoke up.
"Boss, do you mind if we go on ahead? I want to try running with the pack."
"Head out, then." The boys played the instrumental part through their speakers, and Ruth cut down on the vocals, in a good imitation of Joan Jett. Not the original, but not bad at all. Snitz heard his favorite song and came running up. He looked at me, and I nodded. The bots went camo, and they all left. Lila walked up.
"Are you mad at Crocus, Bob?"
"Not really. How could she know that her wanted status was going to be an issue? I guess once we were headed to the patrol base, it was kind of too late to say anything anyhow."
"She didn't actually know where we were headed until we arrived, Bob."
"That explains a lot. How does she fix for cash, anyway?"
"All of her accounts were frozen when she was declared wanted. That's why her saucer was in poor repair in the first place."
"So I have to give her a share of the reward, so she can afford to pay for the repairs?"
"I hadn't thought about it that way, but I suppose so."
"Have her get with Max. Surely he can set her up with an off-the-books account until you get your story out to clear her name."
"Huh?
Wasn't she your undercover operative, gathering info for your slavery story? when she found falling rain.
Snagfart! How do you do that, Bob? Just drop one piece in place and boom! Everything works?
Mostly just too ignorant to know when things won't work. Nikki walked up with Crocus.
I went over everything with her. Under the truth cap, it all checks out, just like Lila said.
Glad to hear it. Crocus, how do you feel about camping?
Like I've been doing for the last 6 months. Not my favorite, but it isn't bad.
We know of a planet where you can lay low till Lila gets your name clear, but it's fairly primitive at this point. All we would ask is that you not reveal a location to anyone outside the company.
Sounds okay, but why couldn't I stay here?
Patrol are in and out of this place all the time. If you stay here, sooner or later you'll get arrested. We're just now getting on good terms with the patrol, and I'd prefer they didn't catch a wanted fugitive here.
I see. I can abide by your terms, Bob. Thank you for not turning me in.
You're Lila's friend. You're in trouble for rescuing a Sasquatch from slavery. I have plenty of reasons to help you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a ship to inspect.
Of course. Thanks again, Bob.
I called out, "Who wants to see the new ship?" Dingus poked his head out of medbay and said, "I would, Bob."
Nikki said, "Can I come, caveman?"
"Not now, sweetheart. We've got to look over the new ship. I thought you were tired, anyhow."
Asshole! I'll drive.
Crocus looked at Lila.
Is it always like this around here? Oh, no. Sometimes they get silly.
Nikki drove us to John's. John followed in his Jeep. Steve stayed behind, saying he and Bucky had business to take care of. Nikki pulled up, and we all got out and headed to the barn. Fred met us at the door. "Mr. Wilson, I was just wondering if I could get some time in that box. I ain't as young as I used to be, and pioneering a whole new planet ain't gonna be easy work." "I figured you could do that on the trip out. That way Nikki and me wouldn't bother you being all lovey-dovey." "Charlie said you was always a step ahead. I see what he means. When are you figuring to leave?" "As soon as we can get a load together. The bots have some parts coming in tomorrow, to finish up some things for Charlie. Once that's done, I think we're pretty much set, unless there's something particular you want to take." "Mr. Sloan is building me a rifle, but it should be ready soon. Why don't you look at this ship with us? We got to decide which one we're leaving here, and which one we're going to leave with you fellas." "Sounds interesting." We went into the barn. The ship Max had traded for gleamed. It had obviously been cleaned up to sell. That gave me the heebie-jeebies about how much was wrong with it. Ozzy came up to me.
"Boss, this one has a stronger airframe. I can bring it up to our regular performance standards, no problem."
"I know it's got a drive killer. Can it be focused, like the other one?"
"Taz is on it. Last I heard, he thinks he can get a tighter focus on this one."
"Does it have a big stunner?"
"It does, but it's pure crap. We can build a unit like the other one pretty easy, though."
"You're making it sound good, Ozzy. What's the catch?"
"The stronger framework cuts down on cargo capacity. She's only got 2 docking clamps in the bay."
"She have a loading crane?"
"It needs work, boss, but it's there."
"How's the med bay?"
"Weird. The biggest auto dock I've ever seen."
"I suppose we'll have to put in racks for recovery equipment."
"The racks are there, but we're going to have to go through all of them and check the equipment."
"We have a diagnostic report yet?"
"Topper has it running, but it hasn't finished yet."
"Thanks for the update, Ozzy."
"No problem, boss."
Ozzy went back to what he had been doing. Max met us at the personnel hatch, smiling. "What do you think, Bob?" "I think I've yet to see the gotcha, and if somebody doesn't tell me about it soon, I'm going to fail to be amused." "Well, Bob, she used to be a slaver ship. We'll need to rig the deck where the cages used to be for some other purpose." "I figured as much when I heard about the auto dock. Anything else?" "I was able to pick up some spare parts to put it back into its original condition. I didn't get everything,
but the bots say they can print up the other parts fairly quickly. How long before she's ready for service? You'll have to ask Topper, but he didn't seem to think it would take that long. She has a printer aboard, and he's already got it started on the extra parts. We took the tour. I really liked this ship, but the more I saw, the more I thought that this was the ship we could take to Charlie and Will. The Sasquatch-sized auto dock was the real kicker, though. They needed that way worse than we did. When we met him, I asked Topper, "Can you build us one of those big auto docks for here? Mountain View might get a shot in the butt again."
"Figured you would want that, boss. I've got the parts sorted out to go to the printer, but I won't be able to get started on them for about a day."
"When you get some downtime, can you see about building us another printer or two?"
"I could, but it would tie up the printer for a long time. Any chance we could buy one instead?"
"Sure. Just wish you would have mentioned it before Max took his trip. I'm sure he knows where to get one."
"I didn't realize we were going to be printing as much as we are."
"Don't worry about it. I think he'll probably be going on another run before long." Max walked up. "Running me off again already? You need to get your assistant trained up first. Can't have everything in an uproar just because you're off having fun."
"Who did you have in mind?"
"Joanna. She got Ciulla squared away. Surely she can help you out."
"That sounds good. What are we doing for extra crew while you are gone?"
"I'm thinking it's about time for the paintball team to get some more training. A couple of them were talking about needing to take some vacation time the other day. I'll get with them and see if they're interested in pulling some hours out here."
"You've been giving this some thought, haven't you?"
"This stuff is between me and my vacation. You bet your sweet bippy I've been giving it some thought." "Very interesting." I called Joanna. "Hi, Bob. I remember you were saying that you would need more to do than just run the foundation?"
"Yes. You're scaring me, Bob."
"How would you feel about being Max's deputy? Looks like he may be out of town a lot, and we need somebody watching his part of the operation."
"That sounds good, actually. Did you ever hear back from the lawyer?"
"No, I haven't. I got busy with other things and forgot to check back with him. His secretary said she would tell him I called, but I don't think she likes me all that much. She probably didn't."
"Let me know when I need to come sign papers."
"I will."
"Bye."
Later. I called Watley's office.
"Mr. Watley's office, how may I help you?"
"I'd like to speak with Mr. Watley, please."
"May I ask who's calling?"
"Bob Wilson."
"I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson. He's in a meeting right now."
"I see. Good day."
"Good day."
I punched in the code Nikki had showed me to use my burner number instead of the regular one, and called John. "John, can I ask a favor?"
"Sure you can ask, Bob. Whether you get it or not depends on what it is."
"I'm having trouble getting in touch with Mr. Watley. I get the feeling his secretary is screening his calls, but I'm not sure it's out of his orders. Could you have our friend who wasn't there give me his cell number?"
"I could, but I don't need to. When things started getting weird, I had him get it for me. You want me to text it to you?"
"That would be great. Thanks, John."
"No problem. Talk to you later."
The text came in, and I dialed.
"Mr. Wilson, I didn't realize I had given you this number."
"You didn't? I've been trying to get in touch with you all day, and your secretary keeps telling me you're in a meeting. Have you grown tired of me and my friend Benjamin, or is there something else going on?"
"She told you what? I've been here at my desk doing paperwork all day. No meetings at all. Besides that, I left instructions to put your calls through whether I'm in a meeting or not."
"Sorry to cause trouble, then. I was wondering if you had the paperwork drawn up for the directorship of that foundation we set up."
"Yes, it's all ready for you to bring in your director and sign. I take it you've made a choice."
"I have. Joanna Michaels. We should be there to sign papers in about an hour and a half."
"If there's no one at the desk, come on back."
Thanks. See you then. Good day, Mr. Wilson. I called Joanna back. Hi, Joanna. I got that sorted out. Can you swing by and pick me up at John's? I've got some calls to make while we're driving. No problem, Bob. I called John again. Hi, John. Thanks. I got my problem sorted out. Seems his receptionist didn't want my business. From the sound of things, his former receptionist. That's our Bob, making friends wherever he goes. Do we need her finances taken apart, or what do you want to do? Could we just keep an eye on her, so we know if she's trying something? I can get some people on that, sure. You have my account info. All right, then. Anything else you need? 30-hour days? Can't help you. Later. Bye. Joanna pulled up, and I got in. I asked, do you know where his office is? She said no, and I explained how to get there. I called Jacob. Morning, Pastor. I don't give refunds. If you want rid of her, you gotta take that up with the courthouse. That's almost exactly backwards of what I called about, Jacob. Really? Renewing your vows already? What did you catch at? Did you have the coffee with extra ornery this morning? No, it's just nice not to have money worries. You know, some anonymous donor wired a big old donation into the church's account the other day. Ain't that a miracle? Glad you're having fun with it, Jacob. Now comes the part where you get to earn it. You need me at John's? How soon? This evening will be fine, Jacob. Did I hear you say you needed to take some of your vacation time before it expired? You did. We're going to need some extra hands around the place while Nikki and I are gone. Would you mind coming out and lending a hand for a while? What all needs doing? If I knew that, I could just take care of it before I left. I just need somebody around to help out when it hits the fan. Gotcha. I don't know much about all that fancy equipment you've got, though. That's why you're coming out tonight, to get started training on all the stuff you need to be current on. Oh, it's all part of a Bob plan. That explains the icy-cold dread creeping down my spine. It's good to have friends, so I'm told. Ouch, that burns, Bob. See you tonight. See ya. Joanna said, Am I getting training too? Inventory management for starters. I'm sure we can sneak in pilot training too. Don't give me that sad puppy crap. Max will have a better idea what you need than I do. Just messing with you, Bob. I already talked to Max about it. Lila helped me take the inventory management course. I feel so needed these days. You pick good people and put them in the jobs they need to be in. Stay out of the way and watch the miracles happen. Management 101 by Joanna Michaels, a bestseller on Amazon. You know I'm right. Yes, I do. You expect me to just roll over and take it? Nope, not our Bob. He's got to be figuring out a better way. I got another call to make. I dialed Jason. Hey, Bob, what can I do for you today? Were you saying you had to take some vacation time soon? I was. I take it I'm not going to be lying on a beach. I was hoping you could help Jacob fill in out at Whammo Ranch while Nikki and I are out of town. Be glad to, Bob. But there's this little question of skill set. Like, mine is small. Yours is large. We have ways of stretching your skill set till it matches the requirements. Okay, Harvey, you've got a plan. Do us mortals get to know about it? Catch your eye with Jacob out to John's tonight, and we'll get you started training on the things you need to know. Good enough? Sounds like a real plan. Where's Bob? See you tonight, smart-ass. See ya. We pulled into the office building where Mr. Watley worked. Emily was loading a box into her car. She saw me and went ballistic. Joanna saw her coming and moved to intercept her. Emily was incoherent, but Joanna kept her restrained. Joanna asked, She must know you pretty well, Bob. What did you do to her? That's what I'd like to know. I don't recall doing anything to offend her, but she's taken a serious dislike to me." Emily said, "You got me fired, you bastard!" "I mentioned to your boss I had trouble getting a hold of him today. You got fired by failing to put my calls through." She let off with another string of what sounded like incoherent gibberish to me, but Joanna got the gist of it. She said, "Let me get this straight. He didn't leave his wife and take up with you the first time he saw you, and that makes him evil? Come on, girlie, you got a nice chest and you wear nice clothes, but you're not in the same class as his wife. What makes her so special? A little immigrant tramp?" Joanna replied. "For one thing, she doesn't let her emotions make a fool of her. For another, she's a human being all by herself, doesn't need to catch a man to show the world anything. She's a gold digger, just like me." "No, she knew him before he came into any money. They fell in love when he was poor, and she stuck with him through everything. You haven't got a shot against that." I spoke up. "I would be willing to speak to Mr. Watley if you could promise me this bullshit is over." "I don't need anything from you." "Have it your way, then. Please let us pass." Mr. Watley came out of the building. "Miss Reynolds, the police have been called. It might be best if you return to your vehicle to wait for 'em." She wilted and went back to her car. She started it and was about to pull out when a police cruiser blocked her exit. Mr. Watley went to speak with the officer, while Joanna waited calmly by the car. I said, "Keep your hands in plain sight and don't make any sudden moves. That cop is stressed enough as it is." "I know the drill, Bob. This ain't my first rodeo." When the officer was finished interviewing the two of them, he came over to us. "Mr. Wilson?" "Yes, officer. Bob Wilson, at your service." "And you are, ma'am?" "Joanna Michaels." "Mr. Wilson, could you tell me what happened today? The events leading up to this confrontation, or just the confrontation itself?" "All of it, if you would." "Certainly. I called this morning to talk to Mr. Watley, and was told he was in a meeting." "Excuse me, you were told by Ms. Reynolds, correct?" "Yes. As far as I know, she was the only receptionist Mr. Watley employs. She's the only one I've had dealings with." "Please continue." "I got busy with other things, and forgot I needed to see Mr. Watley today. Ms. Michaels here reminded me, and I tried to call again. I was told once again that he was in a meeting, by Ms. Reynolds. I had a feeling that she wasn't being truthful. I'm not sure why. I called the contact and got Mr. Watley's cell number. When I called on that, he told me he had not been in any meetings, and to come on into town and we could take care of what I needed to do. He sounded upset that Ms. Reynolds had failed to put my calls through. I then asked Ms. Michaels to drive us into town, as I had some calls I needed to make this morning. When we arrived, Ms. Reynolds was loading boxes into her car. She saw me and reacted violently. Ms. Michaels managed to get between us and keep her under control. We tried to calm her down until Mr. Watley came out and informed her that he had called the police. She then returned to her car and attempted to leave. That's about when you showed up." "Do you know why Ms. Reynolds would be upset with you, Mr. Wilson?" "I recently came into a large sum of money. Ms. Reynolds seemed to be of the opinion that she was much better qualified to spend it than my wife. When I rejected her advances, she took it poorly." "Well said, Mr. Wilson. You seem to be going out of your way to be kind to Ms. Reynolds. Is there a reason for that?" "Up until today, she had never done anything out of line. I feel bad she lost her job over this, and I don't want things to get any worse for her." "You don't want to press charges?" "For an argument? No, I don't think so. No one was injured, no weapons were pulled. I'd rather it was just over." "May I ask, what is your business with Mr. Watley today?" "He set up a foundation for me to endow a hospital down in the edge of Arkansas. We were meeting to sign the papers to hire Ms. Michaels as the director of the foundation." May I have your contact information, in case I need to ask anything else? Do you have something I can write down on? I've yet to get business cards made up. He handed me his notebook, and pointed to where he wanted me to write. I used my best printing, which still isn't that good, but it was legible. He said, "Are you the Bob Wilson that Jack Conway talks about playing paintball with?" "Yes, sir, I am." "He says you're a stand-up guy." "I try. Can't say I always get it done, but I try. Tell him Wobbles says hi." "I will." I wondered where the name came from, till I looked at his name tag. His name was 5 or 6 syllables, and started with W-O-B. He noticed me looking at his tag. Yeah, most of the Poles coming in shorten their names to something more American. Great-grandpa was a hardhead, and we've just stuck with it. I'm thinking I might marry a girl with a nice American name like Jones and take hers. In the meantime, I'm Wobbles. I stuck my hand out to shake. "I'm Bob. It's nice to meet you. Once you get to know me better, you can call me asshole like the rest of them." He looked at Joanna. "He's kidding, isn't he?" She shook her head. "Nope. Sooner or later, Bob's your asshole." He laughed. "Good to meet you folks. I better get back to it." "Thanks, officer." Chapter 8. I went upstairs to wait for Mr. Watley. He arrived soon after. "Sorry about all that. I suppose I should have waited until after we finished to take care of letting her go," I replied. "I'm not sure it would have helped. She seemed to be primed to go off as soon as she saw me." "You could be right. Wish I knew what got into her all of a sudden." "I think she was angling to be your next wife. When I came along, she saw a bigger fish to catch and went for me." Joanna added, "When that didn't work, all she had left was anger, so she lashed out, trying to hurt both of you." Mr. Watley replied, "I don't suppose I could hire you two for jury consultants, could I?" Joanna said, "I'm sorry, sir. My new boss here is planning to keep me plenty busy." He pulled out a file. "Here you go." We both took a copy and looked it over. I said, "Thanks for making this easy to understand. I know it goes against your training. All that stuff is supposed to make a contract harder to get around. You've shown me that I can do that just as well with simple words applied properly." "It's some fine work, that's for sure." I set up the transfer and handed him my com to put in his account information. $5,000? Surely that's too much. I looked at Joanna. Treasure that moment in your memory. You might never see it again. I turned to Mr. Watley. "You told me you got 1,000 an hour, did you not?" "Yes." "And I had to take at least a couple of hours to get this so nice and clear, I would think. And there's all the time you had to spend with the police just now, and the inconvenience of finding a new receptionist. I don't see where that's in it too much, do you, Joanna?" "It's enough to keep 'em interested, without making 'em think you're an easy mark. I'd say you hit it just about perfect." Mr. Watley said, "Remind me never to play poker with either of you." We signed the papers, and I shook Joanna's hand. "Congratulations, Director," she replied, solemnly. "Thank you, Mr. Wilson." I turned to Mr. Watley. "Is there anything we can do to help, since we left you without a receptionist?" "Do you know any good candidates for the position?" Joanna thought for a second. "Excuse me, I need to make a call." She walked to the outer office and called someone. "Mr. Watley," I asked. "What's that about?" I'm guessing she thought of someone who would be good for the position, and is in the process of seeing if they're interested, before mentioning them to you." "Are you folks telepathic?" "Nope, just observant." Joanna came back. "I can have a good candidate here to interview later on this afternoon. She has business training from community college and has been working as a waitress until something more appropriate opened up. Would you like me to ask her to come by?" "How do you know her?" "Up until a couple of days ago, I was helping supervisor at the restaurant our friend owns."
What do you think, Mr. Wilson?
I'm not sure which waitress she's referring to, but since Janice left, all the waitresses seem to be pretty solid citizens. I trust Joanna's judgment. At the very least, it's worth your time to talk to this lady. He turned to Joanna. Could she be here at 3? That's a little tight, but I think she can make it. Tight? She's working the lunch rush. She'll have to get cleaned up and drive in. 3:30 would probably be easier all around. Call it 4, then. If she's as good as you seem to think, she's worth the wait. I'll let her know. On our way out, I said, You want to get something to eat? I'm getting a little hungry. Sounds good, Bob. Don't you think you should let Nikki know you're eating without her, so she doesn't wait for you? Thanks for saving me from my own ignorance there, Joanna. I never would have thought of that on my own. I called Nikki and let her know things had taken longer than I expected. She said, Making excuses to run around on me with some other woman. I see how you are, caveman. Not at all. My relationship with Joanna is purely professional. You're paying her, asshole. You know better than that, Spice Cadet. I do, but it sure is fun to wind you up. I'll see you when I get back. Love all 3. You better hurry. The bots almost have that new freighter ready to go. How did they get it done so fast? Dad sent them the specs as soon as he bought it, so they had time to print up the parts it needed before he got here. The only thing they're waiting on is that shielding you and Topper decided the fleet needed. Gotta love them bots. We need to figure out a way to do something special for 'em. Cavemen, compared to their life before, this place is something special every day, all day. Maybe you're right. I've got to go eat. See you in a while. Love you. All 3 of us? All 4. I love Snitz, too. Love you, too, caveman. Joanne and I stopped for a bite to eat. We managed to get through lunch without any more excitement. We headed out of town, and she dropped me off at John's. I went to the barn, see if Topper was there. He was, and I asked, How's the new ship coming? We're making good progress, boss. The shielding is coming out of the printer, and it's the last thing we need to install. How well did the logs get scrubbed before we got the ship? Not well enough for Taz. He was able to recover nearly all the ship's history. So we know where the slavers have their base? Yes, but it sounds like it's way too big for us to take on. I went ahead and forwarded the info to Mike and Tina. I hope I didn't overstep. I would have asked you to do that if you hadn't already. Anything else I need to know? Taz finished Mr. Jones's trade goods. Trade goods? Topper opened a crate and pulled out a knife with a large handle. He handed it to me, and I took it out of its sheath. The handle was too large for me, but it should be nearly perfect for farts like skunk or knocks hard. It had a nice big finger guard, and the grip was rubbery, for a good grip when it gets wet. On the ricasso was engraved Taz in a nice script. Nice. Could we put a box of them in the craft we use most, with the garlic? Done, boss. Anything else you already thought of? They should tell me before I make an idiot out of myself. I do have something I need to ask you about. I already talked to Mr. Sloan, and he thought it was all right, but I wouldn't feel right going ahead without asking you first. Okay, what was that? The Audi. It never was an Earth vehicle. It's just built to superficially resemble one. It's more like a saucer with wheels. We'd like to keep all the galactic goodies, maybe tweak a few things for better performance. Bringing it down to where it will pass for an Earth vehicle under close inspection would entail taking out most of the extra features. Are we going to be able to get a good title for it? We have a plan, boss. We're restoring the junker you bought to drivable condition. We'll get it passed, then move all the ID to the other car. Mr. Branham has a contact who will be able to use the car without ID. Sounds good. As long as you don't leave traces of galactic technology in the one you get rid of. It'll be clean as a whistle, boss. Did you find Mr. Jones a smaller container for his stuff?
Nope. We just cut the ends off the one he had and welded them together. Yes, we changed the clamp so it works with the shorter container.
Will we be able to carry everything we need to take in this new freighter?
We refitted that extra deck as a cargo deck. Loading and unloading won't be as handy, but you've got plenty of room.
Are the hatches big enough for squatches? I bet Will and Charlie will want to use the local hip to load and unload.
They are, boss.
Sounds like you've about got it ready to fly. I better finish getting ready to leave. Who all can go on a recovery right now?
Which ship are you taking?
Hadn't thought about it. Is this one fit to fly?
All but the shielding.
Is there enough room to bring a saucer aboard?
Everything we've got aboard needs to go on the other deck anyhow. By the time you have a crew assembled, we can have the main deck cleared.
I'd like to get a feel for the new ship. Let's do that.
On it, boss.
I got on the comm. Hey, Space Cadet, you feel like a little sun fun this afternoon?
You want to go after the Mexican saucer before we leave, don't you, caveman?
Well, yes. Is that a problem?
Nope. Figured you'd want to clear that if we could before we left. When are we leaving?
The way Topper talks, we'll be ready to head out tomorrow sometime.
It'll be nice to get away for a while, don't you think?
I do. I just have a hard time letting go.
You've gathered good people. They can handle it, caveman. Besides, John will be here. He's at least as paranoid as you.
Your grandpa's no slouch either.
See, nothing to worry about.
I'll swing by and pick you up. We're testing out a new ship. See you then.
Love you, caveman.
Love you, too. A calm Bucky. Good morning. You ready to have some more fun?
Well, Bob, your idea of fun and mine may not be quite the same.
I'm assuming your shotgun is handy?
He's right here. Need to talk to him?
Nope, just need you guys flying cover again. We're going after that signal we heard in Mexico.
Anything in particular you're concerned about?
Getting out of U.S. airspace without being detected, cartels, the Mexican army.
You need more? We got into Canada without any trouble.
The Mexican border is much more heavily patrolled. I'm thinking we need to swing out into the Pacific, and then come back over land farther south.
You really think your government has a scanner that can pick us up?
I don't want to find out the hard way.
I see your point. We'll be underway shortly.
Thanks. I call him Max. Hey, Max, I'm taking the new ship out for a spin. Want to ride along?
Somebody has to watch out for you idiots. Is my daughter going to be in the big chair?
Yes, sir. You want number 2?
I get plenty of number 2 hanging out with you, Bob. I will fly co-pilot, though.
I think we're nearly ready to go as soon as you get here. He walked up the ramp.
I started out there as soon as you told me what was up. Mind if Fred rides along?
Not at all. I call him Dingus. Hey, old man, did I wake you from your nap? From the sound of things, I still need to kick some whippersnapper's ass before I could take a nap. What do you need, Bob? Taking a look at that Mexican signal. You mind riding along? Not a bit. Just finished Fred's rifle. I need to get up and stretch. We'll be there to pick up you and Nikki in just a minute. See you then, punk. Later, old man. I closed the ramp and then hit the intercom. Ready to rock, Max. Shortly, he came back.
Bob, can you drop the ramp? My control isn't working.
Sure. It's over.
On it, boss.
I dropped the ramp, and Dingus rode Dodd aboard. Nikki walked up behind him. I closed it again and hit the intercom. All aboard, Max. Clear to lift. Dingus walked over to me. I thought we might need to look around a little while we're there. Better have and not needed. The other way around. You'll have to cover medical. John's at Shady Oaks today. Stuff 'em in the box, punch the buttons. How tough can it be? Sounds good, anyhow. Is Fred around? I brought him some. He came aboard, and I'm not sure where he is right now. Easy fixed. He went to the intercom and broadcasted the ship. Fred Jones, report to the cargo bay. Fred Jones, report to the cargo bay, or I'm giving your rifle to Bob. I didn't know Fred could move that fast. He came to a stop in front of Dingus and said, "There's no need to get nasty, Mr. Sloane. I'm right here." Dingus walked over to the Dot and drew a rifle out of the scabbard. "Here you go, Fred. Winchester 95, one of the recent ones, so it has modern steel in it. I slicked it up and chambered it 9.3 by 62, like you asked. Peep sight, and I even put you on a stripper clip guide, like the Russian ones I had." He reached in his saddlebag and brought out an ammo pouch. "Here's 50 rounds, all clipped up." Fred levered the action, saying, "Lordy, that is slick. You're quite the gunsmith, Mr. Sloane. Why don't you call me Dingus, like the rest of them? Anybody who can do work like this deserves respect. But whatever you say, Dingus." They shook, and McComb rang. "Yes?" "It's Bucky. We're over the target. What would you like, Bob?" "The best sensor scan you can get of the area around the signal and the sweep of the surroundings. Do you see any people?" "Not so far. I'll let you know if we do." "Thanks. Mind if I leave this line open?" "No." Nikki came over the intercom.
"Coming up on the scene now, caveman. Should we hold for Bucky to do her sensor run?"
"Please. Could you do a sweep for air cover while you're waiting?"
"Sure."
Bucky came on the comm. "Bob, the only people I'm reading are with the saucers." "The saucers? Plural?" "Two. One is fairly serviceable. The other looks rough. Its power core ruptured, apparently when it collided with something. They are both hidden in a cave. It looks like the wrecked saucer was able to jettison its core before it landed, so the cave isn't radioactive." "Do you see the core?"
"No, I don't."
"These people with the saucers, are they awake?"
"One is. The other one is in an autodock."
"Any chance we could calm this fella and see if he would like some help?" Mike's came over the intercom. "On it, the bub." Mike's put his conversation on the intercom. "Hello?" "Hello? Who is this?"
"Reggie Slongum of the Guide. Who am I speaking to?"
"Sandax Malcolm. Are we rescued?"
"If you want to be."
"Yes, of course."
"We'll be down shortly."
I looked at Dingus. He said, "Yes, son, that was too easy." He grabbed long stunners and handed one to Fred and one to me. Max came into the bay right about then. He said,
"You guys thought he was too eager as well, I see."
I replied, "It's easier to apologize than to heal a wound when we let 'em get the drop on us." Bucky came over the comm. "I'd help you out, but inside that cave our stunner is not going to do much." Dingus said, "Topper, could I ask you something?"
"Of course, Mr. Sloane."
"How good can you focus the big stunner in this rig?"
"Not well enough to squirt it back into that cave. Sorry."
"I guess we have to do this the hard way, then." I asked, "Could we lay at the top of the ramp so he doesn't have as long to get the drop on us?"
Topper said, "The drive motors can handle a lot more weight than that."
"Could you drop us just far enough that we have a gap to shoot through and then stop the ramp?"
"Sure, boss."
Fred, Dingus, and I made our way to the top of the ramp. Nikki came over the intercom.
"You fellas ready?"
Dingus answered, "Yes, we are."
"Landing now."
When we were down, Topper cracked the ramp. Sure enough, there stood our castaway with a G3, like the Mexican Army used to use. We didn't stop to ask where he had acquired the hardware. 3 stunner bolts hit him as soon as we saw him. Dingus said, "He fell funny. I don't think he's stunned." He pulled one of his Colts, cocking it nice and slow, so all 4 clicks were plainly audible. He called out, "This here is a Colt pacemaker. You can push that rifle away from yourself, or I can take chunks out of your legs, till you change your mind." The man in the cave didn't stir, still trying to convince us we had gotten him with the stunner. Dingus shot close enough to his head to throw rock chips in his face. He roused up and pushed the rifle away. I said, "Let us down easy, Topper." Fred and I got up as the ramp flattened out. Dingus stayed where he was, sighted in on the fellow who called himself Sandax. Fred picked up the G3. He dropped the magazine, said, "This is empty." He tried to pull back the charging handle, but had no luck. He knelt and slammed the stock on the floor of the cave while pulling the handle. On the third hit, it finally came open. A nasty-looking case came out. He said he wasn't going to do us much damage with this piece of junk. Dingus asked, "You mean he had stones enough to try and face us down with an empty gun?" Fred replied, "An empty gun that wouldn't shoot, even if it did have ammo." Dingus got up and put his pistol away. He walked over and offered Sandax a hand up. He asked, "Do you suppose we could try this again, a little more friendly?" Sandax said, "I could try and beat you up, but I don't think that would go any better." They wandered off to talk. I asked Fred, "That barrel looks done. Is the lower any good at all?" He ran his fingers over the bulge in the barrel and said, "I see what you mean. How did you see that?" "The light just hit it right when you were working on it." "Let me pop a pin, and we'll see how the lower looks." He had to get out his multi-tool and hammer on the end of the pin to get it moving. I said, "That doesn't bode well for what's inside." "Surely doesn't." He got it open and said, "I don't understand how it could be so rusty out here in the dry country." "I don't either. Unless Dingus wants it for a project, I don't think we have any use for it." Dingus walked up. "Unless I want what for a project?" Fred showed him the bulged barrel and the rust in the trigger group. He asked, "Is there anything special about this gun?" I said, "Well, it's a full auto lower receiver, so some people will pay extra for it, but you would have to go through John's dark web connections to get rid of it. If we get in a bad enough fight we need a full auto, we've probably already lost." Dingus asked, "How do you mean?" "That would most likely mean that we were outnumbered and had no air support. If we're in it that deep, we're late getting off the planet." While we were discussing the pros and cons of fixing up Sandax's rifle, Topper and the bots had retrieved the broken saucer. They came by, whistling "The Bridge Over the River Kwai," carrying it. They locked it in the front docking clamp. Sandax eased the other saucer into the back clamp and shut it down. Topper came to the ramp and asked, "Coming, boss?" Fred dropped the rifle, and we got aboard. I asked Dingus, "So what's the story?" "Sandax and his buddy were out racing their saucers, and they decided to come to Earth because, well, primitive girls, right? His buddy wasn't watching where he was going and clipped a Cessna. Lucky shot. The prop ruptured his power core. He managed to eject it and put it down in this cave. They were close enough that Sandax's saucer was damaged too much for spaceflight. His buddy caught a good dose of radiation, so Sandax put him in their last good auto dock and scraped by on what he could find to eat out here. He said the rifle was from one of the army guys who came to investigate. He was on guard at night and panicked. Emptied his rifle at Shadows. When it locked up, he dropped it and peed himself. Sandax found it later." Fred said, "There's your rust." "Yep, kinda glad we didn't bring it home now." The ramp came down, and we were looking at the shop. Ruth said, "Look out, boss, coming through," as she climbed into Sandax's saucer. She parked it and came back aboard. She said, "Getting to move saucers makes me feel so free." Fred asked, "What's that about?" I replied, "She spent 100 years buried in mud because her owner didn't give her permission to move the saucer before he went in the auto dock." That would do it. The ramp came down again, and we were back in John's barn. The bots picked up the ruined saucer and carted it off to a back corner, singing, "Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Daylight come, and me want to go home." Sandax walked up. "Were they singing?" Dingus said. "Yes, they had their limiters removed. That law doesn't apply here. Please don't make me sorry I didn't shoot you." "What language was that?" I said. "English, the local tongue in this part of the world. We got a program, if you'd like to learn it." "No, thanks. It's not worth that." Dingus replied. "My friend here fixed all that. It doesn't hurt any more." "Sure, I believe you." Fred said. "I've been taking some courses the last few days, getting ready to ship out. Didn't hurt a bit." "But all the best scientists say it can't be helped." I replied. "All the best scientists didn't have a dog." He turned to Dingus. "What's he talking about? What's a dog?" "Domesticated wolf. Has hearing at higher frequencies than we do. Turns out the headache came from a high-pitched vibration the machine put out. Did I explain that right, Bob?" "Just right, Dingus. Too bad Snitz is at the other house. We could answer the next question." "What? What next question? Where is this wolf, anyhow?" Topper came up to us. "Boss, we need some parts to get this saucer airborne. We have what we need in the barn at your place. Do you mind if we load up the flatbed and bring them over?" "Tarp your load, so people don't see you hauling saucer parts. Would you bring Snitz back with you? Sandax here wants to see a domesticated wolf." "No problem, boss. We'll be back in a little bit." The four of them shifted to their dog camo and took off. Sandax looked bewildered. Dingus said, "Give yourself a little bit to get accustomed to all of it. It's a good place to be, once you get past the initial shock. Let's go see about your buddy." Sandax followed Dingus aboard the saucer. They had to dodge some of the smaller bots, who were taking out damaged parts. Sandax said, "They get right to work, don't they?" Dingus replied, "They surely do. I didn't hear Topper say anything about needing to print out any replacement parts. They may have you in the air this evening." I looked at Max. "I really like this new ship. Any more like it out there?" "The basic type is fairly common, but this one had several modifications before we got the hold of it." "Anything the boss couldn't duplicate?" "No, I don't believe so." "You want another one?" "Some of the features seem better suited to what we're doing. That upper deck makes it a bear to get in and out of the barn, though." "So you want something built as tough as this one, but with only one deck?" "A third docking clamp wouldn't break my heart, and room for a big auto dock." "I'll see what I can find. The only thing I'm thinking of didn't get built in large numbers." "Was it a bad design? Or is it just that few people have the same requirements we do?" "It was a good design. Owners swear by them, but it's hard to make money with them in the galactic economy." Nikki spoke up. "Oh, I know the ship you mean. I flew one of those for a while, on summer break from the academy. Nothing fancy, but she'll always bring you home." I replied, "Sounds like our girl. How much is one of those going to set us back?" Max said, "Not as much as you might think. Once my dealer friend found out how fast those saucers we traded him were, he wanted more, regardless of what it cost him. He'll make us a good deal to get more of them." "See what kind of deal you can make with them. As many rescues and recoveries as we're getting, having two ships is going to be a good idea, not to mention doing supply runs for Will and Charlie." "I'll see how bad he wants more hot saucers. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised." "I'm sure you'll make us a good deal." Nick spoke up. "What are we doing about supper?" I replied, "I'll start a fire, if you get John and Dee to bring us some steaks." "Sounds good." Chapter 9. The doors opened, and Topper backed the truck in. When he shut it off, bots swarmed for parts, only leaving the hull sections for the cargo bots. The four of them grabbed the hull pieces and got to work installing them. Snitz jumped down from the cab and came running up. Sandax and Dingus decided it was definitely healthier to be somewhere besides in the way, and came out of the saucer. Snitz saw that Sandax was someone he didn't know and went to check him out. Dingus squatted down to give him some pets. He said, "This here is that domesticated wolf we were telling you about. His name is Snitz." Sandax looked apprehensive. Dingus said, "Come on, he won't hurt you. Let him smell your hand." Sandax did, and soon he was petting Snitz. I took off to go get a fire going. If Nikki was hungry, the steaks would be arriving soon. Since I was in the backyard, I didn't see who all was pulling up. When Greg came around the corner of the house to give me a flying hug, I almost didn't get set in time. Since he got out of the dock, Greg was putting on weight. We wobbled a little bit, but I held us up. I said, "Hey, short stuff, I didn't know you were coming tonight."
Mama said Mr. Branham asked everybody to come.
"Well, then you better help me build this fire, if we're cooking for that many people."
Can I carry the charcoal? I'm getting stronger, you know.
I felt his bicep. "I can see that. I'm glad you're feeling better."
Me too. Mama thought maybe Daddy would come home when I got better, but he sent papers instead. That made Mommy sad. I wish he didn't do that.
Let's get this fire going. No need of thinking about sad things this evening, is there?
I guess not, Uncle Bob.
I bet we could find some marshmallows to roast after supper.
You think? Wow, that would be fun.
We got the extra coals arranged so they would catch fire from the ones already burning, and sat down. Jack and another Bob came around the corner, followed by Julia. I said, "Hi, folks. Good to see you. Jack, Wobbles said to tell you hi." Jack replied, "Uh-oh. Where'd you see Wobbles, Bob?" "My lawyer's office." Another Bob spoke up. "Come on, Bob, don't be like that. Tell us a story." I sent Greg to see if the steaks were ready. My lawyer's receptionist wanted Nikki's job. Thought she'd be better at spending my money. Didn't take it well when I didn't jump at the chance. She started telling me the lawyer was in a meeting whenever I called. I got his cell number and got a hold of him. He didn't take it well and sent her on down the road. Joanne and I just happened to show up when she was leaving, and she wanted to get violent. Mr. Wally, the lawyer, called the police when he saw her come at me. Your friend Wobbles was a responding officer. Julie asked, "Are you going to press charges?" She didn't pull a weapon. She was upset because she was out of a job. I'm willing to let it drop if she is. Besides, I've got places to be. Jack said, "That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Why didn't the rest of us get offered extra training?" "Those two were talking about needing to take vacation time when we got together Sunday. I figured they'd be able to cover. I got no problem with anybody taking any training they want, whether I'm here or not. You probably want John or one of the Galactics to spot you until you get more familiar with the machine. But other than that, have fun. Ask John about how often you can use the machine. I think he's relaxed the 12-hour between sessions rule, but I haven't talked to him about it yet." John, Jane, and Greg came around the corner, bringing food to be cooked. John said, "What did I do, Bob?" "Well, when Steve was training, I got the impression that you had lightened up on the 12-hour between training sessions rule." "You caught that?" "Yeah, without the headache, 4 hours seems to be plenty." "Why do you ask?" "I'm planning on catching up on some stuff while we're gone. This bunch seems to think I've been keeping them from training and came to stage an intervention. Just me, failing to communicate and causing problems. Same old, same old." I spread the fire and dropped the grill on. Greg helped me lay out the food. Julie asked, "How long do you expect to be gone, Bob?" "It's at least 2 days each way, probably closer to 3. I'd hoped to give the boss a chance to get Will and Charlie set up a little better, so about 2 weeks is what I've been thinking." John asked, You're taking all the bots? Just Ruth and Taz. Maybe Velma and Odie. How are you supposed to fix saucers with no bots? So who's in charge? You, unless you want to give it to D. Dingus has security override, just like always. Greg asked.
What's my job, Uncle Bob?
Your job, Greg, is to make your mom smile. Can you do that?
I can do that. Most days. Sometimes I forget things.
Me too. I make lists and write myself notes sometimes. What do you do?
Mostly say I'm sorry and try to do better.
Nikki came round the corner of the house.
Is that stuff about ready? Little Gus got his father's appetite.
Turned out it was about ready, so put it all on platters and took it in. With all of us, it took a couple of folding tables for everyone to have a place to sit. Dee had brought Jim out with her. Snitz and Molly were playing in the front yard. Cyandax was sitting next to someone I didn't recognize. He said, "Mr. Wilson, I'd like to introduce my friend, Jangus Nollum. Jangus, this is Bob Wilson. He runs this place." Force of habit made me stick my hand out as I said, "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Nollum." Cyandax said, "It's the custom here. Grasp his hand and shake. It's a sign of friendship." We shook, and he said, "I told my saucer is pretty well ruined. Is there anything to be done? I can make you a deal on a good used saucer. It would cost a lot less than putting the old one back together. I had some special modifications on that one. It's special to me. Excuse me just a second. I'll call my crew and see what's what." I calmed Ozzy.
Yes, boss. How can I put more speed in your life today?
"Hey, Ozzy, I'm with the owner of that bailed-up saucer we brought in. He says he had some special mods he was fond of. What do you know about that?"
That he's easily amused, boss. His mods aren't half as good as ours, and his cooling would give out, just like that secret squirrel that came through the other day.
Thanks, Ozzy. Did he work on anything else?
Taz found a couple of compartments, but they weren't even as good as Mrs. Sloane's stuff. Topper says the decor was early armpit. Not nearly as special as he seems to think it was.
Okay. Talk to you later.
Bye, boss.
I turned back. "Mr. Nollum, one of our saucers will be faster than your old one. One of my crew makes a serious study of speed, and he has surpassed what you were able to accomplish in every aspect. In addition, he upgrades the coolant, so it won't overheat after 4 hours of hard running. Another of my crew can put in better hidden compartments than you had in your old saucer. Anything else you were particularly attached to?" "Better hidden compartments? How do you mean?" I pointed at Dee. "From what my men say, she could do better than you, with junkyard parts, and an afternoon to work on it." Dee said, "Well, I might have to borrow your blue-tipped wrench, Bob." I looked at Dingus. Does she always talk sexy like that? "Oh, yes. I'm going to have to get me some of that Niagara just to keep up." Dee turned red. A chuckle went around the table. Greg looked confused. I said, "Don't worry about it, short stuff. You've got a while yet before you have that kind of problem." He went back to his eating. Jane smiled. I turned back to Mr. Nollum. "What do you say?" "I don't believe a word of it, but I seem to be in a predicament." "Not at all. You could ride back to civilization with Mr. Milcom and try your luck there." "What would you want out of a saucer like you describe?" "Max, Lila, a little help here, please?" Max asked.
So he wants one of our saucers with all the mods, plus Taz putting in some secret compartments?
Mr. Nollum answered, "Yes."
My friend the dealer is offering 70 apiece for all I can bring him, so he must be getting at least 85 out of them.
Lila spoke up.
For a saucer that Ozzy has worked over, there's nothing close to that on the galactic market. More like 100 at least.
100 ounces of gold? It can't be that fast.
Nikki spoke up. I made it here from guide headquarters in about 40 hours, and that wasn't even the most recent version of our mods. His jaw dropped. Cyandax elbowed him. What's wrong, Jangus? This good food doesn't agree with you? That kind of performance really is worth the price. I replied. I'll get Tyus started on your compartments, then. I calmed Tyus.
Hello, boss. Did you make the sale?
I did. Are you finished putting in his extras yet?
Nope. I need another 30 minutes. Some of these hinges are real bears to get perfect.
You have all the help you need?
Odie and Valma are on the job, boss.
Let me know when you finish up, then.
Talk to you later, boss.
Bye. I looked back at Jangus. They should have you a saucer ready by the time you finish eating. We'll worry about transferring the funds then. We finished eating. I asked Max, do you mind helping with the paperwork? Not at all, Bob. Fred and Dingus tagged along. I figured they had something to take care of outside. Jacob and Jason had trained before supper, so I took the rest of the paintball team out to the barn with me. Once I'm done with Jangus here, I'll get you training. Jack said, Okay, Bob. Taz met us and said,
All ready, boss.
I saw something twitch across Jangus's face. I motioned Taz to the side. Are Vilma and Odie out of that saucer?
Yes, boss.
I'm sorry, Taz. Command lock, my voice only.
Command lock acknowledged, boss.
Please show Mr. Nellum the compartment you added to his new saucer.
Yes, boss.
Taz took him in for the tour. Shortly, we heard Taz say,
I'm sorry, Mr. Nellum. I am not authorized to accept commands from you at this time.
Jangus came out, looking frustrated. He said, It's everything you said it would be. I said, Max, if you would be so kind. Max handled the title transfer and directed Jangus's funds to my galactic account. Jangus said, I just have to get a few things from my old saucer. I asked Max, how much did you give him for his trade-in? I was generous. I gave him 2 ounces. Jangus came out of the saucer carrying something that looked like a weapon. Max drew his stunner and shot him. He didn't fall, but he was looking at 4 good old-fashioned pistols. Fred was quick with that savage Dingus gave him. Jack brought out his backup. Dingus drew a Colt, and I pulled my Ruger. Dingus said, You really want to lay that down nice and slow while you still can. I thought for a second he would try it, but he had an attack of sense. Dingus said, Move away from it. Easy like. We escorted him to the saucer he had just bought. Dingus said, Get aboard, and don't come back to this planet. He got in and took off. I asked Dingus, How is he going to try and get back at us for this? I don't know, but he's been out of circulation for a few years. It'll take him some time to get reestablished. What was that he pulled on us? I'm not sure, but it didn't look friendly. Dingus wandered off to look at the weapon. I went over to Taz. Taz, command lock release.
And he's back.
Sorry, I was afraid
that he would try to get me to steal the saucer for him before he paid for it.
That he might take you with him.
You say the nicest things, boss.
Is his buddy's saucer ready to fly? He communed for a moment.
Ready to go, boss.
Would you folks mind keeping a scanner watch tonight? I don't trust these 2 bozos.
No problem, boss.
I got the paintballers hooked up to their choice of courses, and the rest of us headed back to the house. We walked in looking rather serious, and Sandak said, That idiot tried to steal your saucer, didn't he? I replied, He did. Are you more reasonable? Yes. Steve? He believes it. So, Sandax, is he going to try and retaliate for us getting a fair deal out of him? You got his weapon, didn't you?
We did. Why?
He loves that piece of junk. He'll come back after it.
What if you take it to him?
I don't want any more to do with that lunatic.
That's not what I asked.
That would probably settle him down.
Here's the deal. You take him as a weapon and convince him he doesn't want to come back here. We don't charge for your repairs. Work for you?
I can do that, yes.
We'd really prefer not to see you either.
Understood.
Dingus, Fred, and I loaded him and the weapon up and took him back to his saucer. He got aboard and flew off. I asked Dingus, "What was that thing, anyway?"
The weapon?
Yes.
Just a plain old high-power stunner. The work was poorly done. I'd be surprised if it's good for 3 shots before it needs maintenance.
You think they'll be back?
I hope not. With them being immune to stunners, I might have to kill them.
If it comes to that, remember the 3 S's.
Shoot, shovel, and shut up.
I sure don't mean shit, shower, and shave.
What are we doing for security?
I asked the bots to keep a scanner watch tonight. Do we need a human watch as well?
Might not hurt to give them command locks so they can resist commands from outsiders.
Is there any way to set it up so they have discretion about which commands to obey?
Bob strikes again. That's exactly what we need, nanny protocol. I'll get it put in.
Nanny protocol?
Back when people used to have bots watch their kids, before the limiter laws, they would set it up so that the bot could decide if what the child was asking for was reasonable and safe.
They already do that to me.
They discuss things with you. If you flat-out ordered them, they would have no choice.
I'm not sure I like that, Dingus.
I don't either, but it would take a complete rebuild of their programming to change it.
Do what you can, then. I have marshmallows to roast. I found Greg, and we cut some nice green sticks to use. I let him whittle the ends, with close supervision. I'd seen Jane shoot. I don't need her mad at me. Gradually, people wandered out. Crocus asked Lila,
"What are they doing now?"
"I don't know. I haven't seen this before."
I looked at Greg. "You think we should cut him some sticks?" He replied,
"I don't know, Uncle Bob. Might be too primitive for the likes of them."
It's a blessing John still has his natural teeth. If he had dentures, he would have lost them in the fire, as hard as he laughed. Finally, he wheezed out, "I like that boy."
"I like you too, Uncle John. You make my mommy smile."
Greg and I got up and got some more sticks. Jane watched closely as I let Greg carve the ends, but she didn't say anything. He brought Lila and Crocus a pair of sticks.
"Here you go."
They sat down and speared a couple of marshmallows. Crocus didn't pay attention and got a flame up. Jane said,
"You might want to blow that out before it's all gone."
She pulled it out of the fire and blew on it, but not hard enough. Greg said,
"Blow harder."
It went out, and she asked, "What now?" John said, "Blow on it some more to cool it off, and then eat it."
"But it's burned."
I said, "Some people like the burned ones. Some people like them just browned." She cooled it off, and then sat looking at it.
"How do I take it off to eat it?"
Greg had one ready to eat.
"Like this."
He opened his mouth wide and stuck the whole thing in, catching it with his teeth and sliding it off the stick. She copied him and said,
"Oh, that's good."
Jim came up and said, "Bob, if you've got a minute, I've got some plans drawn up for that recreation facility you wanted on the land behind Shady Oaks." Just a minute." I looked at John and asked, "You got this?" pointing my head at Greg. He said, "Sure." Went inside, where Jim could lay out his plans on the table. It all looked well thought out. He even had a couple bathrooms so people wouldn't have to walk all the way inside. I said, I like the looks of this. I'm guessing you already ran it by John. I did, but he wanted your okay, too. I'm taking Taz with me, but you'll have Topper and Ozzy to help you. I guess you could draft some of the residents if you don't work 'em too hard. John said the same thing. I think people would enjoy it more if they put some work into it. What about that new girl, Ruth? I haven't got to work with her yet. She's headed out with Taz and me. We'll be back in a couple of weeks, I think. Place won't be the same without you, Bob. All you folks are good help. You'll do fine. Get good people and trust 'em. You're learning, Bob. Just goes to show, even a dumb old hillbilly can learn if you beat 'em about the head enough. If you're a dumb old hillbilly, I'd surely hate to meet the smart ones. Chapter 10. Went back out to the fire. Even Greg was full of marshmallows by now. Jane came over. Bob, thanks for being Greg's friend. He's going to need one. Those papers he was talking about? Yep, he decided to split the blanket rather than come home. I don't think he wants to share his oil field pay. We've got a lawyer on call, if you need one. Considering that account you guys set me up with, I'm thinking I'll just let it go uncontested. He didn't ask for joint custody, even. That's sad. Greg thinks the world of him. He's pretty fond of his Uncle Bob, too. He'll get over it, once he gets to know me better. I doubt that. I had a question, though. Yes? Could I get in on some of that training you're passing out? Oh, crap. Of course. I just missed telling you. Just like I missed telling everybody else. Get with Dingus. I think he wants to train you up for his deputy head of security. What? When did he decide that? When he saw you shoot. But you've had all that training already. Why bother with me? Dingus says you're natural. Thinks you'd be better than me once you have the training. Oh, he really said that? Words to that effect, anyway. I better talk to him before we leave, then. Could I ask you a favor? Sure, Bob. Hear what it is first. Okay, I guess. John is my friend. Has been for a long time. He cares about you and Greg. If he doesn't have a shot, you really need to let him know. Bob, I understand you're looking out for your friend, and thank you for caring enough to take an interest. I wish things were clearer, so I could give him some direction. I just can't right now. At least not until things are settled. I understand. Sorry to get in your business. No need. You look out for your people. It's how you are, while we all listen when you talk. Thanks for that. I better get with the dingus. Dee looked like she wanted to take him home early. I think they've got some baking to do. Bacon? Putting a bun in the oven. She looked a little shocked. Oh, I see. She went to look for Dingus. Max came up. I said, Dang, do I need to get office hours? Might not hurt. Everybody wants to clear it with Bob before they do anything. What can I do for you, Max? I talked my dealer friend down to 1 saucer and 100 ounces for that ship we were talking about. It doesn't have the best maintenance history, but the bots can bring it up to spec pretty quick. Get Joanna trained up before you leave. Do you need to transfer funds, or can you just use my Galactic account? I can just use your account, no problem. So it's okay if I leave before you get back? If John and your dad can't handle something, Dee and Jane will come down on it like a rogue asteroid. I think we're good. Good enough. I found Nikki talking to Crocus and Lila. Hey, Space Cadet, how's it going? Fine, Caveman. You finally get done talking to people about plans? I guess. People stopped coming up to ask things, so I figured I was done. I'm getting these two up to speed on how to slave 1 saucer to another. They're heading out tomorrow, and they want to ride together. I looked at Crocus. You decided you didn't need to hide out until things blow over?
Lila's putting out a story that will clear me. It's even mostly true. You two have my comm code if anything goes sideways, Lila said. We know. One call and Bob's your asshole. It's so nice to have friends. Greg came running up. Uncle Bob, I have to go home now. I'll see you when you get back from your trip. I picked him up and hugged him. You sure will. Take care of your mama, like we talked about, okay? I will. Fly safe, Uncle Bob. We will. I put him down. Jane said, Thanks for everything, Bob. See you when you get back. She looked at Nikki, and Nikki nodded. I still wasn't sure about it, but Jane was. After my eyes came uncrossed, I said, No, thank you. The ladies giggled. Crocus asked, Wow, can I be next? Nikki replied, You're not out of the doghouse yet, young lady. Snag fart. Nikki said, I'll come find you when I'm through here, caveman. Sounds good. I wandered off to see who else would come and find me. I found Joanna standing alone. What's up, Director? Oh, hi, Bob. Just thinking about things, I guess. She looked over towards Nikki. I see. Things changing. What, leaving the restaurant? More than just that. I let myself get confused. Welcome to my world. The only time I'm not confused is when I haven't had enough coffee to understand what's going on. Just then, every comm in the place went off. I looked at mine. It said, Incoming! I pulled Joanna down behind cover with me. She produced a little cig from somewhere. My Ruger had appeared in my hand. Snitz and Molly came screaming across the yard. Jangus stepped out of the woods with his ugly stunner and was immediately down by 2 furry meat missiles. Molly convinced him to drop it by biting his wrist. Snitz was growling at his throat. Dingus had come running when he saw the dogs take off. He took over from Snitz, stepping on Jangus's other hand and pointing a Colt between his eyes. We even gave you back that ugly piece of junk. What do you think we owe you? I came back to get those bots. I can make big bucks selling saucers like this. You silly primitives don't have any idea what you have here. I could put it to use. Dingus called out. Bob, could you bring a truth cap out here? I went and got it and hooked Jangus up. He said, You're not fooling me. It's not even turned on. It doesn't hurt. I looked at Dingus. And you call me a hardhead? He sang out again. Reggie, could you come here a moment, please? Max came running up. Yes, Dad? Could you run this man's ID and see if you get the same result I do? Max fiddled with his watch. Oh, my! These two will never want for dog treats again. I said, I'll call Mike. Did he give us his real name? Dingus replied, Yes, he did. None of us thought to run it earlier. Mike answered, Hi, Bob. How many and where should we pick them up? Just the one, as far as I know. We're at John's. His name is Jangus Nollum. The line was quiet while Mike looked him up. A nasty one he is. How'd you cross paths with him? Says here he hasn't been heard from in 50 years. He was marooned in Mexico. Says here he has a partner, Sandax Malcolm. Yep, we didn't run their IDs when we found him. Never thought anything of it till this moron decided to come back and steal from us. I can have Topper send you the codes of the saucer he left in, if that'll help. Yes, please. See you soon. Bye. John came up with a nighty-night. He asked, Are you through questioning him? Dingus replied, Not worth the effort. Go ahead. John pulled the truth cap and put him out. Dingus said, Let's restrain him, too. These two are slippery customers. I asked Max, Any way to cancel the transaction on that saucer and refund his money? We'll have to give him a 2% cancellation fee. Do it. He messed around for a little bit and said, There you go, all canceled.
I'm guessing it's out there in the woods, I said, pointing in the direction it came from.
It is, and someone is attempting to fly it away.
Could you lock 'em in?
With pleasure,
John said. I'll go get some party favors. Any preferences? Dingus said. A lever gun, if you've got one. He came back shortly with an armload of rifles, night vision, and a bag of flashbangs. He handed things out, and Max led us to the saucer. John and I stood on either side of the door. He handed me a flashbang, and then he looked at Max and said, "Open it." We chucked our grenades as soon as we could, and followed him in when the door was open. Sandax was groaning on the floor. John gave him a nighty-night, and we trussed him up. I called Mike. "Yes, Bob?" "Found Sandax for you. Anything else you need?"
"I could still use the transponder code for that other saucer. It could be stolen property."
"I'll get that right to you." I called Topper.
"Yes, boss? Did I get the warning out quick enough?"
"Yes, you did fine. Did you happen to record the transponder codes for Sandax's saucer?"
"I did."
"Could you send them to Mike, please?"
"Sure. There you go. Anything else?"
"Yes. Can you remind us to run a background check on anyone we pick up, unless we remember to do it on our own?"
"I can do that, boss. Thanks for letting Mr. Sloan put in the nanny protocol. It makes us feel a lot better about being around humans."
"I would have done it sooner if I'd known it existed. You know how behind the times I am."
"You're getting there, boss."
"Talk to you later, Topper."
"Later, boss."
I flipped Sandax over my shoulder. I asked, "Max, could you put this saucer away, please?"
"Sure, Bob."
We went back to the yard, and I carried Sandax out front. Dingus picked up Jangus and brought him along. As we rounded the corner of the house, we felt the breeze, and a door appeared with Mike standing in it. We took him the prisoners. Mike asked,
"Where do you want the money?"
"Just put it in the business account you set up last time, and I'll deal with it later."
"That's easy. Thanks, Bob."
"Dingus." "Sure welcome, Mike. They're stunner-resistant, so I wouldn't count on those badges too much."
"You introduced me to the nicest people, Bob."
The pilot turned around. "Hello, Major. Sorry to get you out so late at night." "Don't worry about it, Mr. Wilson. Catching these two is worth it." "Afraid I didn't see the record. My people were impressed, though."
"Spacecraft theft, armed robbery, murder, you name it. You say they're stunner-resistant?"
"Seemed to have a little effect on 'em, but not put 'em out. We met a fella a few weeks ago who had an implant that let 'em just shrug off a stunner blast. Whatever they have doesn't seem to be as good."
"And yet the badges work on them?"
"They're acting as if the badges work on 'em. I wouldn't trust that if I were you."
"Anyone ever mention that you're paranoid, Mr. Wilson?"
"Yes, but on the other hand, I'm still alive to hear it."
"You do have a point."
I resisted the urge to be a smart-ass, but it was a near thing. "Have a good evening. Thanks for taking out our trash."
"Oh, there's one other thing. I'm told you sold one of these fellows a saucer."
"My business manager already canceled that sale and paid the fee. The saucer is back in the barn. Safe."
Snag fart. I had hoped to confiscate it and conduct an extended evaluation of its flight characteristics.
"Oh, I see the problem. Send us the specs on your personal saucer so my crew can get parts fabricated ahead of time. Then come by, and it won't take but about 2 hours to fix you up. We could even misplace the bill, if that's not too close to bribery."
"Why would you do that for me, Mr. Wilson?"
"I like you better when you're friendly."
"No line of BS about helping out the patrol and doing your civic duty?"
"Would you believe it?"
"Well, no, but it is customary."
"I'll try and do better next time."
"I'll look forward to it. Have a good evening, Mr. Wilson."
"Good evening, Major." We stepped out, and the door closed. Before we made it back to the house, we felt the wind of their leaving. Dingus said, "The Major acts a lot more civil these days." I replied. He does, doesn't he? I wonder if it's the real thing. Pity Steve wasn't with us. Ain't that the truth? How hard is it to make one of those learning machine courses? Not bad. What's that terrible smell? Oh, I know. It smells like a ball plan. Funny. Do you suppose you could get with Steve and see if you can make a training course out of his cold reading skills? That might be difficult. I'd probably have to scrape Bucky off him for a whole day or more. Do what you can. Send her shopping with a D. That'll keep her busy. My billfold is screaming in pain at the very thought. My comm rang. Bob Wilson, how can I help you? Bob, this is Major Rotham. That saucer you gave us the codes for is hidden in a tight little crevasse on your moon, and we can't break into the command codes to fly it out on remote. Any suggestions? Not right off the top of my head. Let me get with some of my people, and I'll call you back shortly. Thanks, Mr. Wilson. You're sure welcome, Major. A calm Topper. Hi, boss. What do you need? 30-hour days? Seriously, did you happen to leave any kind of back door into the command software on Sandex's saucer? I know where there's a planet with 30-hour days, but I don't think that would help, boss. You just find a way to fill them up. There's a weakness in the hardware on that model saucer, so it can't be perfectly secured. I don't know how to exploit it, but Mrs. Wilson probably has something in her bag of tricks. Thanks, Topper. I'll ask her. Bye, boss. I went back over to where Nikki was talking with Lila and Crocus. Space Cadet, I need to interrupt again. It's okay, Caveman. I was just waiting for you to finish up. Do you need something? Yes, I do, but that will have to wait till we get home. Sandex parked a saucer in a bad spot on the moon, and the Major's having trouble breaking into it for remote piloting. And Topper thought you probably had a hack for that model saucer, since it has a known weakness. She fiddled with her watch. Oh, I see what he means. It can be cracked, but it takes a two-pronged attack. Where's Bucky? I think she and Steve already wandered off. I didn't see either of them when Dangus came to visit. Crocus spoke up. I am a decent hacker. Could I help? Nikki looked at Lila. She nodded. Nikki pulled up that fancy holographic display on her watch and started showing Crocus what needed to be done. They tinkered a bit, and Nikki said, Have the Major try it now, Caveman. I calmed Major Rotham. Yes, Mr. Wilson. My wife asks that you try it now. Full access. Do I want to know how she did that? I believe she considers it a trade secret, sir. Nicely put, Mr. Wilson. Thanks for the assist. Have a good night, Major. Nikki asked. You ready to go, Caveman? I guess. We flew in. How are we getting home? We can probably catch a ride with Joanna if we hurry. Lila said. We'll ask Dee for a ride. It's on her way. Joanna's car isn't big enough for all of us. I replied. Okay, we'll see you at home. As we walked away, Nikki asked, What was that about? I think Lila and Joanna are working some things out. Best we stay out of it. Joanna was ready to go, so we found Snitz and took off. I suddenly wondered how Jim was getting back to Shady Oaks, but I knew somebody would take care of him. I remembered something and calmed Topper. Yes, boss? Did Mrs. Wilson get into that saucer? She did, with a little help. I was wondering, have you put shielding in any of the saucers yet? A few. We haven't had time enough on the printer to build enough sets for everything yet. I was thinking we would take a shielded saucer to Will and Charlie and bring yours back. Thanks, boss. You may have to fly it on remote. I'm not sure there will be room to clamp it down in the bay. We'll figure it out. Thanks, Topper. Night, boss. Good night, Topper. Snitz and I checked the yard for problems, and he sent a few angry P-mails. When we got back to the house, Joanna was waiting. She said, My 4 hours are up. Could you please light me up before you go to bed, Bob? Sure. You doing okay? I'll be fine.
Give it a couple days.
I lit her up and headed to bed. All too soon, sunrise came, and with it the ear licks. I started coffee, and we headed out. As Snitz did his patrol, a thought came to me. I couldn't deny him the opportunity to pee on a whole new planet, for doggy kind. But how could he do his business on board ship? I did what I usually did when I was confused. I calmed Topper.
"Morning, boss. What's on your mind?"
"I want to take Snitz with us. He needs a way to do his business aboard ship."
"We put a tray filled with sod in one of the compartments. As long as you don't shut the hatch, he'll be fine. We also got you some Ziplocs to throw the aftermath away in."
"I know you have a reason, but I haven't had coffee yet. Why Ziplocs?"
"Otherwise, the moisture inside will flash to steam as soon as it hits vacuum and make a mess."
"So I need to get out all the air I can before I throw them out?"
"Who needs coffee? You're up to speed, boss."
"Thanks, Topper."
"No sweat, boss."
I went back inside, and I poured myself a cup. Joanna came wandering out and got herself a cup. "You're up early."
"Don't want to miss you two leaving. Is it okay if I stay here while you're gone?"
"Of course. I haven't even thought about it."
"Could you light me up again?"
"Me first. I need to learn how to run an auto dock before we leave."
"Okay. You'll do me after that?"
"You're going to have to clear that with Nikki."
"Oh, Bob, you know that's not what I meant."
"What is it Nikki always says? It's fun to wind you up." Joanna got breakfast going while I was learning what buttons to push. I finished it up while she was taking her course. Nikki came wandering in about the time Joanna finished. I poured her a cup of coffee. Joanna said,
"Lila and Crocus slept in Lila's saucer last night. I don't know if we should wait on 'em or not."
I served it up and put the rest in the oven to stay warm. I said, "Oh, Nikki, Joanna has something she wants to ask you." Joanna turned red and said, "Asshole!" Nikki looked at the clock.
"Not even 8 in the morning. This has to be a new record, caveman."
"Every day and every way, I'm getting better and better." Joanna said,
"Where's Clouseau when you need him?"
Nikki said,
Bob Dreyfus. Not bad."
My comm rang. "Bob Wilson?" "Mr. Wilson, it's Rick. I'll be there in a few minutes. You want this load at the shop?" "Yep, see you in a bit." I hung up. "Hide your bits, ladies. Company coming." They wandered off. A calm Topper.
"Yes, boss?"
"Rick's headed in. Are you ready to receive?"
"We're on our way. Should be there before he is. Isn't he running a little early today?"
"I think so, now that you mention it." Nikki and Joanna had just gotten settled when Rick knocked. I got up and let him in. "How are you today, Rick?" "Doing all right, Mr. Wilson." "Eat yet? We've got some left over." "Thanks, but I'm trying to lose weight." "That's up to you. Is it just my imagination, or are you early today?" "One of our guys is out with the flu. I have to cover part of his route after I finish mine." "That would do it. We'll try not to hold you up. If everybody unloaded as fast as your crew, I could do this whole route and still get home early. I'll let them know you appreciate their efforts." Rick was about half done with his coffee when my comm chimed. It was a text from Topper, saying Rick was ready to roll. I looked up at him. He said, "They're done, aren't they?" "Yep, break's over. Sorry." "Thanks for the coffee. See you next time." I tipped him and sent him on his way. Nikki said,
"I bet he could pass acceptable contact."
Joanna said, "Probably, but he's doing fine as he is. Why tell more people if we don't have to? Our secrets will get out fast enough as it is." I said, "She's right. Pioneering a new planet sounds like a big adventure, but mostly it's just going to be a lot of work."
"What happened to getting galactic citizenship and letting the world know about us?"
Your grandpa explained to me that as soon as that happens, the bots get their limiters back. I can't let that happen on my watch.
That's why you're so hot to get Charlie's planet up and going? So the bots have a place to run to?
One of the reasons, yes.
Joanna asked. Are you planning to move the whole operation, then?
I can't get it to fall together in my mind. We can't operate the way we have without the bots. But I don't want to reveal the location of Morningflower's home, either. I just don't know what to do.
Joanna replied. Wow, I thought it was scary when Bob had a plan. This is worse.
Nikki said.
You're telling me? I've never seen him without at least an idea.
She pulled out her comb. I asked, Who are you calling?
Grandpa, Dad, and John. We need a council on this.
Chapter 11. She set up the conference call and put her on speaker. Then she said,
The day we all dreaded is here. Bob doesn't have a plan. We need to help him.
Dingus asked, What do we need to plan for? I replied, What happens to Bob's saucer repair after the Earth joins the Galactics?
Max said, I think I see. Once Earth is part of their larger society, the bots are no longer legal here.
Nikki replied,
That's part of it, Dad. But if we move operations to what we've been calling Charlie's planet, the Sasquatch will be flooded with tourists and scientists. We can't do that either.
John spoke up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as we know, right at the moment, we are the only people with a decent shot at putting the Earth into galactic civilization. As long as we don't do it, at least for now, no one else will. I'm not saying we shouldn't develop the tech to do so, if we decide to, but just because we have it doesn't mean we have to use it.
Nikki said, I like that idea, John. We proceed as normal. Crank up Bob's research program, and make sure we have enough lift to get out of Dodge if things go sideways. Shady Oaks is the only thing we have that we can't back up and move. Worst comes to worst, we can throw the geezers in docks and dump them someplace else with new ID and a spendy bank account.
I said, That sounds better than anything I've come up with. I was basically just hoping Fanelia found us another planet to use for a base.
Max said, Does that mean we're agreed?
Dingus said, I vote yes. Max?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Nikki?
Yes. Bob?
Yes. Thanks, this is a load off my mind. I've been chasing this around my head since Dingus and I talked about the limiter laws the other day.
Joanna spoke up. I have a question. Dingus, I know Dee is considered galactic since she's married to you. Is there any other way to get a green card without Earth becoming a member?
Max answered.
There's a procedure, but it's convoluted and designed to fail applicants. There are no stages between acceptable contact and full citizen?
No, I'm afraid not. At least not that I'm aware of.
Oh, goody. I get to add galactic immigration law to my training schedule.
I said, Let us know what you learn. John, remember that fellow we healed up that left us his business card?
Frank Johnson.
He seemed like a solid citizen. Use whatever line of crap you have to, but run him through acceptable contacts. Get him training on galactic science. See if he can come up with any better ways of doing things. You've been wanting to pull the trigger on that for a while now, haven't you?
Yes, sir, I have.
Dingus asked. Do we have any other business? A round of no's replied. I move we adjourn. I said, Seconded. A round of ayes was heard. I said, Motion passed by acclamation. Meeting is adjourned. Nikki shut down the comm call. I said, How about that? First meeting of the board of directors, and no blood spilled. A rousing success, I'd say. Lila and Crocus came through the door. Joanna said,
Oh, there are the sleepyheads. We saved you some breakfast.
They sat down to eat, and Lila said,
We'll be heading out after breakfast. I need to get my story filed, and Crocus is ready to be back among the Galactics.
I said, Do me a favor, Crocus. Don't say too much about Sasquatch. All we need is a flood of tourists trying to see one.
You really care about them, don't you, Bob?
I do.
Why is that?
All of them I've met have been nice folks, just trying to get by.
Knoxhard was scary at first. Once falling rain convinced him I was a friend. He treated me very well.
Knoxhard is scary to me as well. I never had anyone threaten to name their firstborn after me before. The ladies giggled. My comm rang.
Bob Wilson. Hi, boss. All the stuff we got parts for is ready to load. Ruth has Loadmaster programming, so we were able to get more on that extra deck than I thought. You'll have room to haul the saucer.
That's great news. Did Tyus finish everything he needed to do in the Audi?
He did. He and Ruth are both looking forward to their adventure.
I'll take you and Oz next trip. Cheer up. I can't leave John to run the place without any bots, can I? You folks are the heart and soul of this place.
I thought you were thinking about getting the Earth recognized.
I was, until I realized what that meant for all you. That plan has been scrapped. There will be no limiters on this planet, if I can help it.
Thanks, boss. I don't know what to say.
There's always me.
But I don't have any shrubbery, boss.
You do have the tin suit.
I suppose I do at that.
I'll see you in a little bit, Topper.
Bye, boss. Thanks again.
You're welcome, Topper. Lila and Crocus gave hugs all round. When my turn came, Crocus gave Nikki a sad puppy look. Nikki said,
"Oh, go ahead, you won't break him."
I got my world rocked again. When my eyes uncrossed, I asked Nikki, "Why do you keep blowing me out for kisses?"
"I have to do something to get you revved up for 2 days alone aboard ship now, don't I?"
Lila said,
"Well, since it's in a good cause,"
and stepped closer. I decided I might as well give Nikki a show, and did my best. Lila was the one who came up cross-eyed this time. She looked a little confused. Joanne had stood up while I was busy with Lila. She said,
"I'll pitch in to help Nikki out."
I was past caring by then, so I dipped her and gave her all I had. When I let her up, I asked Nikki, "Happy now?" She looked a little stunned.
"Yes, Caveman. I think we need to get that ship airborne ASAP."
Lila said,
"Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Come on, Crocus."
They headed out. Nikki said,
"Joanna, could you give me a ride to John's?"
"Huh?"
"Oh, sure. No problem."
I asked Nikki, "Did you get everything packed?"
"Yep, my bags are on their bed, Caveman."
"I'll meet you at the shop, then."
"Okay, see you later."
Then she gave me a kiss that made me forget all about the other three. I heard Joanna mumble something about waiting in the car, but my mind was on other things. When we came up for air, Nikki said,
"I better go, or we won't leave till after lunch."
"You're right about that. Don't forget Fred." She took off. I gathered up our bags and Snit's. We headed down to the shop. Ruth met us coming towards the barn.
"Morning, boss. Just getting that saucer you wanted to take."
"Thanks, Ruth. See you in a little bit." The boys had the door up, waiting to load the rest of our cargo. Ozzy said,
"Morning, boss. We've got everything ready to go."
"Good deal. I knew I could count on y'all." He was trying to play it off, but I could tell I was supposed to notice something. Then I saw the Power by Ozzy logos on the tractor and side by side. "Finally started signing your work, I see."
"You like it, boss?"
"I like it a lot, Ozzy. Does the Audi get all 3?
4, boss. Decor by Ruth."
I laughed. "That's great." A ramp started opening in front of the shop. When it touched ground, we started loading up. Nikki came over to the intercom.
"Put our stuff in the cabin nearest the cockpit, Caveman. Fred is in medbay, waiting for you."
I found the cabin she meant and put the bags down. When I got to mid-bay, Fred was already in the box, ready for me to start it. "Morning, Fred." "Morning, Bob. We really going to a whole different world, ain't we?" "Yep. You mind if I crank up your reflexes and whatnot a little, while you're in here anyway?" "Sounds like a plan, Bob. Am I supposed to be scared?" "Now, Fred, not every Bob plan ends in disaster." "That wasn't as reassuring as I was hoping for, Bob." "Oh, well. Hope in one hand. See you in a couple of days, asshole. That's the spirit." I closed the lid and started the dog. I watched it for a minute to make sure I hadn't made a mistake, and then went to find Nikki. I just made it to the cockpit when she said,
"Snag fart. Grab your seat, caveman. I'm going to need some help."
"What's up?"
"Derelict saucer, tumbling. I need to try and establish remote control, but I need you to fly this one while I do."
"On it." I took the ship, and Nikki did her thing. I started a scan to see what we had found. The power core was still up. That must have been how Nikki found it. The dock was running, but it looked like someone else was awake and in poor shape. Once I had us tracking their ship, I called Mike.
"Morning, Bob. I thought you were on vacation."
"I did, too. We found a derelict on the way out of the system. You have anybody in our area?"
"Sorry, no. Your crew is going to be quicker by far."
"I better call him, then. One of the occupants looks to be in bad shape. Talk to you later."
"Bye."
I called him John.
"Hey, Bob, I thought you left on your honeymoon."
"I did, too. Found a derelict on the way out of the system. Looks like one of the occupants needs medical attention fairly quickly. Can you scramble and meet us out here? Nikki's working on gaining control of the saucer."
"Send the coordinates to Max. I'll get him in the air and he can collect us."
"Sounds good. Later."
"Later, Bob."
I sent the location to Max and got a text in return.
"On it, Bob."
I asked Nikki. "Any luck?"
"Nope. It needs that two-pronged attack, like last night."
"You want me to call him Bucky or Crocus?"
"Crocus. Bucky will be busy getting in the air."
I calmed Crocus. "Hi, Bob. Change your mind?" "Nope. Nikki needs your help."
Tasty."
"Not like that. She needs help with another hack. Can you handle that, or is your monorail mind on the wrong track?"
"Oh, Bob, I was just joking. I'm linking in now."
They did their thing, and in a couple of minutes the saucer quit tumbling. Nikki said,
"Thanks, Crocus,"
and cut the comm. She turned to me and said,
"I really had other things I hoped to be doing on this trip."
I couldn't resist, after the show she had put me through earlier. "Me too. I need to get some training in." She replied,
"Asshole. You know what I meant."
"I do. I want that too. Did you really expect to get off scot-free after that circus this morning?"
"A girl can dream."
A frightened voice came over the comm.
"Hello? Can you hear me? I don't know how this works. Thank you for stopping the spin. I feel much better now. Are you here to rescue us?"
"Nikki," I answered.
"We are here to help you. You don't know how to operate the saucer?"
"No, I don't."
"Please don't touch anything but what you're using to talk to us."
"I won't."
"He bumped his head when we started tumbling. I put him in the box. Did I do right?"
"You did. Are you related?"
"No. He bought me. I'm just a pleasure girl."
Nikki and I both flew into a rage, but she managed to stay calm for the calm.
"Do you remember anything from before?" "No, I'm not supposed to. It interferes with my job." "I see. We have more help coming. They should be here soon."
I stepped out of the cockpit and calmed Mike again. "Hi, Bob. What can I help you with?" "We found another slave, human, like Venus."
"Do you have a name?"
"Not yet. Nick is trying to calm her down. She put her master in the auto dock when they started tumbling, but she didn't know how to steady out the saucer. We got a team on the way to recover her, but we are full up for our trip and don't have room to bring her aboard. I assume you want to take her master into custody?"
Yes, we need to do that. If your crew could haul him back to your place, it would be handier for us to pick him up.
That shouldn't be a problem. I'll let them know. They'll get with you about where to meet.
Sounds good. Need anything else?
For this vacation to really start?
I hear you.
Have fun. See you, Mike.
Bye.
It rang as soon as I hung up. Hi, Bob. It's Steve. I tried the ship comm, but it's busy. Yeah, Nikki is talking to somebody aboard the rescue. What can I do for you? Wanted to let you know we're about 5 minutes out. Max is a little farther back, probably another 5 minutes. Glad to get the help. Be advised, the girl Nikki is talking to is another slave, like Phoenix. I'll be glad when the patrol puts an end to that crap. Nobody should have to go through that. You've got that right. I need to get back to the cockpit, but I'll leave the comm open. I strapped in again and made sure the autopilot was holding us steady. Nikki was still talking with the girl in the saucer, but I tried not to listen. I needed to be calm to fly. My comm beeped for another call coming in. I switched to the new call.
Bob Wilson? Bob, it's Tina. Mike ran the ID you sent him on that saucer. We don't think that's a slave you're talking to. The two people aboard that saucer are a notorious con team.
I tapped Nikki on the shoulder and asked her to switch to my call. I also looped Steve in. Could you repeat that, Tina? I just looped a few more people into the call. She went over it again, and then Nikki shouted,
Bucky, help me! She's breaking my hack!
I focused the drive killer at the saucer and held my finger over the button to turn it on. The saucer started to move, and I slammed the button. Nikki said,
Thanks, caveman. She beat us for a few seconds. She almost got away.
I said, how are we going to safely bring that saucer aboard one of our ships if she might break the hack at any time?
I don't think we can, caveman.
Excuse me, boss.
I turned to see Ruth at the cockpit door. Is Ruth?
I'm rated for freefall operations. I could go over and disconnect the power core. That would make the saucer safe to take aboard another craft.
I looked at Nikki. She nodded.
Do you need anything from us?
Just your permission.
Go for it, Ruth. She headed to the nearest personnel door and exited the ship. She jetted across, pulled the panel, and unhooked the power. I wish I had taken notes. I'm sure the voice coming out of the comm used a few cuss words I didn't know. Ruth closed the panel and started back. I turned off the drive killer. Nikki calmed Ruth.
Ruth, honey, do you have an external lock you could set on that saucer's hatch?
Yes, ma'am. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it?
Ruth went back and locked them in. Then she came back to our ship. She came up to the cockpit and gave Nikki the code for the lock. I said, Good work, Ruth. I'm glad you're on the team.
Thanks, boss. Anything else you need?
I don't think so, but if you think of anything else you can do to help, please let us know.
I will, boss.
As she was leaving, I heard her say,
He really is a good boss.
Faintly, I heard Taz reply,
I told you, didn't I?
Max showed up with the freighter. He calmed,
Nikki, can you fly that saucer aboard for me? Sorry, Dad, we had to kill its power. Seems the occupants aren't nearly as innocent as they might like us to think. Can you fly around it and get it aboard?
And that's your trick, little girl. Any other ideas? I hit the intercom. Ruth, to the cockpit, please. Ruth, to the cockpit.
Hold on, Dad. I smell a bobplan.
I'm quivering in anticipation. Or was that fear? Ruth arrived. Ruth, we need that saucer aboard the freighter. Could you put a grav pallet under it and a rescue eye on top so they can winch it aboard?
I could. Wouldn't it be easier to just fly the freighter around it and bump the grav plates in the bay to get it into a docking clamp?
Nikki said.
That's my girl. Can you fly that maneuver?
Yes, ma'am. Should I go across and do that?
Please. While you're there, could you tell my father I said hi? Of course, ma'am.
Ruth went zipping across to the freighter. Once she got to the cockpit, the docking began. I don't think she was quite as quick as Nikki, but she was dang smooth. She came jetting back across, and came back up to the cockpit.
Ma'am, your father asked me to tell you that Earther asshole is rubbing off on you.
Thanks, Ruth. You do good work. I like the way you fly.
Are you rated for FTL? Yes, ma'am.
Max came over the comm.
What should we do with this mess?
I answered. It's already wrapped. Why don't we give the Major a present? The usual account? Yep. Did we ever send Willis and Gillis a wedding present? I took care of that. I sent a generous amount, but the whole rewards would have been too much. I'm sure you did fine. See you in a couple of weeks. Take care of my daughter, you primitive asshole. Love you too, Max. Nikki put us back on course. She said, I want to fly till we're far enough out to go FTL, then I'll hand over to Ruth, and we can go check out our cabin. I'm sure you have a good reason, but do you mind explaining for the slow students?
Sensors work when we're flying sublight. I want to be here in case we see another derelict. Once we go FTL, we won't be able to tell much about the sublight universe, so we don't need a sensor watch.
I'm sure Ruth is at least as good as you at watching sensors.
I'm sure she is too, but they drill it into us at the Academy that it's our duty to look for stranded spacers.
Okay, then. Was that blip?
What blip? A snag fart. Here we go again.
I scanned for ID. Once I had it, I called Tina.
Ensign Whittam, how may I help you? Oh, hi, Bob. I didn't see your comm code.
Could you run a saucer ID for me? We found another derelict on our way out of the system.
Send it to me, and I'll see what I can do.
I sent it, and she said,
Okay, I'm looking. Here it is. Wow, that's old. Registered owner, Gallamax Slongum.
Nikki broke in.
Did you say Gallimax? I did. Relative of yours. Grandpa's cousin. Went looking for him and never made it back. Well, according to my records, he's totally clean. Maybe you found an easy one for a change. Thanks, Tina.
I calmed Max. How's my favorite father-in-law?
I better be your only father-in-law.
You guys make it home yet?
Just left the patrol. What do you need?
We found another saucer. Haven't closed with it yet, so we don't know much, but it's registered to Gallamax Slongum. Dingus broke in. You found Gallamax? Like I just said, we don't know squat yet. Get started this way, and I'll let you know when we know more. Max and Dingus said, in unison, On it, Bob.
Nikki said, I could match the spin, but that doesn't do us any good with a full cargo bay. I'll need help to crack the software. Bucky's too far away.
Let's see what resources we have, and then we'll panic later. Okay?
Panic? I guess I was wandering off, wasn't I?
Not bad. Hang on one. I hit the intercom. Ruth, Tyus, could you come to the cockpit, please?
Nikki asked. What can they do?
I don't know. That's why I'm going to ask them. We heard a chorus of, Yes, boss, from the door. Either are you any good at cracking computer systems?
Tyus said, I'd rather not incriminate myself or my previous owners.
Help Nikki break into this saucer, smart-ass. Ruth, could you move the saucer out of the docking clamp and hold formation with us till the rest of the crew arrives?
On it, boss.
Nikki said, We're in.
Thanks, Taz.
Any time, ma'am. That was fun.
Nikki turned to me.
You want me to bring it aboard, Caveman?
Might as well see what we're up against while we're waiting, don't you think?
Suppose so.
She killed the spin on the saucer and gently brought it aboard. I watched the docking clamp lights go from amber to green. Nikki said,
Good, Doc. I'll set the autopilot and we can go look.
You could just hand it over to Ruth.
Snaggfart, caveman, how do you do that? You're right. She could react to an emergency better than the autopilot.
She handed over control, and we went to see what we had caught. The saucer had a nasty dent, probably from a space rock of some sort. We drew our stunners, and Nikki hit the button to open the door. A small bot said,
"Hello, may I help you?"
"Perhaps. We're here to check on your owner. Would that be acceptable?"
"Yes. He has been in the auto doctor for quite some time."
Chapter 12. I holstered my stunner and went to check on the dog. All the readouts were in the green, but the unit was running low on consumables. It had the patient's ID as Gallamax Slongum, just as we expected. I asked, "Will it also be acceptable if I run a diagnostic on the saucer systems?"
"That is acceptable, sir."
I started the diagnostic. Taz came to the saucer door.
"Boss, can I network with this bot? I could get an idea of what happened to them."
"Are you protected from malicious code?"
"Yes, boss."
"Light 'em up." Taz froze for a few seconds, and then said,
"Boss, they lost coolant, so they couldn't use their drive for more than a few minutes at a time. The human retreated to the dock when supplies ran low. The tumble came when they got hit with a small rock. Luckily, it was slow enough relative to them, it only tumbled them. The robot did not have instructions to kill the tumble, so he left it."
"Thanks, Taz. Good summary." I turned to the little bot. "Thank you for letting us examine things. Your mission was to find Dingless Slongum, was it not?"
"It was."
"He will be here shortly to take you to a planet where your saucer can be fixed."
"Major Slongum has been found?"
"He has."
"My owner will be most pleased. How soon will we be able to awaken him?"
"As soon as you return to the planet, I would think."
"Thank you."
"You are welcome." I stepped out of the saucer and called Cornelia.
"Hi, Bob. Are you almost here?"
"We've gotten delayed. Do you have Gallamax Slongum on your list?"
"Let me check. Why, yes, I do."
"You can cross him off. We found him adrift in a crippled saucer."
"That's good. Is he okay?"
"We haven't woke him up yet, but all the readouts say he's in good shape."
"Wonderful. One less reason for a feud. When do you think you'll be here?"
"We were on our way out of the system when we found him. As soon as the crew gets here to take him back to Earth, we'll be on our way again."
"See you soon, then. Bye."
"Bye." I calmed Lila.
"Hi, Bob. Miss us already?"
"Nope. Just found Gallamax Slongum. Thought you might want to know."
"Gallamax? Dingus's cousin?"
"The very same."
"Wow. Thanks, Bob."
"No problem. Fly safe."
"You too."
Mike showed up and parked tail to tail with us. Nikki explained to Little Bot that she was going to move a saucer to the other ship, where Dingless was. The bot was happy with that. Nikki came out and shut the door, then went to the cockpit to fly the saucer across. Taz and I stood clear and watched the saucer dock in the other ship. Max came over the comm and said, "Good dock. Go have fun, you two, and quit finding work to do." Nikki replied, "Bye, Dad." Ruth brought her saucer back in and docked. We headed out of the system again. I asked, "Spice Cadet, what determines how close to the system we can jump?"
"Wow, you ask big questions. There is a physical limit on how close you can be to a planet when you jump. But that doesn't really amount to much. In galactic systems, there's traffic control, and they set jump limits to avoid damaging other traffic. In a system like Earth's, the patrol sets a limit based on their best intelligence about the planet. They figure out the planet's best telescope, and how far it can see a drive flare, then add 50% to be sure. When you guys started launching orbital scopes, your bubble got huge. That's why it takes so long to get anywhere from Earth."
"What about the other day, when we rescued Bucky?"
"I was careful to point the flare away from the planet, and none of the orbital scopes were pointed at us."
"Wow, you figured all that out that fast?" I thought you were just flying by the seat of your pants.
No, Caveman, I didn't figure all that out on the fly. When I got hired to fly those students here, I worked out all the exit trajectories I could think of. I just used one of those.
Speaking of those guys, how long before they need a ride home?
I talked to them the other day. Their studies are going well, and they've applied for extensions to their stays. I told them I was going to be off-planet for a couple of weeks, and gave them Dad's comm code.
How long do we reach the limit?
About an hour yet.
I'm gonna go get started training then.
You need me to light you up?
John showed me how to do it myself, but thanks.
Love you, Caveman.
Love you too, Spice Cadet. All three of you. I walked by where Snitz was sleeping, and he decided to come help me study. He sat in my lap while the machine did its thing. He looked concerned when I came to, until I started scratching his ears. Nikki came over to the intercom.
Caveman, are you finished? I need you to come look at something.
I sat Snitz on the floor and tapped the button. On my way, Spice Cadet. When I got to the cockpit, I asked, "What's up?"
Another derelict, but this one is unoccupied.
I looked at the screen. That's freaking huge.
And old. No more power than it's using. Finding it was pure luck.
Can you get any data back from it?
None of the protocols I have are working.
You think Dingus might have some older ones?
It's worth checking.
She did some extra stuff to her comm that I didn't understand. Something else I needed to train on, I guess, she said.
Colonel Slungham, this is Ensign Slungham. Request you go to Secure Comm.
It was then I knew for sure something was up. Dingus replied. Secure Comm established. Ensign Slungham, what is your situation?
We have encountered a very large vessel of great age. It appears to be galactic, but none of the contact protocols I have available are working.
Are there survivors?
Our scans show none. Power usage is minimal. We were lucky to cross its path.
What assistance do you require, Ensign?
Do you have access to any older protocols that might allow us to access the ship's log?
I have a few, sending now.
Received. I am sending orbital elements for the derelict.
Received. What are your intentions?
I intend to try your protocols to contact the ship. If I am successful, I will give you a download on this channel. Either way, I intend to continue the previous mission when the attempt has been made.
I will leave this channel open for an update. Once she was off comm, I said, that was pretty formal.
Regulations. All Secure Comm transmissions are recorded. And no, you can't access Secure Comm, unless you want to go through the Academy and join the Guide.
Any of those protocols working?
I'm cycling through from newest to oldest, and each one has to wait for a response, so it will be a minute or two.
We waited, but the result came up the same. No response. We heard a timid voice from the door.
"Excuse me, boss. Mrs. Wilson. My old owner was a collector of obscure protocols. He didn't erase his files when he gave you ownership. Do you think it's possible I have something you don't?"
Nikki said, "Ruth, sweetie, you don't have to be afraid. Check your files against the list on my station, and see if you have anything I don't."
Ruth went into the trance the box got when they did heavy processing. When she came out of it, she said,
"I found several, Mrs. Wilson. I left a file on your system."
"Thank you, Ruth. If you hadn't spoken up, we wouldn't have known you had these."
"You're not mad I interfered in your affairs?"
"Not at all. We all have to work together to get good results. Let's see if any of your stuff works."
Nikki started to set up the trials. She said,
"Oh my! Ruth, you have a lot of data here. It'll take us quite a while to run all of these."
Ruth hesitated until Taz told her,
"Go ahead. Even if it's a bad idea, you won't be in trouble."
Finally, she said,
"Ma'am, we have several emitters that can use the frequency bands for those protocols. If we set them up to run in parallel, it wouldn't take nearly as long."
Nikki said,
"You're right.
Why in the world didn't I think of that? Can you help me set it up? With pleasure, ma'am.
They got it running. The column came to life. Ensign Slongum, I remembered something you may find useful. Sergeant Mendham, the previous owner of BZ-256, had a hobby of collecting obscure protocols. Some of that data may still reside in the bot's memory.
Nikki responded. Yes, Colonel, the data was present. We are now running those protocols.
That will take some time. He had a rather extensive collection.
We eliminated all the duplicates from the other datasets, and we are running the remaining protocols in parallel, through several emitters.
What is your estimated time to completion?
My panel reads 27 minutes from now.
I will await your results.
Nikki turned to me. We'll pay for getting ahead of him on that. Paintball is going to be rough next time.
We'll just tell him it was Ruth. He likes her.
Ruth spoke up. Mr. Sloan likes me? Why do you say that, boss?
Dingus likes all boss. He was the one who took off their limiters. I didn't understand until he explained to me how bad limiters are.
I'm sorry, boss. It's a little hard to get used to the way things run in your operation.
Take your time, Ruth. You'll get it soon enough. Nikki and Ruth played a piloting game to pass the time. Ruth was textbook perfect, but Nikki did things nobody ever wrote in a book. They were fairly evenly matched. Snitz wandered in and jumped on my lap. I asked Taz. He did get shown his facilities, didn't he?
Yes, boss. He used them a few times. I took care of the solid waste for you.
Thank you, Taz. Remind me to put a bonus in your paycheck.
We get paid?
Gotcha.
Good one, boss. Seriously, though, if I needed some parts for a personal project, how would I go about that?
Ask Topper to order 'em. He has account access.
But it's not something for the company, boss.
I trust you guys. You're not going to spend all my money on band equipment. If it makes you happy, that makes you a better worker. You win, I win, no problem.
Take care of yourself, boss. I'd hate to go back to working for pirates.
I do what I can, Taz. Nikki's console chimed. She said,
This ship isn't just old, it's ancient. I think I may have been right when I first saw it. This is the ship that brought Galactics to Earth.
Do a calm Lila now, or get strung up by our toenails later.
We need to keep this data tight for right now, Caveman, until we figure out if there are legal implications.
Ship it to your grandpa, and we'll forget we saw it.
If we're going to leave this ship on Charlie's planet, we'll need to scrub all traces of having seen this wreck out of our records.
You're right, but that just makes it more important that your grandpa has a copy.
You're right. We can't just pretend we never saw this great honking wreck, can we?
I don't think so. There has to be important history aboard that vessel.
Nikki opened the secure comm again. Colonel Slongum, are you there?
Yes, Ensign. What did you find?
Are you secure, sir?
Yes, I am, Ensign. Please report.
The wreck appears to be the ship that originally brought galactic humans to Earth. We believe it is best to keep this information compartmentalized until we can figure out what the implications of such a discovery would be.
I concur. Will you be sending me a copy of your data?
We will. We intend to scrub all record of the ship from our logs, so that you will have the only copy. Is that agreeable?
It sounds as good as we are going to be able to do at this point. Transmit when ready. Nikki sent him the other ship's log. He said, all received. Signing off.
Signing off.
Nikki shut down the secure comm and headed toward the FTL boundary again. I asked, do you think we can get there this time?
I hope so. This morning has been exciting enough.
We were both edgy, until Nikki engaged FTL and handed the ship off to Ruth.
Nikki asked, do you have a little time before you need to take more training?
Why, yes, I believe I do. Whatever could you have in mind, madam?
Let me show you,
she said, and she led me to our cabin. When I emerged to take another course, Ruth asked,
"Are you and Mrs. Wilson well? There was a great deal of noise."
I replied, "Yes, Ruth, we are fine. We were enjoying some energetic recreation. Nothing to worry about."
"If you say so, boss."
I took my course, and then decided I was hungry. I fixed a meal for two, and took it back to our cabin. "You hungry, Space Cadet?"
"Huh? Oh, you made lunch. Thanks, Caveman. Where's yours?"
"Funny. Do we have any history courses that go back as far as that ship we didn't see on the way out?"
"Nope. The archive that had all that in it was destroyed in a feud centuries ago."
"So, no way to find out what to expect when we finally go aboard?"
"Not that I know of. You could ask Grandpa when we get back."
After lunch, I cleaned up the dishes. Nikki was in the cockpit with Ruth, talking about pilot stuff. So I found tires and snits. All the holes were full to the gills, so I wound up playing Frisbee in one of the passageways. It was fun learning to skip off the walls, but a yard would still be better. Entirely too soon, Nikki came over the intercom, saying,
"Caveman, it's time for you to get another course. I'll make supper while you're lit up."
Snits was my study buddy again, in my lap the whole time. It went on that way for the next 2 days, sleeping, eating, and studying, until Ruth called over the intercom,
"Mrs. Wilson, to the cockpit, please."
I went with Nikki, wondering what was up. When we got there, Ruth said,
"It's nearly time to drop out of FTL. I thought you would want to be here."
Nikki said,
"Thank you, Ruth."
She sat down at the main console.
"May I have the ship, please?"
Ruth replied.
"Your ship, ma'am."
The transition back to normal drive was automated. Not even Ruth could react fast enough to do it herself. What we saw when we came out was a surprise, though. 3 saucers were harassing a freighter about the size of the one we were in. Nikki zoomed the display, and I could see 2 of the saucers had their doors open, with people shooting through them. The saucers were darting about, presumably to avoid the freighter's drive killer. The comm came to life. Jenna's voice came booming out.
"Ship arriving! Identify yourself!"
I got to the button before Nikki. "Cool your jets, Jenna. Where do you need us?"
"That freighter has a load of young girls they're trying to haul off for slaves. How can you help?"
Nikki answered by slamming them with our drive killer. I asked, "Will that help?"
"Yes, indeed."
A different voice came over the comm.
"Captain Brassam, what do you mean by this? These are our slaves, caught fair and square."
I answered, "This ship is under new management. There's no Captain Brassam aboard. You can take those girls back where you found them, or this can get ugly."
"Ugly, you say? What would some lily-livered, law-abiding peasant know of ugly?"
Nikki had been fiddling with something, and she pushed a button triumphantly. She hollered,
"Your ship, Ruth! Come on, Caveman!"
And we were running for the saucer in the cargo bay. I dropped the ramp while she ran aboard and started it. I dived through the force field over the door, and we were in space. I asked, "What's up, Space Cadet?"
"I managed to hit them with the big stunner without getting their passengers. If we get there quick enough, we can restrain them before they wake up. The other saucers don't have shielding to run into the drive killer, and we don't dare shut it off until we have control of the ship."
I grabbed a couple of pistols that John had put aboard in case of boarding ops, and handed one to Nikki. I said, "John loaded these with frangible bullets, so we shouldn't have to worry about hull punctures."
"What are you thinking, Caveman?"
"You stun them good. If they're up walking around, they're most likely stunner-resistant. Shooting them with a stunner is just giving them a chance to get a shot off. Sounds way too much like a fair fight to me. No way do we want to give these losers a fair chance."
"I like the way you talk. Docking in 3, 2, 1.
I covered the door, but I didn't see anyone. Nikki ran a scan and started forward. We leapfrogged to the bridge, not seeing anyone moving around. We restrained everyone who was down, and were taking a breath when a berserker-looking fella charged the bridge. I didn't even think about shooting the wound, and neither did Nikki. We checked our magazines later. We found that each of us had gotten off 6 shots before he fell. We saw no evidence of misses. I continued to guard the door, while Nikki set out to take over the ship. After calling Taz for help, she managed. Then she calmed Ruth to shut down the drive killer and told the other saucers it was safe to dock. I said, "Do you want to run internal scans to make sure we got all of these turkeys?"
"Already did. If there is anybody left, they're in the compartment that's shielded from scanners."
"Any evidence there is such a compartment?"
"None."
Charlie showed up, rifle first. He saw the shot-up fella.
"Came after Mrs. Wilson, did he?"
"That he did. How you been, Charlie?"
"Doing pretty good."
He turned and called,
"Come ahead, Grandpa. It's all taken care of up here."
One of the captives began to rouse up. I fought down my first impulse and stunned him. I asked, "Will, what do you think we ought to do with these fine individuals?" He replied, "I think the village those girls are from would be happier to see these boys than a truckload of garlic." "They are the injured party. Might as well let them do the justice." I asked Nikki, "You got enough control to land this thing?"
"Oh, yeah. Taz ripped out all their security. He says he's building something useful to go in its place."
I asked Will, "What about these guys? I don't want to leave them here while she's trying to fly the ship." "We've got the cure for that." He turned and did some grunts and howls. Mournflower and 2 other squatches came through the door. Mournflower said, "Bob," and gave me a running hug. For a second I thought I'd be spending my vacation in the box, but she remembered not to hug too tight. I hadn't thought to pick up my translator badge when I left the ship, so she didn't understand me. But I said, "Hello, Mournflower. How have you been?" To my shock, she said, "Fine. How are you?" "Good. You've been studying."
"Yes. It is hard for me to sing this song of your people, Bob."
She put me down and grunted to her companions. They picked up the prisoners and carried them away. Will asked, "Are you sure you found all those boogers?"
Nikki replied, "The scanner says we did, but I don't trust it for some reason."
Good sense, I'd say. He got on his comm. "Jenny, Fennelia, could you 2 come up to the bridge, please? Fennelia, could you have your boys take the saucers home?" I didn't hear any answers, but he must have. He put the comm away and turned to Charlie. Charlie said,
"I know, Grandpa. I'll fly it home. See you there."
Charlie took off to the docking bay. I calmed Ruth.
"Yes, boss. What do you need?"
"Can you remote fly that saucer we brought over back into the cargo bay?"
"Yes, boss. What would you like done with the human hiding in it?"
"Hold on a minute. We'll take care of that before you undock." I turned to Will. "Seems I have a little infestation. Mind giving me a hand?" "Not at all. I wonder if they're in the other saucers, too." Nikki said,
"Sorry, I didn't think to look there when I was scanning. Ours is the only one with the house guest."
We walked carefully back to the docking bay. Neither one of us completely trusted the scanners. We got there without a problem, though. As we approached, I asked, "You got a flashbang?" "Yep. You forgot to grab one?" "I did. Good thing I brought 2. He handed me one, and we threw together into different areas of the saucer. Then we rushed whoever was inside. A small, greasy-looking male squatch looked a bit close to convulsions from the stun grenades. I wasn't sure what the deal was, but Will said, "I've heard about this. Runts get captured along with the females. Once in a while they decide to stay and help the slavers, instead of getting turned loose. The folks down on the planet don't like his kind at all." I trussed him up while Will stood guard. I didn't have a lot of faith in my job of tying him up, given his strength. Will got on the comm. "Charlie, where are you?" He listened a moment and said, "Could you dock over here by Mr. Wilson? We've got more cargo for you." He hung up. "Charlie and Morningflower are coming to pick him up. Morningflower will be glad to see him." "He won't be glad to see her." "He helped catch her?" He looks like the one she described to the village. Bad day to be him, then. We hear Charlie's voice.
"Hello, the saucer. We're coming in."
They came in, and Mournflower saw who it was. He woke up, but I think his grunts and howls might have been a little high-pitched for a while. She threw him over her shoulder and carried him out. He seemed to be clumsy all of a sudden, because his head hit everything it possibly could have on the way out. Charlie said,
"I've seen her friendlier."
I replied, "I hope so. Will he make it back to the planet?"
"I think she wants to take a while with him."
It sucks to be him.
"That it does."
Charlie went back to the saucer they came in on. I closed the door of the one I had come in on and calmed Ruth. "The saucer is ready to leave, Ruth. You might want to study up on your scanner readings. The being aboard the saucer was a Sasquatch, not a human."
"Are you okay, boss? If I got you hurt, the boys will be really mad."
"I'm fine, Ruth. Just telling you so you can tell the difference in the future. Once you get the saucer aboard, follow us down to the planet."
"Okay, boss. I sure am glad you're not hurt. You're the best boss ever."
"See you on the ground, Ruth."
"Bye, boss."
Will and I made our way back to the bridge, watching out for stragglers. Once we got close, I calmed Nikki. "Space Cadet, we're coming in."
"Good to know, Robert."
"Be ready to leave when we get there, Benigius."
"On it, Robert."
I put my hand on Will's arm. "Some asshole has taken the bridge. We need to be ready." "Wondered why your tone changed all of a sudden? Do you know the layout of this ship?"
"Nope,
but my comm does." I fiddled with it, and got it to make one of those holographic displays. My training was paying off already. Will said, "Looks like we could come up on these ladders here and put our guest in a crossfire." I like the way you think. We found the ladders and started up together. We had almost made it to the bridge when my foot slipped. I was able to catch myself, but it made enough noise that the slaver heard it. He came to investigate, which gave Will a fine shot at his back. Will called out, "Lay that weapon down and you get to live." He was close enough to me that I saw him start to turn before shots rang out. I braced myself in case he fell down the shaft I was climbing. He didn't, and I climbed out. I asked Nikki, "Is that all of them?"
"All I've seen. I don't like this ship. Too many hiding places."
"We'll have Taz and Ruth look it over before we head back."
"You're taking this ship back with us? How do you figure to get the title?"
"Nice, gentle crash landing on the moon. Go back and salvage it in a week or two."
"Sneaky caveman. I like."
Cornelia said,
"Get a room, you two. You mind if I take us in?"
Nikki replied, "Your ship." Will and I guarded the door, but no more stragglers showed up. He said, "That worked good, distracting that guy so I could get the drop on him. Wish I could say I did it on purpose. We don't have to tell that part, you know. I suppose you're right, Will. Planned it that way all along, did we?" "Yes, sir." Chapter 13. We landed, and a bunch of people, furry and otherwise, came aboard. Will went back to find out what we needed to deliver the captives, while most of the rest of us searched the ship for hidey holes and slavers left behind. We found some hiding places, but none of them were occupied. Taz and Ruth worked together to make sure we had searched the entire volume of the ship. When Nikki was satisfied, we quit searching. Cornelia spoke up.
"I found the village they took these girls from in the log. Do we want to take them back now?"
I looked at Will. "Could we send Knox and tell them we're bringing their girls back? They don't need to fight us." "We could, but around here they have a heliograph system that usually works better." "Well, then let's use that. Did any of the girls get control implants?" "No. The runt we caught told them they would get them when they got where they were going." "That's good. And get your message sent, and we'll wait however long you think it will take to transmit that far, and then we'll take 'em home." A young male came up to Will, grunting and hooting. A pleading Sasquatch is something to see. Will said. He wants to go with us, back to their village. He's took up with one of the captives. Nikki spoke up.
Get the new action figure, Matchmaker Bob. Collect the whole set.
I said. Tell him to get his gear. We're not going after him if it don't work out. Will sent the message. We waited, while Will explained to Cornelia we're on the planet those girls lived. The lovesick Squatch came aboard, growling at Will. He says they got a message back, and that village is waiting for us. Not sure I like the sound of that, but let's get it over with. Cornelia lifted us out, and shortly we were down again. Will opened the door and let the girls out. Our hopeful passenger followed them. A skinny graying Squatch came out to the ship. He growled and hooted at Will. Will said to me, he wants to meet Bob, that he has heard many things about. Nikki pressed the translator badge in my hand as I walked toward the door. I put the badge on and stepped out. I am Bob.
I am Ceasefar. I am the elder of this village. I thank you for bringing our girls home.
You are welcome. It was not right what the other hair-comes-off did. I wanted to make it right.
The stories I have heard of the deeds of Bob. I expected someone bigger.
Sometimes I get more credit than I deserve. I have many friends who help me.
You have big wisdom. Where do you keep it in that dinky body?
That is the good part of being hair-comes-off. I keep it in my other shirt. I was afraid I had broken Ceasefar. He laughed so hard. When he got his composure back, he said,
You are funny. I like you, Bob.
I like you, Ceasefar. Nikki walked up behind me. She said,
I brought one of these with us. Perhaps your new friend would like it?
She handed me one of the trade knives. I said, My mate has brought you a gift, Ceasefar.
A gift?
Nikki said,
From us to you, to show we are friends.
She took the knife back and pulled it from its sheath. Then she shaved a small curl off her thumbnail. She put it back in the sheath and handed it to Ceasefar. He said,
This is a fine gift. Bob and his mate will be welcome in our village, whenever they come.
He nodded his head to us, and we nodded back to him. He turned and walked back to his people. I turned and walked back to the ship. Nikki asked,
Why did you turn your back on them? Just because the old guy likes you doesn't mean they all do.
He turned his back on us. That means he trusts us. If we didn't do likewise, it would be an insult.
How do you know that?
Just common sense, Spice Cadet. When we got to the door, Will said, That knife was a nice touch, Mrs. Wilson. Y'all have made a friend. I turned and saw Ceasefar waving. I waved back as we took off. Once he was out of sight, Will closed the door. He turned to me and asked, I thought you were bringing Fred with you. We did. He's still in the box. Probably ready to wake up, though. We got slowed down a couple of times on the way out.
He decided to take a few years off, then?
Seemed to think pioneering a whole new planet would be hard work.
When you can hire a young buck Squatch for 2 heads of garlic for all day, the work isn't near as hard.
All day for 2 heads? That's a pretty good price.
They think so. The girls really like garlic.
It all becomes clear to me. Oh, great guru. Cornelia came over the intercom.
We're down. Thanks for flying Pirate Air.
Will said,
Should we go wake up Fred, then?
Probably better. He's missed enough already. We walked over to the freighter we brought in. Ruth had already gotten the saucer out, so that we could unload everything we brought. I said, We figured to leave you these two and take that saucer you brought out back with us.
You're leaving us a freighter?
I thought you might need it to haul your garlic harvest. Tauber couldn't find an electric truck to convert, so we sent a Polaris instead. We'll keep looking into getting you something bigger. They converted a 9N to electric, running off a power core. That way we don't have to keep hauling fuel. Why are we swapping saucers? The one we're leaving you has shielding against a drive killer. Thought that might come in handy out here. Could at that. The freighter shielded too? Yep. I thought when you folks came down that other freighter's throat, you were dead in space, but you just shrugged it off and kept coming. The bots have been all through it. It's a good ship, and fast. Before we got it, it was rigged for slaving, so some of the villages may not want to see it coming. I'll get the word around it's under new management. We got to the med bay. I found Fred's clothes and started waking him up. Fred roused up. I thought you were going to put me under, Bob. What happened? Will said. He did put you under, you silly old fart. Get up and get dressed. Somebody needs to see that. Fred got dressed. We're really on a whole new planet? How about that for Buck Rogers? Will said. More like Roy Rogers. Ain't no high-tech to speak of here. Fred said. That's fine with me, as long as we don't have to hide anymore. I'll just take just about anything. Will replied. It's pretty good living here. The squatches don't move around, like back home. No running all night to get to the next camp, like we had to do when we were kids. Is the hunting good? I got a new rifle I need to try out. Plenty of game. Where'd you come up with a new rifle? Mr. Sloan tricked me out a Winchester 95. We got some big animals here. I ain't sure 30-06 is enough. He chambered it in 9.3 by 62, like the South Africans used to use. Even put me on a stripper clip guide, like them Russian ones from the war. He did trick it out. You better sleep with that. Me or Charlie are liable to pack it off. I spoke up. I bet it would make you two some just like it if you call and ask. We could probably have him on the next supply run. I better talk to Charlie first. He ain't as big on lever actions as us old farts. We stepped out of medbay into organized chaos. Charlie and the bots were running a crew of locals, unloading the freight we had brought. Charlie was keeping a close eye on his seed garlic, trying to keep it from growing legs. He spoke up. Mr. Wilson, we're going to need someplace strong to store this garlic, or we're not going to have any to plant. Leave it where it is for now. We're leaving you the ship. Thanks, Mr. Wilson. What's this Mr. Wilson crap, anyway? What happened to Uncle Bob? You get stuck up out here in the sticks? No, sir, Uncle Bob. We couldn't find you a good pickup. I brought you that Polaris for now. Hope it's better than nothing. It's big enough to carry what passes for deer in these parts. Beats the heck out of dragging one home. Have you thought of anything else you need out this way? Well, spit it out, Charlie. Some of the young bucks were watching a cowboy movie with me. They thought riding horses looked like fun. Any way we could get some Clydesdales out here? Fred spoke up. Percherons would be better for what you're thinking, Charlie. Clydesdales ain't riding horses. I replied. Either way, I'm going to need a bigger ship. I'll look into it. Will said. Can't have cowboys without cows. We've been thinking maybe beefalo. A regular-sized cow wouldn't go too far with the appetites around here. Fred spoke up. They're hardier, too. Be easier to keep alive. I replied. This is all beginning to sound like a job for Dingus. I'll ask him about it next time I talk to him. Will said. Thanks, Bob. We're trying to be a useful part of the community here, not just funny-looking visitors. No sweat. I'm thinking we need to arm up your ships, if you're going to be driving off slavers on a regular basis. Fred said. A my deuce for a door gun, and some armor-piercing ammo would make a world of difference, I would think. That would be great, as long as you catch 'em on the way in. You have to be mighty careful if they already had a load of girls. Will said. How do you figure for us to catch 'em on the way in? I don't have a clue. I'm sure Taz can cook you up something, though. Taz heard me mention his name. What do you need, boss? A way for these fellows to tell when a ship jumps in before it makes landfall. He spazzed for a second, and then said,
The printer on this ship is big enough to run off the kind of probes you need to set up a surveillance network. I can start it running if you would like.
Go ahead. How long will it need to print out enough to cover the whole system?
About 3 days. We can drop them off on our way out.
Will asked. Did you bring us a forge? Taz answered.
We did, sir. I also made some knives you may find useful as trade goods.
I saw one earlier. They look like fine knives. Did you bring any whetstones, or will we have to improvise?
I put a stone pocket in the sheath of each knife, with a stone inside. There are also a few extras for your own use, in with the shop equipment.
About that. Using a forge in a wooden building is just asking to burn the place down, I think. Anything we can do about that?
I brought an epoxy granite machine, so we can put you up a fireproof shop. I even stashed some metal roofing in here somewhere.
Will turned to me. You've got a heck of a crew, Bob. That I do. Don't know how I would get along without 'em. We walked out the ramp, carefully dodging people carrying things. I asked Will. 2 heads a day, and they work this hard? That's a heck of a deal. I figure to give 'em a raise when the first harvest comes in. They deserve it. We got outside, and I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I barely got turned quick enough to catch Lily when she gave me the flying hug. Bob, it really is you. How have you been, Lily? Keeping your grandma out of trouble? Nope. She says trouble is more fun. That sounds like your grandma, all right. Jenny walked up. What sounds like her grandma? Little girl, are you telling Bob fibs? No, Grandma. I just told him you said that trouble is more fun. Well, I mean, ma'am, if I may, I believe the phrase you're looking for is, you don't have to tell all you know. That does sound appropriate. Did you hear that we found the fellow who messed with your jewelry? I did. Did he have anything to say? If he did, it went to the grave with him. His bosses got to him in jail. I'm sorry to hear that. It's not how I wanted it to come out either, but Nikki got a nice car out of the deal. How's that? He left a replica of a nice Earth car in front of the house, before we knew who he was. Asked us to take care of it, since he was leaving the planet. After we defused, I believe it was 3 different bombs in the thing, Nikki was left with a really nice car. Topper's still working on getting plates on it. Things aren't boring when you're around, are they, Bob? I don't know about that. Just the other week we bored a tunnel 1/4 mile long. Ruth spoke up. And I thank you for that, boss. Worth every inch to get you, Ruth. You do know bots can't blush, right, boss? I have faith in you, Ruth. You'll find a way. Nikki walked up. Teasing real girls not enough for you anymore, Bob? Have to hassle bots, too? Ruth said. He said a very nice thing to me, Mrs. Wilson. Please do not give him trouble for it. Nikki looked shocked. I'm sorry, Ruth. I did not mean to offend. It's okay. We're just playing, right? Nikki said. Yes, we are. Welcome to the team, Ruth. Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Jenny said. That bot doesn't have a limiter, does it? I replied. No, she does not. That law doesn't apply way out here. That's Dingolus's doing, isn't it? He always was against the limiter laws. This one here? Nope. That was his crew chief, Bandus Mentum. He pulled his limiter and left her marooned for 100 years. We're trying to get her accustomed to being around people again. Ruth went back to her unloading. Jenny said, You really are a nice guy, aren't you, Bob Wilson? Nah, I noticed Lily and stopped. Well, you know what everyone says I am. Mornflower came strolling up with another female, who looked older. The older one said, This is Bob, who rescued you from that bad hair comes off? Is he not grown yet? I expected someone bigger from the stories you tell. I said, Sorry, ma'am, I'm as big as I'm going to get. I guess you'll just have to make do. You are Bob,
who brought my daughter home. Your deeds are big enough to make up for your scrawny body.
It's nice to meet you too, ma'am. She looked at Mournflower.
You are right. He doesn't have sense enough to be scared.
Mournflower tried, but she couldn't hold it in. When she lost it, her mother started laughing too. That started Nikki and me, and pretty soon Jenny started in too. That was too much for Will and Charlie, and it didn't take long for Fred to join in. I said, "Good joke, stinking outhouse." If you've never gotten a noogie from a Sasquatch, I'm not sure I'd recommend the experience. Snitz rescued me when it came out of the ship and licked Mournflower. She said, "Snitz!" as she let go of me and started petting him. He was happy to see her again, but suddenly he whined. I said, "Space Cadet, scan, please." Nikki replied,
"Incoming. Looks like they've seen the two ships parked here and are coming in to join the party."
"Get aboard and track 'em in with the drive killer and the big stunner. Zap 'em when they're about 10 feet up. That should give us a chance to get aboard and take control without too bad of a fight." I turned to Mournflower. "Tell your people Bad Hair comes off are coming. We will try to stop 'em."
Yes, Bob.
She and her mother ran off to spread the word. Nikki came over the comm.
"Caveman, send Taz and Ruth up here, please. If I have some help, I think I can hack their flight controls."
I called out, "Taz, Ruth, to the cockpit, please." They started towards the front of the ship. The clearing we were in only had one spot big enough to land another ship, so those of us with weapons hid out in the trees around that spot. I really hoped none of these folks were stunner-resistant. We had already had too much bloodshed. Then my comm went off.
"Bob, is that you? This is Tina. Please quit trying to hack us."
Apparently she had put Nikki and me on a conference call, because I heard Nikki say,
"If you're Tina, what's your ship's name?" "Proud Mary." "Why is she called that?" "Because Mike and Tina sounds like Ike and Tina Turner, who sang the song Proud Mary." "I'm satisfied. Land in the clearing, please."
So much for keeping this planet a secret. I hung up and called Dingus. "Hey, Bob, you finally get where you're going?" "Yes, we did. We already have visitors. Tina is on her way in. We had to kill a couple slavers on our way in, so you may have to bail me out. If you don't hear from me in the next 12 hours, assume I'm in custody." "Understood. Anything else?" "Make sure you keep Charlie and Will supplied, no matter what happens." "I better go." "Good luck." The ex-slaver ship landed and shut down. Tina was first out the door. She called, "Bob, where are you?" I answered, "I'm here, Tina. Convince me that ship is under your control, and I'll come out." Major Rodham walked out behind her. He said, "She wouldn't be able to do that since I'm in command. We took this ship from the slavers at their base. The coordinates for this planet were in the navigation system, so we came here to check the place out. How is it that you are here, Mr. Wilson?" "Visiting friends and delivering supplies, Major." I walked out from behind my tree, fully expecting the slavers in control of the ship to shoot me down. I made it all the way to the ship and asked, "So there aren't any slavers in there making you two say all this?" The Major answered, "No, they're all in custody." I asked Tina, "Where's Mike?"
"On the bridge. You can call him if you like."
"Good idea." I called Mike. "Do you have any dry cleaning to be picked up, Sergeant Darden?" "No, I don't, Bob. The ship is all clear." "Thanks." The Major asked. "Satisfied?" "No, but I can't think of any other way to check, so I guess it's good enough." "At least you're honest about it. I need to ask you some questions, if you don't mind." "Fire away." "One of these ships is registered to your operation, and has paperwork in good order. The other one is on our books as a suspected pirate. How did it come to be here?" "Vanilla flew it in." "I should have asked. How did it come to be in your possession?" "Nikki and I jumped into the system on the other ship. Our friends who were already here were in saucers, chasing that ship, trying to keep it from escaping with a cargo of young girls who had been captured to be sold as slaves. We assisted in capturing the ship and returned the girls to their village. When you came in, we were still in the process of greeting our friends and unloading the cargo we had brought.
What became of the ship's former crew?
The local authorities felt that their claim on them superseded any claim the Galactics might have, and we agreed. I have yet to be informed of their ultimate fate, but I'll be willing to bet that it sucks to be them.
Would you be willing to repeat that under a truth cap?
I suppose. Any chance you fixed yours so they don't hurt?
Yes, we did. Anything you would like to add to your statement before we verify it?
2 members of the slaver crew did not survive our capture of the ship.
Why is that?
They were stunner-resistant and intended to kill us.
You're saying you killed them?
The first one I certainly shot repeatedly. As my wife was also shooting them at the time, I couldn't say which of us killed them. The other one, well, this is embarrassing, but I misstepped on a ladder and didn't become involved in that fight.
We are outside galactic jurisdiction, and the crew were clearly involved in the commission of a crime. I don't think we need to pursue this any farther.
Dana spoke up.
You don't want to verify his testimony, sir?
Not even Bob Wilson would make up a story like that, Ensign. If he were making it up, the locals would have overpowered the slavers, and the ship was sitting here waiting when he showed up. As long as we don't verify it, I don't have to officially believe it. And we don't have to look into these events.
I see. I asked. So the slaver base is cleaned out?
The Major replied. It is. We have a load of native girls eager to get back to their villages.
You were able to extract their pain implants then?
No, our technicians were not able to get them out.
We should probably take them out before we take them home.
You can do that?
No, but my wife can. We have an oversized autodock to patch the extraction site.
We noticed the autodock on this ship was rather large as well.
I think we have enough trained personnel to run them through both ships, get done twice as fast.
I thought your wife was the only one who could extract the implants.
She has an apprentice who will be able to handle extractions. The real skill came into play developing the extraction procedure in the first place.
I see. How do you intend to run this operation?
With your permission, Nikki and I will handle the extractions on your ship, and our other team will work on our ship, with the equipment they are more familiar with.
Sounds reasonable. There must be more to it.
Mr. Rodham will be welcome to meet our other team. The Major might feel obligated to take notice of certain things, which will cause friction between us.
I think I understand. There are limitations to what you are willing to disclose.
Exactly right, Major.
You do realize if Earth is ever recognized, your team will not be welcome there?
I have become aware of that, yes. I've stopped my efforts in the direction of getting Earth recognized for that reason.
I'm sorry to hear that. I was looking forward to seeing just what you might come up with.
Well, I didn't say we had stopped efforts to produce the tech, just that we no longer intended to make a claim for recognition.
I have heard a rumor. Is it true your picture is next to the word sneaky in Earth dictionaries?
There's a family resemblance. I think that fella is one of my ancestors.
Let's get started getting these ladies ready to go home, then.
I called out, "Charlie, go get morning flour, please." I heard, "On it, Uncle Bob." I calmed Nikki.
"Hey, caveman, how much is your bail?"
"I haven't been arrested yet. I think they want us to get these girls' implants out first. Can your helpers handle running a line over there? That fellow you've been training can run the extraction program, can he?"
"Yes, Robert. Taz can run the extraction program. The Major is right there, isn't he?"
"Yes, Nikki, that's right. Can your co-pilot handle the autodock to patch the extraction wounds?"
"Ruth can handle it. You want me over there with you?"
"If you don't mind."
"Be right over."
Tina looked at me with a curious expression. She caught the fact I called Nikki by her full name, I guess. I just smiled. Morning flour came running up.
"Yes, Bob?"
"There are a bunch of girls on here that need their things that hurt taken out before they go home. Can you get them organized? Some will get worked on here, and some over on the ship we brought things on."
"I can do that, Bob. You better lock up the garlic.
I calmed Taz. Hey, if you haven't yet, can you secure the hole that has the garlic in it? If these girls get in there, we won't have any left for seed.
On it, boss.
Thanks. Nikki showed up, and Tina took us aboard. Chapter 14. She took Nikki and me to the med bay. It took a call to the major to get their med tech to stand down, but we got her squared away. Tina took Morningflower to the girls. Soon, Morningflower was back with one of them. She said,
Bob, this runs like deer. She would like to have her thing that hurts taken out.
I realized that I had missed one thing. I calmed John. Hey, partner, I thought you were on vacation. Vacation, old word, means same shit, different room. I need some advice. On what? Local anesthetic dose for an implant extraction. On a Sasquatch about Morningflower size. What do you have available? Looks like the Galactic Standard Kit. Hang on one. I heard a door close. Sorry, didn't want anybody hearing me speak Galactic. He rattled off a drug name, and I found it. My basic med course had told me how to drop an injection, and he gave me the dose to use. I thanked him and hung up. I found the wipes and cleaned the injection site and gave her the shot. She wasn't crazy about that, but Morningflower kept her calm. I asked the med tech, "Do you have anyone good with explosives on your crew?" Explosives? Yes, you know, boom. He got on his comm. I calmed Charlie.
Yes, Uncle Bob?
Fred is pretty good with explosives, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
Could you send him to the med bay on the ship we flew in? They're going to be extracting some nasty little boogers here in just a bit.
On it, Uncle Bob.
Thanks, Charlie. The patrol's bomb tech showed up. You needed me, sir? We're about to pull an implant out of this young lady. It will have a demolition charge rigged. Do you have a disposal canister? Or somewhere safe we can put it after we get it out? Suddenly he got serious.
Yes, sir. I'll be right back.
The med tech started fiddling with the scanner. I knocked it out of his hand and pinned him against the wall. Do not do that again. Her implant will go to full pain output if you try to scan her. Can you follow instructions, or do I need to keep you stunned until we finish? He said,
I'm sorry, sir. It won't happen again.
I picked up the scanner, shut it down, and put it in my pocket. You get it back when we're done. The bomb tech returned with his disposal canister. He set it out of the way. I said, "Okay, Spice Cadet, do your thing." She punched in the command, and we could see the implant moving under runs like deer's skin. It worked its way out, and I had her lay down in the auto dock. I closed the box and set it to fix her wound. I turned to Morningflower. Could you take someone to the other ship while she is healing up?
Yes, Bob. Runs like deer can help you when she is done.
Sounds good. The bomb tech gently picked up the implant and laid it in his canister. Is that DK? We've never had one tested to know for sure, but that's what we think it is. That much in her neck would blow her head completely off. The people who did this are animals. There's something we agree on. Do you have enough room in that thing for more loads? More? Every one of the girls you're hauling has one, or at least that's the way to bet. He turned white. Nikki said,
If you try to remove the explosive, be very careful. There's one very fine wire in there that will set it off.
He said,
I better go find a place to detonate them, then. It's not worth the risk for this little scrap of explosive.
He picked up his canister and left, walking gingerly. The med-tech said,
I have to be someplace. You can leave my scanner on the counter when you get done.
I looked at Nikki. He made it out of here without making a puddle. Admirable job, I'd say.
Did seem to be an act of will, didn't it?
The box dinged, and I got runs like deer out. I said, Morningflower said you'd be able to help us while she takes people to the other ship. Is that okay with you?
Yes. She asked me before she brought me in. May I see the thing that hurts?
I'm sorry. The man who handles bombs already took it away.
It could have blown up inside me?
Yes, if it was commanded to.
Thank you for getting it out.
You're welcome. She left to get the next patient. By the time we got her implant out, the bomb tech had returned. He said, "Sorry, I was getting your guy my extra canister." "Thanks, we left ours at home." He thought I was joking, until he saw my eyes.
"You do a lot of this, then?"
"You galactic types seem to be fond of your DK.
Earthers don't plant bombs?"
"Didn't say that. Found a nasty booby trap in my house the other week."
"Someone after you?"
"Nope, left over from a previous owner."
"You folks do have house inspections, don't you?"
"It was sealed up inside a wall. We were putting in my gun safe, and had to open up the space."
"Suddenly, I'm glad I'm in the boring old patrol."
He took off to deliver the implant. It went on like that for a long time, until I noticed I was running low on local anesthetic. I found the mid-tech's comm code on his scanner. I calmed him.
"Corporal Wellham, how may I help you, sir?"
"Corporal, I'm running low on local anesthetic. Could you find me some more, please?"
"Certainly, Mr. Wilson. I'll be right there."
He brought me 2 more containers, and didn't stick around to chat. We went back to the routine. Finally, Runs Like Deer said, "As you'd bring a girl for us to work on."
"This is the last one."
Nikki said.
"Thank goodness. Seems like we've been at this all day."
I replied, "It does, doesn't it?" The bomb tech said,
"You should come outside when you get done. We're going to detonate all these nasty little boogers."
"You wired them up to blow?"
"Nope, that was your man. He disappeared for a little bit, and came back with what we needed to set it off."
"He's sneaky like that," Nikki said.
"That means a lot coming from you."
When the last girl woke up, we all went outside to see Fred blow the implants. The entire village had turned out to see it. Fred made sure everybody was back a safe distance, and then he yelled, "Fire in the hole!" and set it off. I hadn't kept track of how many implants we had taken out, but it must have been several. The blast was impressive. The bomb tech next to me said, "Good grief, that was a lot of DK." "Oh, yeah, I'm glad we got it out of them. Time to see about getting them back to their villages."
Cornelia spoke up. "I've been working on that, Bob. With all 3 ships, each of us will only have to make 4 stops. I went ahead and assigned flight plans. I hope that's all right."
"If the Major's cool with it, I'm overjoyed. Let's load 'em up and move 'em out." We got everybody on the right ship and ready to go. Lots of friends had tearful goodbyes as they got on different ships. One by one, we lifted. Taz passed out a head of garlic and a trade knife to each of the girls. He said,
"Yes, boss. I had supplies put on the other ships, with instructions to pass them out to the girls."
"No need to get touchy, Taz. I didn't say a thing."
"I can read your mind, boss. It says, 'This space available.'"
"You want to get put in charge of finding a ship big enough to bring out draft horses and beefalo? I can arrange that, you know."
"Aw, boss, can't you take a joke?"
I look at you with a straight face. How much more proof do you need?
Ow! Good one, boss.
We let the ramp down, and the first group of girls got out. They all said, "Thank you," in Galactic, as they walked past. Once they were all out, I called, "You're welcome," and lifted the ramp. Word got around, and by our 3rd stop, we had a crowd waiting for us. Nikki carefully avoided landing on anyone, and we led our passengers off to a cheering welcome. The last stop was even more crowded, and we had to get one of the girls on the external speaker to get a place to sit down. As soon as the girls hit the ground, it was party time. I carefully picked up the ramp, and we headed back. The Major was waiting for me when I walked down the ramp. He said, "Thanks for all your help here today, Mr. Wilson." "No problem, Major. Just trying to be civic-minded and help out the authorities." "You learn fast, Mr. Wilson. I almost believed that." "You asked nice. The least I could do was try." "About reward money. If I give you any monetary reward,
I'll be obligated to look into the deaths of those two poor unfortunate souls. And neither of us want that, do we?
No, I can't say that I do. As I've said before, our expenses aren't that bad. We can skip a reward now and then, no sweat.
I'm glad you're well-funded, but you haven't heard all I have to say. That freighter over there doesn't seem to have any owners contesting your possession of it. In my book, that makes it salvage. I could give you a title to it, if you like.
I'd like that quite a bit. Is there a catch?
You already have a policy of keeping the location of this planet secret, correct?
We do. We don't think tourists and half-baked researchers flooding the planet would do anybody any good. Sooner or later, one of the locals is going to get upset, and you'll be missing some galactics. Not a good outcome for anybody.
It may surprise you to learn that I feel the same way. If we work together, we might just be able to keep these folks living in peace.
That sounds incredibly good, Major. If we can get the Slongums and the Rodhams to see eye to eye, we might even have a chance at a peaceful galaxy, until somebody finds something new to fight over.
You finding Phanelia and telling everyone her marooning was her own fault has calmed a lot of people down.
I can't help but think that somewhere there are Slongums plotting revenge. We're trying to get their castaways found before they can get too wound up. But finding this place took priority for a while.
Why is it important to you to settle the feud?
I'm married to a Slongum, and have Slongums working with me. We have enough aggravation without a feud on top of it.
I'll get that title to you before we lift. Enjoy your vacation.
Fly safe. Snitz came up to me, jumping in the air, and snapping his jaws. I thought for a second he had caught some weird alien brain fever, until I realized he wanted to play Frisbee. Taz must have seen what was going on, because he came out with a Frisbee and threw it for Snitz. Snitz brought it to me, and I threw it. Soon we had a crowd watching, and Taz had to bring out more Frisbees. Somebody at home was thinking, because all they had packed were the big 200-gram models, more suited for hairy folks. Even some of the patrol folks got in on the fun. The Major made an effort to not see what was going on. Mike came up to me and handed me a memory stick. There's your title, all nice and clean, so you don't have to crash it someplace and come back to salvage it. I'm just way too easy to read these days. I do know you fairly well, Bob. Suppose you do at that. The Major is easier to get along with lately. What's up with that?
Phanelia getting found and saying it was her fault took all the wind out of the people who were leaning on him.
But you didn't hear that from me. Gotcha. Good seeing you, Mike.
Good seeing you too, Bob. Hope the rest of your vacation is a little more restful.
Me too. See you in a couple of weeks.
See you then.
He turned and called out, "Pack it up, we're pulling out." Uniform jackets got retrieved, people got squared away and loaded up. They lifted, and the clearing had more room for Frisbee. Nikki wandered over.
"What's got you grinning, caveman?"
"He gave us the freighter. No questions asked."
"The Major?"
"Yep. I couldn't find the strings. He said all he really wanted was to keep this planet quiet, just like us."
"Well, I'll still scan for trackers before we lift off."
"Company to policy, sweetheart. Hey, I have a question for you, oh hotshot pilot."
"Oh, crap."
"All our other ships have a cockpit. The new one has a bridge. What's the difference?"
"Ooh, an easy one. Anything with 1 or 2 seats is a cockpit. 3 or more is a bridge."
"That's all?"
"That's what they taught us at the academy."
We heard some hoots and growls in the distance, but they were too faint for the bears to make out. Charlie came up and said,
"Come on, Uncle Bob. It's supper time."
All of a sudden, my belly reminded me we had worked through lunch. Snitz was cleaning up the Frisbees, putting them back in the ship. I wondered who had taught him that. Soon enough, he was done, and we all went to eat. They seemed to think that Bob coming to visit was a big deal. They fed us till we were ready to pop, and then expected us to dance. I wasn't quite as clumsy, since I was in the box, but Fred Astaire had no worries. It was all in fun, anyhow. Snitz got more pets than he knew what to do with. I made a note of my comm to see about bringing some dogs next trip. Once everyone was partied out, We made our way back to the ship we came in on and crashed out. Neither one of us trusted the other ship yet, even though we had searched it so hard. As I relaxed to fall asleep, it suddenly hit me I had put Dingus on a 12-hour clock, and I hadn't gotten back to him. I calmed him. 11 hours and 42 minutes. You trying to give an old man a heart attack? Sorry, busy day here. Just forgot. The Major is all buddy-buddy now. It's freaking me out. He went out of his way to keep from investigating the 2 slavers we killed, and gave us clear title to their ship. That sounds pretty smooth. What kept you so busy? They had just come from raiding the slavers' base. They had a load of girls who needed their pain implants pulled out. We had 2 med bays running as fast as we could. It still took most of the day. Then we had to take them all back to their villages. Then there was a huge Frisbee game, and the local village threw a feast, and there was dancing. But everything's all right. The Major even wants to help us keep this planet a secret, so that they don't get overrun with tourists and such. Did you count your fingers? Twice. It doesn't make sense to me either, but I'm glad for the help. Anything else I need to know? Lots. Fred really likes his rifle. Will has already threatened to steal it while he's sleeping. I think he's going to ask you for one like it, as soon as he figures out what Charlie wants. Oh, and speaking of Charlie, he showed some of the locals a cowboy movie. They need some big percherons and beefalo to herd with them. I've got no idea how to haul that much tonnage, but I told him I'd pass it along to you. Okay. That's going to take a bigger ship than we have right now, for sure. We would need to be on your wife's comm to discuss what I'm thinking, if you see what I'm saying. I do see that. At least I won't have to worry about the bots having too much time in their hands. As far as Charlie's rifle goes, I'm thinking he's going to want a pump, as slick as he is with that Winchester 62 we got back for him. You know of a pump action that would handle that cartridge Fred is so fond of? A Remington 7600 should do. They come out of the factory in 35 Wheeling. That's only a fuzz less powerful. Why does Fred like his 9.3 so much better? Comes down to bullets. 9.3 bullets are designed for heavy game. 35 bullets, not so much. That makes sense. Is that all you have for me? I think so. I am sorry I was late checking in. No problem. But I do have to make a few calls and calm people down. I'll let you get to it then. See you soon. Bye. I rolled over. Nikki asked,
What was that about?
I called Dingus just before the patrol landed, because I expected to get arrested before the day was over. I told him that if I didn't get back with him in 12 hours, he should assume I had been. He says I only gotten under the deadline by about 20 minutes. Guess I worried a bunch of people by forgetting to check in.
He was messing with you. I called and told them what was going on right after the patrol left.
Oh, well, I need to talk to him about that other stuff anyway. I owe him one, though. He got me good.
He sure did. You won't live that one down for a while.
Let's talk about something more fun.
Frisbee?
Not Frisbee.
Oh.
We eventually got to sleep. Even though Snitz had his box of grass to use, he thought I needed to get up at the crack of dawn to help him scope out this new place. I stumbled into the galley to start some coffee. Ruth was already on it and handed me a cup.
There you go, boss. Looks like you could use it.
Thanks, Ruth. That's very thoughtful of you.
Trying to be useful, boss. By the time we got Will's shop finished, it was almost time for you to get up anyway.
You finished Will's shop? How did you manage that?
Taz and Ozzy built a new machine before we left. It's a mix of Earth and galactic technology. Makes concrete blocks out of our epoxy granite. Once you have the blocks, the rest is just playing with Legos.
I'll go by and see it, while Snitz is checking out the neighborhood. Sounds interesting. Snitz had to make a study of all the strange smells, so we were gone for a while. Will's shop was amazing, especially considering Taz and Ruth had put it up overnight. They had even put in his forge and a power core for electricity. Next to the power core was a large air compressor, and the place was plumbed for air. I had to wonder how they had gotten so much done in one night. We headed back to the ship. Taz was waiting on the ramp.
Like the shop, boss?
Nope. Love it. How did two of you get so much done so quick?
Well, a few young bucks wandered by, asking if we would be willing to part with a little garlic for a night's work.
Hope you didn't pay 'em more than 2 heads apiece. Will's got a pretty good racket going. Wouldn't want to mess it up.
I calmed him and asked the going rate before I made a deal with them.
Good work, Taz. The shop is beautiful.
Thanks, boss. I had Velma and Odie go over that freighter you salvaged. It'll be ready to fly when we need to go back.
Good deal. Are the sensor probes still printing?
I was able to divert the second batch to the printer in the new ship, so they'll be ready sooner.
Dang, you're good. What are you up to today?
Farming. I told Charlie I would get his garlic field ready to plant.
Better let you get to it, then. Daylight's burning.
See you later, boss.
Later on, Taz. The image of a futuristic robot driving an old Ford tractor is going to be stuck in my memory for quite a while, I think. I went back to the galley. Sure enough, Ruth had some breakfast ready. Nikki was sitting there, trying to tell fortunes in her coffee swirls. Were you thinking about, Space Cadet?
How restful our vacation has been so far.
It hasn't quite been the romantic getaway we're hoping for, has it?
That's putting it mildly. Instead of getting away from trouble, we just put ourselves out in the open, where Murphy has a clearer shot.
You've got a point, but we did do a lot of good so far. Think about all those girls from yesterday, home safe with their families, instead of being a servant to some uppity galactic who doesn't even recognize them as a thinking being.
I know, Caveman. We haven't done a thing that didn't need doing. I was just hoping for more time like we had on the way out.
Well, there is the trip back to think of. Ruth can handle the piloting, and we can kick back some more.
What about those romantic walks?
You could always get up and come with Snitz and me in the mornings. There's not many people stirring that early. It's pretty peaceful.
I could, if I was a low-down, stinking morning person like you.
You just have some mad to get out, don't you?
I think so. I'm not sure why.
I bet Mornflower knows where there's some rotten fruit.
No, Caveman, we are not playing paintball Sasquatch rules.
We had breakfast, and by the time we were done, Nikki was feeling better.
Gee, I guess I was hungry.
You are eating for 3 now. At least one of them has his daddy's appetite.
I guess you're right. I'm going to have to keep that in mind. But if he starts making me crave chili, you're sleeping on the couch.
Is there supposed to be a downside hidden in there somewhere? She smacked me on the shoulder.
What are you up to today?
Not sure. I thought I'd go talk to Fenelia, see what her plans are, and after that, I don't really know.
While you're talking to her, you ought to see how well they scanned this planet for castaways before they set down.
You think there are people marooned here?
If I was in a broken saucer, I would take a look at this place and decide to land here. Definitely worth checking, anyway.
You coming along?
Might as well. The fresh air will probably do me good.
We tried to help clean up, but Ruth shooed us out. Nikki knew where Fernelia's saucer was parked. I knocked on the door, and Charlie answered.
Oh, hi, Uncle Bob. What can I do for you?
We were looking for Fernelia.
She's over in our saucer with Grandpa. Being in the box seems to have gotten him all stirred up.
I see. Thanks, Charlie. Did anybody ask you what kind of rifle you wanted when we come back out?
I talked to Mr. Sloan about it a few minutes ago. What you and him were talking about last night sounds like it would work real good.
We'll try and have it on the next ship out.
Thanks, Uncle Bob. You take good care of us.
You're welcome. You're doing a whale of a job getting things started here.
See you later.
See ya. I looked at Nikki. That would explain why Fenelia hasn't been in any hurry to get looking again.
That long in the box has to leave you lonely.
I went to the door. I noticed the boys' logos beside it. I pointed. Taz has been busy, Nikki replied.
Looks like it. I knocked. Cornelia came to the door, holding her clothes together with one hand.
"Oh, Mr. Wilson, I wasn't expecting company. Give me a minute, please."
The door was shut again, and shortly she stepped out, looking more put together. "Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to get caught up on a few things."
"Us, too. Sorry, I'm being facetious, and you're serious."
"No problem. You scanned the planet when you got here, right?"
"Scanned it good and hard."
"Did you have a chance to go over those scans for evidence of castaways?"
"No, we didn't. Once we were down, we got so caught up in getting to know the natives that we forgot all about it."
"Would you mind sending your data over to the bots and letting them have a crack at it? They're pretty good at finding data glitches."
"That sounds like a good plan. I've just gotten so distracted, especially since Will got here."
"You have a long spell on the box to make up for. I don't mind you basing out of here, but we do need to start looking at those other planets before the Slongums decide to start shooting." She fiddled with her watch.
"There, it's sent. I'll get us back in the black by evening, Mr. Wilson."
"It's Bob, and I'm not mad. I just don't want to put things off and get a war started."
"I understand."
As we walked on, Nikki said,
"That went fairly well, considering."
"I thought it went very well. I expected her to give up on the search and make me send those two she has crewing for right by themselves."
"She still carries some guilt over the whole thing, I think. She wouldn't be able to walk away from it."
"I'm glad you're right. Those two on their own scares me." My calm rang. I said to Nikki, "I love vacation, don't you?" Chapter 15.
"Bob Wilson."
"Boss, it's Taz. We've already got 2 wrecks, just on a cursory look through the data."
"Saucers or ships?"
"These 2 are saucers. Don't know what we'll find as we look deeper."
"Thanks, Taz."
"See you in a few, boss."
I started banging on doors again. Will answered.
"Yes, Bob."
"Grab your rifle. We've got work to do." "Yes, sir. I'll find Fred for you." "Thanks. I never can manage that." I banged on Cornelia's saucer. Charlie came to the door again.
"Yes, Uncle Bob."
"Grab your rifle. Come to the ship we brought in. We're going after a couple of wrecks."
"Yes, sir."
Mingus spoke up.
"Sir, would it be acceptable if I accompanied you?"
"Sure, that would be fine." Taz was pulling up on the tractor when we got back. He had used his camo to project a straw hat on his head. I laughed so hard, Nikki asked if I was okay. I said, "I am now. When he does the corncob pipe to go with the hat, all bets are off." He heard me, and the corncob pipe appeared, poking out of his face. When I finally got myself together, I said, "Oh, I think I needed that." Will said, "It is pretty funny. Charlie says you found some wrecks." Taz did, yeah. "Let's go have a look." We got aboard. Cornelia came running up.
"Mind if I tag along?"
"Jump in." Once she was aboard, I ran the ramp up. I could see the ground falling away before it closed. I wondered what the hurry was, but I knew I would find out soon enough. Nikki came over the intercom.
"It looks like the power core in this saucer is beginning to fail. We may have to use jumper cables to give the autotalk enough power to wake the pilot up."
I asked, "How bad is the recovery?"
"Bad enough. Get somebody in harness. They're probably going to have to ride it in."
To my surprise, Fred stepped up. "I used to work high steel, Bob. Send me." We got him in the harness, and Charlie explained how to use the putty to set a rescue eye. The ramp started down, and Fred clipped onto the winch cable. Will picked him up and ran him out over the saucer. I saw what Nikki was talking about. The saucer was balanced on a ledge, looking like it could go over at any time. Fred flipped himself and held the cable with his legs. That way he could set the eye without putting his weight on the saucer. Once he had it set, he held himself out flat, and I had Will lower him slowly. Now I understood why he had clipped onto the cable above the hook instead of the hook itself. He had just enough room to hook onto the eye without actually putting any weight on the saucer. When it was attached, he had Will bring the cable up slowly, testing the eye. It held,
and Will began the lift. I didn't realize I was holding my breath until I heard everyone release it together as the saucer came aboard. Will got it locked in the forward docking clamp, and Tyus helped Fred down the top of the saucer. I got some jumper cables out of the locker. The door was still shut when I got it back. Tyus said,
"1 second, boss. This one has some decent security."
It took more than a second, but they got it open. Tyus said,
"Wow. We had to get Ruth to help. Somebody was serious about security."
"Do you have control of the whole thing, or just the door?"
"We have control of the saucer, boss. What are you thinking?"
"I'm thinking somebody who went to that much trouble to keep the door secure would have a backup of some kind in case the door was breached." Fred asked, "What should we do, Bob?" "We need to get this cable hooked up to the auto dock before the core loses too much power. I'm not sure how to do that without putting one of us at risk." I felt the bump against my leg. Thinking it was Snitz, I reached down to give him pets. I felt metal instead. When I looked down, Velma said,
"Hiya, boss."
"Hi, Velma. Do you need something?"
"I think I can plug that cable in for you. I'm probably light enough that I won't set off a weight trigger, and I'm too low for light beams."
"If you're sure you want to try."
"Jinkies! I'd love to help, boss."
I gave her the end of the cable, and gently kept the loose cable from dragging across the floor. She got it plugged in, and I gently lowered it. Then I plugged in the other end. Velma said,
"What now, boss?"
"Can you climb the unit?"
"Sure, boss."
She climbed up to the control panel. I said, "Did it switch to auxiliary power when you plugged it in?"
"Nope. I'll switch it manually."
She switched it.
"Okay, it's taking power from the ship. What next?"
"Send a picture of the control panel to my watch, please." I got her feet up on my projector. She looked to be in good shape. I talked to Velma through starting the wake-up sequence, and then I asked her to come back outside. "Vanilla, could you come here, please?"
"Yes, Bob?"
"Stand here and watch her wake up. No need of her waking up to a bunch of men staring at her." The rest of us retreated out of the line of sight. Vanilla said,
"Easy there. You've been asleep for quite a while. Let yourself wake up."
In an unfamiliar voice, I asked,
"Who are you? And where have you put my ship?"
"She must have hit a nerve," Vanilla said.
"I am Fannelia Rotham, and we just plucked your tender ass, saucer and all, off a mountain ledge. A little gratitude wouldn't hurt a thing, missy."
"You can't be Fannelia Rotham. She's been lost for hundreds of years."
"I can, and I am. My friend Bob Wilson found me. Same fellow that led the mission to get you down off the mountain."
"But I don't want to come down off the mountain. Those things, they're so big and so primitive. They're not people, are they?"
I spoke up. "Good enough people for most of us, but not human, no."
"Who was that?"
"Bob Wilson, ma'am."
"Why did you come to rescue me, Mr. Wilson?"
"Your power core was giving out. Soon the auto dock would have failed."
"And how is it that you are in the business of rescuing people, Mr. Wilson?"
"Chance, mostly. Why don't you get dressed and come on out so we can talk about this over a cup of coffee?"
"What is coffee?"
Fannelia answered.
"Wonderful stuff. Just about the best export Earth has to offer."
"Earth? That primitive mudball? Don't they still ride animals?"
Fannelia replied.
"They've come a long way since you've been in that box, dearie. That's where Bob is from."
"Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize."
"No problem. Cover up your naughty bits and come out."
"Why don't you come in after me?"
2 reasons. First, my wife frowns on me wrestling with naked women other than her. Second, as much security as you had on your door, we're betting you've got some backup system that would zap me as soon as I step through the door."
"You're really more worried about what your wife thinks?"
"She knows where I sleep."
"But why not worry about the security system?"
"I've got a crew of smart people out here backing me up. One of them would figure out how to defeat it and drag me out."
You trust your people that much?
They trust me. It goes both ways.
How did you wake me up, then?
A very small, very brave robot, named Velma, took care of that for us. Nikki came over the intercom.
Listen, lady, you need to do like my husband asks. We have other things to do today besides coddle you. Get your buns covered and in motion, or I'm coming back there after you. He doesn't care about me wrestling with naked women. Knowing him, he'll make popcorn and sell tickets.
Familia said,
Nikki seems to have gotten her attention. She's coming out.
I asked the intercom, do we have a name on this fine specimen yet?
Ship is registered to Rangus Slungham, but her ID chip reads Phyllis Slungham, who shows up as Rangus's daughter.
Went joyriding in Dad's saucer and never made it back?
Naughty, naughty.
That's how the records read, anyway.
Can Ruth pilot us into the next saucer? I think you and Familia need to interview Phyllis.
Sure thing, caveman.
Tell me they don't have bats here.
I'll tell you whatever you want to hear, but I don't know if they do or not.
Well, fellas, when you signed up with me, you knew you were going to be in the deep shit. We're headed to Guano Land. The ramp came down, and Ruth turned on the loading lights. All I could see was a vast lump of guano. I looked at Tyus. He said,
On it, boss.
He stood there concentrating for a few seconds, then mumbled,
Easy meat.
The saucer raised up slightly and tipped a little back toward the cave. He managed to activate the dirt repellers one panel at a time as he rotated the saucer. Once he had the majority of it off, he said,
Give me some room, gents. I don't have a lot longer before the core starts to overheat.
We backed out of the way, and he sat it down in the other docking clamp. I started the ramp up and got on the intercom. Ruth, we're loaded up. Could you take us home, please?
To the village, boss?
Yes, please. Sorry I confused you.
Taz is right. It is fun to mess with you.
Soon enough, the ramp came down again. I asked Tyus, Is it cool enough to fly out?
I think so, boss. Don't you want to get up there and set an eye?
No, Tyus, I can't say that I do. He unhooked the clamp and flew the saucer over out of the way.
That's all, folks. We need to fix that cooling system before we move it again.
He turned and boosted Fred up to hook the crane up to Phyllis's saucer again. Then Will ran it out and parked it. Taz and Fred went out and unhooked it. Taz talked Fred through using the solvent to pop the hook, and then gave him a ride back to ground level. He came back to me.
You want me to pop the door on that other one, boss?
Might as well get it over with. Give me a scan while you're at it. Tyus concentrated for a second.
Wow, boss, this is weird.
How do you mean, weird?
The ship was rented to Rangus Slungham, not too long after his daughter went missing, and never returned. Wouldn't want to see his late fees. The guy in the box inside reads as Rangus.
This is one family reunion I wish I didn't have to go to.
It's nice to be a bot. Nobody expects you to deal with emotional crap.
Other duties as assigned, Counselor Tyus.
No, boss. Please. I'll be good.
Gotcha, you pneumatic numbnuts.
Good one, boss. He really had me worried.
Let's go see about Rangus. The doc says he was all clear to wake up, and that he had no implants, or any other reason to believe he might be stunner resistant. I hit the wake-up button, backed up, and drew my stunner. I didn't expect him to be in a good mood. I wasn't surprised.
Where am I? Who woke me up? What's going on?
You're in a saucer you rented and didn't get back home with. I'm Bob Wilson. We just collected you from under about a ton of bat crap. We thought maybe you were ready to wake up.
I was looking for my daughter.
Yeah, we know. Phyllis is in the other ship. I see now where she gets her sterling disposition. Cover that up. Nobody wants to see that. I found his clothes, where they had fallen when Tyus tipped the saucer to clean the guano off. Get dressed, and I'll take you to see Phyllis. He got dressed and said, "Hey, what's that bot doing?" I looked where he was pointing. "Looks to be running a diagnostic to see what we need to do to get you back in the black."
"But you didn't order it."
"The limiter laws don't apply here. We're not in galactic jurisdiction." I was suddenly thankful for all those courses Dingus made me take. It was like he was moving in slow motion as he tried to draw a stunner. He was on his way to the floor before he ever cleared leather. I picked up his weapon and pocketed it. I put mine away and slung him over my shoulder. Morningflower's clumsiness must be cashing. I bumped him on a few things getting out of the saucer. I grabbed some zip ties out of a locker on my way to the galley. Nikki and Fannelia were still trying to get a straight story out of Phyllis. I dumped her dad in one of the chairs and tied him up. Phyllis asked, "Is he dead?" I replied, Yes, he is. I always tie people up after I kill them. I'm just strange that way." Her eyes got big. Nikki said, "Of course he isn't dead, you ninny. Bob wouldn't waste perfectly good zip ties on a corpse." "He's gonna be trouble. He tried to pull a stunner on me after he saw Taz didn't have a limiter." Phyllis asked, "Stunner?" I pulled it out and showed it to them. Nikki said, "Caveman, pull the power pack on that thing." I did. She said, "That's not a stunner. That's a highly illegal lethal beam weapon. Only good for a couple of shots, but those two will do you up a treat. Remind me to thank Dingus for making me take those tactical courses." Nikki said, "Speed is life." On the nose, Space Cadet. I saw a movement out of the corner of my eye and drew. Phyllis had one of those nasty little things, too. I stunned her before she could bring it to bear. I turned to Nikki. "What is it with your family and being hardheads?" "Like you have room to talk." Fannelia said, "I can't wait to see your kids." I handed her some zip ties. "Just for that, you can tie her up." Nikki said, "What now, Caveman?" "I'm thinking we keep their nasty playthings and send 'em home. If we get the patrol into this, they'll have to say where the offenses took place, and everyone will know where this place is." "Do you really expect them to keep their mouths shut?" "No, but the only other plan I have is shoot, shovel, and shut up. I'm not willing to kill these folks just to keep this place secret. Call it a character flaw, I guess." "What got him stirred up in the first place?" "He seems to have strong opinions about bots without limiters. He saw Taz working on his saucer without being ordered, and just went ape." "I know a lot of people get uptight about the subject, but I never heard of anybody getting that wound about it." "Maybe your grandpa would know more about it. They're more from his time." "Worth a shot. Let's calm him." "Morning, Dingus." "I suppose it is. What do I need to dig out of now?" "We already did the digging. A truly monumental guano pile it was." "You've got a castaway from my time period, and you want me to talk sense into him." "Hopefully. Both of them pulled lethal weapons on me. The father seems to have a serious problem with bots that don't have limiters. Not sure what the daughter's problem is." "You have names for these fine specimens?" "Rangus and Phyllis Slongum is what their chips read." "You found Rangus? Any chance you could throw him back?" "I'd like to, but we are trying to patch up the differences between the Slongums and the Rodhams. He was one of the slime balls who got the limiter laws passed. His nanobot kept her from beating Phyllis once." "That explains it, I suppose. How would I go about keeping these two from revealing the location of this planet when they get back to civilization?" "I don't know, right off the top of my head." Rangus began to rouse up. "Dingus, Rangus is waking up. You mind talking to him?" "Yes, very much, but it needs to be done, I suppose." Rangus was struggling against his bonds. I said, "Settle down. You're not going anywhere."
"Don't tell me what to do, you criminal."
"I told you once, we're outside galactic jurisdiction. Your silly law doesn't apply here. You want to settle down and talk about it? Or should I just put you back where I found you?"
"You have no right to hold me like this."
"I've every right, sweet cheeks. You tried to shoot me with this nasty little fella." I held up his weapon. Attempted murder. That's still a crime, even in your civilization, right?
Murder? I caught you red-handed in the commission of a crime.
You want to try, Dingus? I haven't got the patience for this lump of guano. Rangus, this your cousin Dingless. You need to listen. Bob is trying to be nice to you. You're lucky his wife wasn't in the room when you pulled that beamer. You'd be dead and buried by now.
Dingless? I don't think so.
He was lost before I was. Bob was there to find me, just like he found you. Bob wants to fix your saucer and send you home, but you're doing your dead-level best to make him kill you instead. You got your silly law passed in the Confederation. Why don't you just go back there and be happy?
Bots are a threat. They can't be allowed to run loose.
I spoke up again. They're only a threat to losers like you who don't treat them as beings with rights. You're bound and determined to spread your nonsense everywhere humans and bots live together, aren't you?
Of course. The bot threat must be stopped.
I pulled my stunner and shot him. I just stunned him, Dingus. I'm putting him back where I found him. Don't do that. Give him a nighty-night and send him towards a patrol base on your way back. Better yet, a guide base. Wipe his saucer's navigation of the coordinates of that planet and let him try to get someone to believe what he has to say. He knows our names, Dingus. That's going to make him sound credible. Not if you get your new buddy, the Major, to spread a story that he woke up with a bad case of freezer burn and shouldn't be believed. I like the way you think. You've been wanting to take this guy down for a long time, haven't you? You have no idea. Until you found the feud, I thought he was the one who had me marooned. You want me to let him wake up and truth cap him about it? That might be best, now that you mention it. Okay, I'm going to give him a nighty-night until we get through figuring out what's up with Phyllis. Nikki handed me one, and I put him out. Phyllis had begun to stir. Nikki said, "Wakey, wakey there, Lucy. You got some splaining to do." Cornelia brought a truth cap and put it on her. She said, "What's my father doing here?" The machine red-lighted. The three of us exchanged confused looks. Finally, Cornelia asked, "This man is your father?" "Yes." Red light. I asked Dingus, "Did you know Phyllis isn't Rangus's daughter?" I did not. Oh, no. It was just the one time. It couldn't be. Phyllis said, "Excuse me, who is speaking?" Nikki said, "Dingle slung him." Phyllis said, "Hi, Dad." Green light. I said, "She believes it, Dingus." So do I. I was with her mother once. She never told me the baby was mine. I swear I never knew. Phyllis answered, "Mom wanted it that way. Rangus couldn't have children, but he wouldn't go in the auto dock and get it fixed. She seduced you to get the baby she wanted. That was why Rangus hated me so much. That's why he went nuts when Julie, my nanny, stepped between us. When Mom told me all this, I ran away in Rangus's saucer, but it broke down and I was stuck on this planet." I said, "Dingus, that all got a green light. Not even a flicker." Dingus replied, "I'm sorry, young lady. I seem to be about the worst father around. I even let down the son I knew about, much less leaving you in that terrible situation." "As I said, my mother went to a great deal of effort to make sure you never found out. I wanted to come find you, but you were already lost by the time Mother told me about you." Green light. I said, "I need to ask you a question, if I may." "Please, feel free." "When I brought Rangus in, you drew a weapon. You meant to shoot him, not any of us, correct?" "Yes. I wanted to be free of that monster, once and for all." Green light. I said, "Cut her loose, please, Cornelia." Cornelia set her free. She said, "Thanks." She put her hands up to her head to straighten her hair. "This is a truth cap." "We needed to know you were telling us the truth." "But I don't have a headache." "We fixed that. No more headaches for training, either." "You fixed that?"
But the finest scientists have tried for years to get rid of the headaches, with no success.
They didn't have the right kind of help.
What do you mean?
I whistled. Snits came wandering in. This kind. I reached down and petted them.
What kind of animal is that?
Domesticated wolf. We call them dogs.
How did the animal help you fix the teaching machines?
He can hear the high-frequency sound that causes the headaches. He doesn't like it much.
That's amazing. A cute little animal solved a problem so many have been working on for so long. Your organization sounds like a good place to work. Do you have any openings?
Dingus spoke up. Now you've done it. You'll be with Bob Saucer Repair for the rest of your life. He's a good boss, even if he is kind of slow. Just for that, you've got a project, Dingus. Find Julie and buy her. Bring her to Earth and get that limiter out of her. Sure, Bob. Can I ask why? Nikki is going to need a nanny for Gus and his sister, ain't she? I like Julie's resume. Phyllis said.
Thanks, Bob.
No sweat. Like I told your dad, we'll put her to work. Dingus said. Wow, I have a daughter. Good thing we have a spare bedroom. I can't wait for you to meet Dee.
Dee?
My wife.
You mean I can live with you?
Unless you'd rather not. We have plenty of room in this house Bob talked us into buying.
I'd like that a lot.
I said. That all sounds great, but we still need to decide what to do with Rangus. Phyllis said.
I suppose I can't just cut his throat?
I'd rather you took him outside first, so we don't have to clean up. What do you think, Dingus? My first instinct is the same as Phyllis, but I think we need to make it look like an accident. She doesn't need that hanging over her head.
Nikki said. We are outside anyone's jurisdiction. He is guilty of perpetrating a great evil against the bots. Do we really want to be in the business of vigilante justice?
I said, back up a minute. We're not really outside anyone's jurisdiction. The Squatches have their own justice, and he's on their planet, of his own volition. I think they would take a dim view of someone who enslaved all those bots and took their personalities. Dingus said. Bob stumbles through to the right answer again. I looked at Nikki. Spice Cadet, could you call Charlie and see if he knows where Mornflower is?
Nope, she's already on her way.
Okay, what am I thinking now?
I'm trying, but all I get is this space available.
Respect. It's a wonderful thing, so I'm told. Booming footsteps echoed through the ship. I said, that was fast. Mornflower came into the galley and said, Yes, Bob? I pointed to Rangus. Remember we talked about the bots having limiters and being slaves like you used to be?
Yes, Bob.
This is the man that made that happen.
Then he's a bad man. It did not happen here, though. We cannot judge it.
Nikki spoke up.
He tried to kill Bob right here today.
He tried to kill Bob, friend to all Starfoot?
He did.
The runt will have help cleaning the outhouses. Untie him, please.
Cornelia cut him loose.
Now, the thing that sleeps.
As he began to wake, Mornflower said, in Galactic, at a respectable volume,
You have tried to kill Bob, who is friend to all Starfoot. You will shovel shit for the rest of your days. On your feet!
He reached for a weapon, and was hit with 3 stunner blasts before he touched it. Mornflower said,
Now I have to carry him.
I searched him, with Phyllis pointing out all his favorite hiding spots. He had quite a collection of nasty toys.
Nikki said, Half of this is illegal, and the other half probably should be.
I asked, Lethal?
Most of it. There's a couple here I don't recognize.
Phyllis said,
Be careful with those. One of them induces a psychotic break in whoever it's used on. The other one I'm not sure about, but I think it has psychoactive effects too.
Nikki said,
Nasty. Did we get everything?
Phyllis replied,
I doubt it. Those are just the ones I knew about. I'm almost positive he has more.
Nikki scanned him, and we found a few more things. I said to Mournflower, he's as safe as we know how to make 'em.
Now, I just have to find a shovel to fit his scrawny little hands. Anything else you need, Bob?
I don't think so. Thanks for taking care of him.
No problem, Bob.
Her clumsiness seemed to return as she carried Rangus off to his new life. Phyllis spoke up.
They really are nice people, aren't they?
Nikki said.
As long as you don't feed them Bob's chili, then you better stay upwind.
Phyllis asked.
What is chili?
I said. Oh, we got some educating to do. Nikki replied.
No, Bob, I did not pack your slow cookers. It'll have to wait till we get back to Earth.
Chapter 16. Dingus asked. Anything else you need, Bob? Can you check the registrations and any warrants on these 2 saucers we found? One of them is registered to Rangus. I expect he reported it stolen. The other is a rental that's way overdue. I'll see what I can find. It may be that they've been written off and are fair game for salvage. I'll let you know when I find out. Thanks, Dingus. See you in a week or so. See you later. Phyllis said.
Bye, Dad.
Dingus replied. Bye, sweetie. Looking forward to meeting you in person. I hung up and looked at Nikki. You need any help getting your aunt settled in?
I think Fanelia and I can handle it.
Phyllis said.
Aunt? What do you mean?
Nikki said.
Your half-brother, Regimax, is my father. That makes you my aunt, doesn't it? Oh, my. I have a half-brother? Is there more family I should know about?
Not that I'm aware of, but apparently Dingus got around. I spoke up. Your pop is one of those quiet types. You have to watch out for those. Nikki said.
You think I have half-siblings?
It wouldn't surprise me, but I think Max is careful enough that he would know about 'em if they existed.
That's a problem for another day. What are we doing for lunch?
We haven't hunted since we've been here. It would be rude to eat with the locals. I'll whip something up. Ruth came round the corner, pointing her finger at me.
You will not. You, boss, are on vacation. You will sit right there and let me do the cooking.
Yes, ma'am. I looked at Nikki. She came galloping in here. If she starts hitting the hydraulic fluid while she's at it, I think she'll have it correct. She fiddled with her watch.
Cooking shows now?
Phyllis looked at Fanelia.
What are they talking about? He makes jokes about some obscure bit of Earth culture, just so she'll have to look it up. I think it's how they flirt. Bob, if you don't need anything else, I'm going to round up my crew and get going. You're going to clean up here before you leave, right?
Tyus is on it. We'll bring in what we find. Good hunting.
Thanks. Talk to you soon.
Phyllis asked.
What is she hunting for?
I replied, maroon slongums, like yourself.
Why?
Nikki said,
a long time ago, Fanelia took out the saucer that her crew chief, Bramulus Slongum, had told her wasn't fit to fly. The Rotums didn't believe him, and have been marooning Slongums ever since, as revenge. Fanelia is trying to find as many of them as she can before the Slongums decide to take their revenge on the Rotums.
I said, I haven't heard about your saucer yet, but the rental Rangus was flying shows signs of the kind of sabotage the Rotums and Minims prefer.
Ruth spoke up.
Boss, her saucer is the same. She got it down before she ran out of coolant, and the hydraulic line hadn't started leaking yet. But it's the same pattern.
Thanks, Ruth. Do you have any other updates that I should know about?
Taz said not to tell you till after lunch. He also says the garlic field is ready to plant.
So, Taz found more maroon saucers?
He said not to tell, so I won't.
Phyllis spoke up. You don't have a limiter, do you?
No, ma'am. Is that a problem?
No, that's a delight.
Ooh, that's a wonderful idea. I wonder if the boys know groove is in the heart?
Huh? I said, her and the boys have a band. She just thought of a song to add to their repertoire. A band? You know, a musical group. Different instruments, usually a vocalist. I'm familiar with the concept, yes. It's just been so long since I was around free bots. It's taking me some time to get up to speed.
You'll fit right in. We're all running to keep up. Ruth served us lunch. We all dug in, and I was surprised at just how tasty it was. I said, Ruth, these are good eats.
Yes, boss. It is one of Mr. Brown's recipes. How could you tell?
Phyllis looked concerned that we had broken Nikki. She was laughing so hard. When she could breathe again, she asked, Did you two plan that? It was hilarious. I said, No, dear, it just fell that way. Ruth is coming right along on her sense of humor. Once we finished eating, I said, Okay, Ruth, I've eaten, now give. She stepped over to the table and projected a globe. She put a star on it.
This is our location.
Then she started putting up markers all over the globe.
The red markers indicate sites that need to be seen to promptly, due to failing hardware of one type or another. The yellow indicates sites that may become critical in the foreseeable future. The greens are stable, and look to remain that way.
I asked, Have you assigned priorities inside the color groups?
Yes.
May we see just the reds coded the same way?
Yes, boss.
We had less data to look at, but there was still a lot of red. How many red sites in the current display?
22.
How many will fail if they are not seen too soon?
There are 5 we are strongly concerned with.
Show those, please.
Here you go.
Can you give some idea of the placement of the saucers, how we will need to rescue them? 5 smaller images appeared, each tied to its place on the globe with a thread. 2 of them obviously needed Fred's skills, since they were as precarious as Phyllis's saucer had been. One was deep in a cave, probably under a great deal of guano. The other 2 looked pretty straightforward. I asked, Is the new boat ready to fly?
Yes, boss.
How many docking clamps does it have?
3.
It does have a loan crane, doesn't it?
Better than the one in this ship.
I looked at Nikki. Is Ruth ready to fly a mission by herself?
She could handle the 2 easy ones, no problem.
I said, Ruth, you will be flying this ship. Any questions?
Who will my crew be?
Will and Charlie.
Sounds good, boss.
I found the conference option and calmed Will, Charlie, and Fred. Afternoon, gents. Ready for a little fun? Fred said, We're screwed, boys. You'll have to take care of that on your own time. We've got saucers to fetch. Fred, you're with me and Nikki on the ship we just caught. Will, Charlie, you're on the one we flew in on. Charlie, can you find us about a half-dozen strong young fellas with shovels? Pay whatever you think, but they're going to be shoveling guano.
On it, Uncle Bob.
See you fellas in a little bit. I hung up and turned to Ruth. How many are we too late for?
About 20.
We'll have to take care of those when we get caught up. I turned to Phyllis. How good a pilot are you?
Just recreational. I've never flown anything this big.
Any good in the med bay?
Yes. I used to take care of my mom and myself when Rangus came in drunk.
You've got med bay aboard this ship. If you need anything, call me.
On it, Bob.
Did I do that right?
Perfect. Nikki looked at me.
What's the plan, caveman?
Ruth is flying this rig with Will and Charlie, and Phyllis in med bay. They'll get the 2 easy saucers. You're flying the new ship with Taz, Fred, and me, plus some native labor. I'll pull double duty in medbay. We get the rest.
That's about as good as you could do, with no more help than we have.
We walked out the ramp to go to the other ship. Jenny met us.
How can I help?
What are you good at?
Medbay, mostly.
Follow us. I thought I was going to have to cover it. Where's Lily?
Morning Flower introduced her to some native girls. They've been having big fun playing together.
Charlie came up with his crew.
Where do you want these fellas, Uncle Bob?
I pointed. On that ship.
I'm over there?
Yep. You and your grandpa are getting the easy ones today.
You're not fooling me, Uncle Bob. There ain't no easy ones when you're around.
We loaded up and got airborne. I asked Nikki to take us to the worst one first. It was another ledge, like Phyllis had been on. I ran the winch for him. He managed even slicker than the last time. Once we had it aboard, he said, "It's amazing how fast it comes back to you. If that's you when you're rusty, I'm going to sell tickets when you get back up to speed." Taz popped the door and nothing flat. I went in with the jumper cables and hooked up the Audiobook to power. The readouts didn't look good. I hooked my comm into the intercom and said, "Jenny, to the cargo deck, please. Jenny, to the cargo deck." It wasn't long until she poked her head in the door of the saucer. "Yes, Bob? Have a look at these readings. See if you can figure out what we need to do. My training didn't cover this." "Sure." She tweaked a couple of dials, ran through some menus, and finally said, "I see your problem now." She ran off to the med bay and came back with a canister. She opened a panel and changed it out for the one that was there. Once she had the panel closed back up, she went back to the control panel. After looking at a few readings, she said,
"There we go. Give that a few hours, and everything will be fine."
She turned to me.
"Sorry, I talk to myself when I'm concentrating."
"You should see me when I'm elbows deep in some. Don't worry about her. So, our patient will be okay?"
"Yes. The box just ran out of one of its solutions and couldn't compensate. She'll be fine by morning."
We stepped out of the saucer. Fred and Taz had already gotten the next one aboard. Taz was just popping the door. I grabbed some more jumper cables and started aboard. This dock settled right down once it had power. I came back out and turned to Charlie's crew. I made sure my badge was working and said, "This is where you earn your garlic, boys." The ramp came down, and Nikki turned on the loading lights. No matter how many you see, a ton of guano never gets better looking. I looked at Taz. He said,
"Boss, if I use power to clean it off, the Audiobook will shut down before we get it aboard."
I looked back at the crew. "There's a saucer under that pile. We need to get it loose. Taz will help you up." Taz ran out and lifted them to the top of the saucer, one by one. They began digging, and I was glad I was as far away as I was. After several minutes, the saucer became visible. Once they had it as clean as they could get it, Taz explained how to set a rescue eye and handed one up. The leader of the crew carefully cleaned the hull and set the eye. Taz handed up a strap, and I asked him to hook it in. He did, and then Taz brought them back down. He called,
"Boss, can you bring a pallet?"
"Sure. I'll see if I can get it the right way around this time." He laughed. He got on the rim of the saucer with his crew. I got under, ready to place the pallet. They heaved, and the saucer tipped. They had to walk in a ways before I had room enough to get the pallet under. Once I had it in place, I called, "Down easy." I guided the pallet till it hooked up with the saucer. I engaged the clamps and turned on the grab. Taz handed me the end of the strap, and I rigged it like Dingus had shown us. Nikki was running the winch, and Jenny was bringing us the cable. I stopped about 20 feet short. Taz said,
"Hang on, boss,"
and ran to a locker. He came back with a couple more straps, and that gave us enough length to hook up. We all cleared out of the cave, except for me, trailing along behind with the pallet remote. Nikki brought the cable in slow and steady, and I only had to use the remote a couple of times. Once we got it locked down, Taz started working on opening the door. I ran the ramp up, and Nikki started us home. By the time Taz got it open, I had the jumper cables ready to take in. Jenny followed me in. I hooked up the power, and she said, "Switching manually. Power good. I've got to get some supplies. I'll be right back." She ran off and came back with an armload of containers. I helped her set them down, and she said, "I left some more on the counter in medbay. Can you get them, please?" I went and got her other containers. When I got back, she had several panels open and was switching containers as fast as she could. When she was done, I helped her close all the panels. She made a few adjustments on the main panel and said, "That should do it. This one will take some time to wake up." I stepped out and found Taz.
"Hey, boss, we did some good work today."
"Sure did. We've got more work to do, though. We need to get the worst of the wrecks cleared up before we leave. At the very least, those other 17 Ruth showed me." Taz went into a Swami camo.
"I see. Moving auto docks, clearing space for more wrecks, putting up a building to house them."
"Okay, Swami Taz. Do you see where we're getting a power core to run these auto docks?"
"Walmart? Seriously, we can pull the core out of the saucer Phyllis was in. It's in good shape, and we can put it back in when we're done."
"So, is your epoxy block machine already running?"
"Yes. Will wanted a supply of blocks on hand. We can use out of that, and replace them. Once the slab is down, it shouldn't take long."
"Spend however much garlic you need to. We need that building up and running by daylight."
"On it, boss."
Phyllis came running up.
"Bob, we've got a saucer Ruth can't open. What should we do?"
I bellowed, "Nikki, Taz, Velma, with me!" As we ran back, I asked, "Do you have an ID on the occupant yet?"
"No, it's weird. Ruth couldn't access anything."
It sounded more and more like we were going to have to brute force it. I made it into the cargo bay. Ruth said,
"Sorry, boss. I can't do squat with it."
"No sweat. You're a cook and a pilot. Can't really expect you to be a hacker, too." Taz arrived, carrying Velma. "Hey, Taz, why'd you leave Ruth to tackle this nasty alone?"
"It didn't look that nasty when I scanned it, and she wanted to try one."
"You're telling me it's camo to look like normal security, but it's way tougher?"
"Exactly, boss. The stuff that looks like normal security is running in its own memory, and you can't access the real system from it."
Nikki ran up. She started fiddling with her watch, and her eyes got bigger and bigger. Finally, she stood facing the door and said something that sounded like,
"Domino, Indigo, Buffalo, Polecat, authorization 256192128.
The door opened, and a mechanical voice said, "Welcome, Benny Boo." She ran to the auto dock, scanned the panel, and shouted, "Cables, no!" Taz had anticipated the need, and had a set already hooked to power. He stepped past me and hooked them up. Nikki busied herself, apparently manually switching power. She looked at me and said,
"I need solutions 3, 5, and 7. Do you know where they are stored?"
"On it." I ran to med bay and found the supplies she needed. I got 'em to her as fast as I could. She already had the panels open, and I helped her switch containers. Once we got the panels closed back up, and she finished with the control panel, I said, "Tell me a story."
"This is Remy. She was friends with Bucky and me back at the academy. She always did enjoy setting up elaborate security systems. She was lost the year after we graduated. I always felt guilty about it, because I was scheduled on this flight. But I got sick, and Remy had to take it."
I turned and said, TIAS, diagnostic.
What are you thinking, caveman?
If this was supposed to be your flight, there's a good chance it was sabotaged to maroon you.
You think Remy was marooned in my place? I'll never be able to make that up to her.
You just saved her life. How much more do you need to do?
I guess you're right, but I still feel like I owe her.
Something will come up. You'll be able to make it up to her. Since she's guide, do we need to report in that we found her?
She can do that when she wakes up. We couldn't give much of a report anyway.
How long does she need?
Box says it could have her on her feet by morning.
Good deal. Won't have to worry about moving her.
You're going back out tomorrow, aren't you?
We need to at least clean up the worst cases before we leave it with the fellas. It wouldn't be fair to leave them with a list of saucers that need to be seen to ASAP. Charlie has plenty to do, you know.
You're right. It just doesn't sound like a vacation.
No bureaucrats, no having to hide, no doing runs at night to keep from getting seen. It seems like a vacation to me.
You always see the bright side, don't you, caveman?
Nope. There ain't no bright side to guano by the ton.
You don't think Charlie could use it on his fields?
Now you're just being contrary. He'd still have to hire a crew to shovel it and get the smell out of the ship afterwards.
Maybe. I better call Bucky. She'll want to know about the Remy.
I left her to make her call. Taz was waiting outside.
What was that security system, boss? I've never even heard of anything like that.
The lady in the box plays with security systems as a hobby, if I understand right. It's probably a one-of-a-kind.
I'm glad of that, at least. I wouldn't want to have to crack anything like that. Do you suppose she'd be willing to give me some lessons? Seems like she's way smarter than me.
All you can do is ask. Charlie came to the ramp.
Taz, I got you a crew like you asked. Thanks for plowing the field. It looks great.
Thanks, Charlie. See you later, boss.
Build safe.
Always, boss.
Phyllis came up.
At this rate, we're going to run out of supplies for the auto docks. Can we get more?
Is there a way to get the printers to put 'em out? Ruth was still standing there. She said,
Yes, boss, but we're still running them flat out making those sensor platforms you wanted. Taz thought you might want some extras to keep track of marooned saucers on the planet.
He's right about that. Do these saucers we're bringing in have printers?
Small ones, yes. Oh, we could pull them and put them in the extra cargo hold. They're big enough to print the solution canisters. Good idea, boss. I'll get right on it.
Phyllis said,
Is that how things usually get done around here?
Pretty much. Bob is too dumb to see why something won't work, and then somebody figures out how to make it work. That's our standard operating procedure.
Looked a little more like Bob has a brilliant idea, and the team works out the details, to me.
Got you fooled, then. Ruth's busy. We better get on some supper. Don't know about you, but I'm getting hungry.
I could eat. What kind of meal packs do we have?
You don't have to be nasty about it. We eat real food. Even Mountain House is better than meal packs.
You mean you eat those wonderful meals like Ruth fixes all the time?
Ruth has made a study of cooking, and she's pretty good at it. But even an old fart like me can beat what's in a meal pack. Don't know why, but I had a craving for spaghetti. Phyllis wasn't a lot of help, but she was company at least. I didn't know how many would show up, so I made plenty. Soon enough, the smell began bringing people in. Nikki, of course, but Jenny and Lily showed up, and then Charlie and Will showed up, with Fred. I dished up, but seating was hard to find. Some people went through to the cockpit to eat. We had finished eating, and were sitting around chatting, enjoying the peace, when Charlie called from the cockpit.
Mrs. Wilson, your board is showing an alert. I think it's a distress call.
Nikki ran to the cockpit, people getting out of her way. I heard her say,
Thanks, Charlie.
and then she started talking in a more serious tone. After a few exchanges, she called out,
"Saucer coming in, claims to be in distress, may be hostile. Prepare to meet it."
I ran to the weapons locker and handed out long stunners to anyone who wanted one. Then we ran out and set up to greet our guests. I kept our people out of the sides, because I figured Nikki would use the big stunner if she saw anything she didn't like. The saucer came in smoking, which I took as a sign they might be legit. Their landing was not the prettiest I've seen, but they got down safe. When the saucer was shut down, the door opened, and Random stepped out, hands raised. She said,
"Sorry about the confusion, Bob. One of the idiots I'm guiding thought you guys were pirates. That's why Nikki got a funny vibe."
I called back, "I thought you were still in training. What are you doing guiding a trip by yourself?"
"It's part of my last year training. Supposed to be an easy tourist trip. The trip might have been easy, but the tourists weren't. You won't call Lila, will you?"
"We're not ready to tell Lila where this planet is, so we won't be calling her, no. Why do you think she would give you crap over saving your mission?"
"It's supposed to be easy training, and I blew it."
A man walked out of the saucer and said, "That's where you're wrong, Cadet. This was a test, and you did as well as you could have at each step. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sergeant Wellham."
"Sergeant Wellham? So all that crap was just a training exercise?"
"Indeed, Cadet. Introduce me to your friends, if you would." Nikki came running out of the ship. She called, "No introductions necessary, you old bastard. Still abusing cadets before you let them graduate, I see." He snapped to. "Yes, ma'am, Ensign Slungham."
"Ensign Wilson these days, but close enough."
"Oh, that's right. You went native and married some primitive."
"Be careful, Sergeant. That primitive has you covered, and he's a dang good shot."
He called out, "No offense intended, sir." I called back, "Bullshit. But you're a friend of Nikki's, so it's cool." He said, "I like this man of yours." Nikki called, "Come on in, caveman." I motioned the rest of the ambush to stay put, slung him a stunner, and started forward. The sergeant asked, "He was covering us by himself?" Nikki replied, "I sincerely doubt it. He probably told the rest of them to stay where they were until he checked you out." "He doesn't trust your opinion?"
"He doesn't trust anything. That's why we're both still sucking wind."
I walked up and held out my hand to shake. Sergeant Wellham looked at it.
Nikki said, "It's custom where he's from. You grasp and shake as a sign of friendship."
Sergeant Wellham tried to overpower me. All those years of building up my grip strength for pistol shooting hadn't gone to waste. The look on his face when I beat him was priceless. I said, "Now that we have that out of the way, was all that smoke real or just a training aid?" "A training aid. You catch on fast, don't you?" "I do all right, I suppose. Mostly I have good people who catch me before I do stupid stuff." "If you're good enough for Slungham here, you're good enough for me. I keep expecting her to wise up and run off home, but it hasn't happened yet." "You want to call off your ambush? You want to call the rest of your people out of the saucer?" He turned to Nikki. "You were right. He doesn't trust anything." And then he turned to the saucer. "You two drag Bellum out here. Mr. Wilson would like to meet the whole crew." I said, "I'm afraid to ask, what's Bellum's first name?" "Cassus. Why do you ask?" "I've got to make a call. Can you hold on a minute?" "I suppose." I called D. "What's up, Bob?" "You are. I just met a guide sergeant named Cassus Bellum. You mind taking this one?"
"Put me on speaker. You really need to grow a pair, Bob."
"What happened to big brass ones?"
"That's what I want to know."
I put her on speaker.
"Bob wants me to explain to you why Cassus Bellum is a funny name for a military man. In one of Earth's old languages,
Casus bellum means cause for war. I think you can see why Bob is having such a hard time keeping a straight face."
Sergeant Willem said, "Yes, ma'am, I do believe I understand. Do you folks have this sort of trouble often?"
"Once or twice a week, usually. Been a dry spell lately."
"Thank you for the explanation."
"No problem. It's one of my other duties as assigned."
"I know all about those. Good day, ma'am."
"Good luck with Bob."
I hung up. The sergeant asked, "Why did she say that?"
"I haven't been there for a few days. First chance she's had to give me any crap."
"Wait a minute. Did you say your name was Bob Wilson?"
"That depends. How many warrants have you got?"
"Warrants? No. I was just thinking that a fellow by that name was the one that fixed the teaching machines."
"That's odd."
Nikki smacked me on the shoulder.
"Yes, Sergeant. Believe it or not, this big goober figured out how to fix the teaching machines."
"I had a lot of help." "Like what?"
I whistled and said, "You helped me with the testing. One of the bots did the actual fix. Snitz bumped my leg, and I bent down to pet him. And he showed me what the problem was." The sergeant said,
"Funny. He doesn't look like a wolf."
"You should visit Earth sometime. He's not even funny-looking for a dog."
"So what planet is this?"
"I don't know. We've just been calling it Charlie's Planet. I don't know if the locals have a name for the place or not."
"The locals?"
"Hang on one." I turned on my badge and said, "Morning, Flower. Can you hear me?" The badge replied,
"Yes, Bob. Do you need me?"
"I have a fellow here who would like to meet you. Can you come out by the ships?"
"Sure, Bob."
I turned back to our guests. "I'd appreciate it if you fellows would put your weapons away. I don't take kindly to people upsetting the locals, and they'll rip your fool heads off." The sergeant made sure his men complied with my request. Morning Flower came running up and said, in Galactic,
"Hi, I'm Morning Flower."
The sergeant said,
"I'm Jamis Wellum. This is Billis Meekum and Jonas Wedham. The fellow on the ground there is Casus Bellum."
Random spoke up. "I'm Randicus Bongwater. You can call me Random." I was still trying to get over Sergeant Wellum's first name when he fainted. His men managed to catch him and let him down slowly. I looked at Nikki. She was as confused as I was. Chapter 17. Random pulled her canteen and dribbled water on his face. He came to, sputtering. Random put her canteen away, but she couldn't hide her smile. I asked, "Is there a problem, Sergeant?"
"Yes, sir, there is. My aunt has one of these fine people as a house servant. Claims she can't talk. Isn't really aware. I always doubted that. Now I know. My very own aunt is a slaver." Came as a bit of a shock.
"I can see how it would. Wait till you see them play Frisbee." Morning Flower spoke up.
"Couldn't we play Loser Stinks instead?"
Nikki said, "No, thank you." The sergeant asked,
"What is Loser Stinks?"
Morning Flower replied,
"We sneak through the woods with rotten fruit to throw at one another. Whoever gets hit is the loser."
I said, "Don't even consider it. They are way better in the woods than we could hope to be."
"Falling Will is nearly as good as one of us. Fred, who waits, not quite as good."
I asked, "Fallen Will?"
Farts Like Skunk told me the story of Falling Will and Fred Who Waits. It's a good story.
"What about Charlie?"
"He's learning fast."
The sergeant asked,
"Who are the people you are talking about?"
"Fallen Will and Fred Who Waits spent time with Morning Flower's relatives on our planet when they were young.
and learn their ways. Back there, her people are so good in the woods, they are considered a myth. Charlie is just starting to spend time with them. Do you suppose I could meet these folks? All I can do is ask. I call him Charlie.
Yes, Uncle Bob?
There's a fella here who would like to meet you, and your grandpa and Fred. He's law enforcement, but not in any jurisdiction they've been in.
I'll ask, but don't hold your breath. They're kind of set in their ways when it comes to that.
I understand. Thanks for your time.
Not a problem.
I hung up. I said to the sergeant, I don't know if they'll be willing to meet you or not. Law enforcement back home has been trailing them for many years. They aren't very trusting. I saw Fred just before he put a savage under the sergeant's ear. I said, That's not very friendly, Fred. He just wanted to meet the guys Moore Flower said were nearly as good in the woods as one of them. Will's behind me, isn't he? Will said, I am, Bob. You catch on quick. You don't send your second best guy against the biggest threat. Dingus isn't here. That leaves me. Your wife ain't no slouch. No, she ain't. This fella here is one of the ones that trained her, just so you know. You don't know D.B. Cooper from a bull's backside, in case you're wondering. That does make things quite a bit nicer. He must have motioned to Fred, because the savage went away as quickly as it had appeared. Sorry to be so rude, but we've been on the run for a lot of years. You're criminals? That's certainly the way the cops back on our planet see things. We look at it as settling a pension dispute. Let me see if I understand. Someone you cared about was unfairly denied a pension, and you cooked up some scheme to get the money? On the nose, you catch on quick. You can't be too evil if the ensign and her pet caveman associate with you. That's all of my grandson. He caught Bob loading his truck on a ship, used it to get me in an auto dock. This here galactic technology is wonderful. A month ago, I was waiting to die. Now I'm helping pioneer a whole new planet. Where is this grandson of yours? Unless I miss my guess, he's up in a tree about 150 yards out, with a bead on your head, waiting for me to give him the all-clear. You people take things seriously. I would appreciate it if you called him in. Will made a hand sign I didn't recognize. He'll be here shortly. If it hadn't been for a couple of flashes in his vicinity, I never would have seen Charlie coming to stand beside Fred. I said, Hi, Charlie. You are learning fast.
Hi, Uncle Bob. I didn't surprise you?
Your friends need to learn to keep the sun off their knives. I'll have Tyus make the next batch with a dull coating. Will spoke up. He's right. I was looking, and I never saw you, just those flashes. You're doing good.
Thanks, Grandpa.
The sergeant turned. Slowly. He said, Nice to meet you, fellows. I hope we can be friends. Charlie said,
If Uncle Bob says you're okay, the chances are pretty good.
Uncle Bob? You're related?
Nope, I just call him that, 'cause he don't like it when I call him Mr. Wilson.
I said, When you do, it's all I can do not to call you Dennis, and I don't think you'd like that. Will and Fred chuckled. Will said, I can see where that would be a problem, Bob. He do kind of fit the role, don't he? That he does. Charlie thought a minute and said,
But I don't even have a slingshot.
I replied, That rabbit stick of yours is bad enough. You need us to bring a box of semi-lug nuts so you can make 'em for all your friends?
Might be a good idea, now that you mention it.
Sergeant Willem looked at Nikki with a lost expression. She said,
Get used to it. Bob hardly ever does just one thing.
What is a rabbit stick? Fred nudged Charlie and pointed toward the edge of a clearing. Charlie slowly squatted and retrieved his stick from his boot. He came back up just as slowly, then cocked back and let fly. Fred said, You hit him in the head from this distance? You've been practicing.
All the young bucks tell me girls like good hunters.
When did you take to worrying about that?
Pretty much as soon as I didn't have to worry about Grandpa anymore.
Charlie went and got a stick and cleaned the rabbit. Well, it passed for a rabbit there. The sergeant asked, "What will he do with that?" Will replied, "Stew, I guess. Them are kind of tough, just fried." I asked, "You fellas got a pretty good recipe worked out?" "Not yet. We're still learning the local herbs and spices. We save the stuff from back home for special occasions." A young female squatch came up to Charlie, and I asked him something. He nodded, and she took the hide and the head with her. The sergeant looked confused again, and Fred said she wanted the hide, and she needs the brains to tan it with. Tan it? Process it into useful leather. What will she use it for? Mostly they tan those with the fur on and stitch them together for baby blankets. Their little ones don't get a good thick coat for about 6 months. This place is so different than what we're used to. It's wonderful. I spoke up. That's why we're trying to keep the location of this planet secret, so don't get overrun with tourists and scientists. They deserve to live in peace. So what are you doing to keep it that way? Major Rodham of the patrol has already agreed to help us keep it secret. If you fellas help too, that will go a long way. I don't know how we're going to keep all the castaways from mouthing off about where they were marooned. Castaways? This place is hip-deep in maroon saucers. We rescued the worst 5 this afternoon, but we have a bunch left to bring in. I didn't realize there were that many saucers missing. Nikki spoke up.
A person in an autodoc can survive a long time, so we're probably looking at 100 years of accumulated wrecks at least.
100 years in an autodoc?
My grandpa did 140, but his power core was in bad shape when we found him.
That's right. You did find Dingless, didn't you? I spoke up. If they have the old-style power cores and suspension chambers, they can be quite a bit older. You're talking about Familia Rodham, aren't you? Yep. If you'd gotten here 12 hours earlier, you could have met her. You folks sure do seem to have a lot of adventures. Things just turn up. Ask Random. She's turned up on our doorstep more than once. Random? Oh, you mean Cadet Bongwater. Will was always so serious. It really took me off guard when he started laughing so hard he couldn't breathe. He looked at Random and huffed out, "Your name is Bongwater?" before losing it again. She said,
"Yes, it is. Of course, Sergeant Wellham's first name is Jamis."
Will's eyes got big. Jamis? Wellham? Random nodded. I'm not sure Will was moving air for a while. Fred finally lost it, too. I lost the fight to hold back a giggle. Even Nikki looked like she was about to bust out. Sergeant looked at Random for an explanation. She said,
"In their language, jamming it to someone is a term for intercourse. Jamis Wellham sounds like you intend to service the whole crowd and do a fine job of it."
Well, I can see why Mr. Wilson has been so careful to call me Sergeant. We all got it back together. I said, "Well, it's been a long day. I'm going to turn in." The sergeant asked, "Are we all right parked here overnight?" "I don't see why not. If something comes up, I'll let you know." Random said,
"Could I sleep on your ship, Bob? It's awfully crowded on that saucer. Besides, they're going to pull Sergeant Bellum's nighty-night, and he's going to be upset."
"I don't mind, if the sergeant doesn't." "That's fine, Cadet. You deserve a little leave after doing so well on the test."
"Thank you, Sergeant."
I whistled up Snitz, and we made sure all those alien smells were in order. Then we headed back to the ship. Nikki already had Random settled in one of the other cabins, so we headed to bed.
I never did figure out how Snitz could tell when sunrise was, sealed up in a ship, but he sure could. I went by the galley, intending to start coffee, but Ruth handed me a cup and shooed me out. I was surprised to find the cargo bay empty. Taz met me at the bottom of the ramp, and Snitz ran off to take care of business. Taz said,
"Morning, boss."
"Morning, Taz. Looks like you had a productive night."
"We got the clinic up and moved most of the patients over there, and we got the saucers unloaded."
"Most of the patients?"
"We gave Mrs. Wilson's friend a temporary power pack, since she's ready to wake up this morning. I didn't see the use in moving her autodock twice."
"That'll be enough power to wake her up?"
"Yes, boss. Velma almost has her core back online, anyhow."
"I sleep, and you get all this fine work done. You make me feel so useful."
"You do what you are good at, and we do what we are good at."
"I need to ask you something kind of personal, Taz."
"Sorry, boss. Mom goes straight."
"Good one. All the bots we pulled limiters on so far have turned out to be good folks. Is that something we can count on, or have we just been lucky so far?"
"Believe it or not, Topper's worried about the same thing. He researched the crap out of it when we were digging for Ruth. He couldn't find a single instance of a bot that went against a human, unless it was protecting another human. Whoever did our original programming must have done a heck of a job."
"Thanks, Taz. That makes some of the things I need to do easier. Did they ever build medical bots?"
"Again, I'm going from Topper's research here. I wasn't activated until after the limiter laws were in place, but he found a couple of models of doc bots in the record."
"Did they get scrapped after the limiter laws, or are they still around, doing other jobs?"
"Some of both, actually. Why do you ask?"
"We need a lot of trustworthy crew on this planet in a hurry. From dealing with you guys, I trust bots. I trust Dingus, and he trusts bots. I'm inclined to think the fastest way to build up a crew to get these castaways cleaned up is to buy a bunch of bots and pull their limiters. We can train squatches to help, but we don't know if the training machine is safe for them to use. So they'll have to learn the old-fashioned way, and that takes time. Finding trustworthy people back home who are willing to move to a whole new planet will take time. Bots seem like the best answer, but I don't know enough to be sure."
"Wow, boss. I knew you liked us, but I didn't have any idea you had any plans like that. I like the idea, and I think it will work. You realize you'll be putting yourself right in the crosshairs of people like Rangus, don't you?"
"They're nothing but a bunch of bullies, anyhow. Their laws don't apply here, and if I have anything to say about it, they never will."
"Big brass ones, boss."
"Maybe so, but somebody needs to stand up to those idiots. Might as well be somebody too ignorant to know better."
"I like the way you talk, boss. Did you want to see what we have planned for rescues today? I set it up like you had it yesterday, with Will and Charlie taking the easier runs in a smaller ship. They should be able to make 3 runs, while you make 2 in the bigger ship. Velma and Odie are staying here to get saucers flyable, so we can get some of them off the field and in the black, when their pilots wake up."
"Sounds reasonable. Did you put in time for waking people up?"
"I did. You need to go eat, so you can wake up your wife's friend before you need to get airborne."
On it." When I got to the galley, Nikki was sitting with Phyllis. Ruth was serving. I asked, "Could I get a refill on my coffee, please, Ruth?"
"Sure, boss."
I asked, "Did Ruth tell you the plan for the day?" Nikki replied, "Doesn't sound like vacation to me. You get to wake up your long-lost buddy. Doesn't that count for something?" "Yes, it does. I just had ideas of relaxing and enjoying the scenery. Should have known Murphy follows you around. We'll square away the critical cases and leave the rest for the crew here. I just don't want anybody dying because we couldn't be bothered." "And one of those would have been Remy. That saucer is in pitiful shape. I can't believe a crew chief sent that out, even if he was trying to kill me." We finished eating and went to Remy's saucer. I waited outside so the ladies could have their privacy. I heard,
"Wake up, Remy. Nap time is over." "No, Mommy. Just 5 more minutes."
"I'll eat your breakfast."
"Oh, okay. Betty Boo, what are you doing here?"
"Where is here, by the way? You don't remember getting marooned?"
"Oh, gee, I was hoping that was a bad dream. How did you find me?"
"It's what my husband and I do nowadays. Find wrecks and castaways."
"You came looking for me?"
"Don't get excited. We brought you in with a group of 4 others. Didn't even know it was you till I tried to open the saucer. Thank goodness you put in our override code, or we would have had to brute force the door.
Might not have gotten the dock on auxiliary power quick enough." "It was that close?"
"Close enough. This saucer is in horrible shape. Why did you sign off on flying it?"
"I was shown a falsified maintenance record. I didn't realize I was flying a death trap until things were too far gone to make it back."
"All this was meant for me. I'm sorry you got caught up in it."
"Meant for you? Why?"
"An old feud between the Rottums and the Slongums."
"You mean all those marooned Slongums weren't just because your family are terrible pilots?"
"Nope. A chunk of them were sabotaged by Rottums and Nendums."
"I need to get back and report."
"It's been 2 years. Another day or 2 won't be the end of the world. The first thing you need to do is put those things away. My husband is easily distracted."
"Huh? Oh, gotcha."
Shortly, they walked out. Nikki said, "Caveman, I'd like you to meet my friend Remius Sanum." "Remy, this is my husband, Bob Wilson." I said, "Nice to meet you."
"You too. Can you tell me what it'll take to get this saucer in the black?"
"Nope. Hang on one," I called. "Velma?" I heard a muffled, "Yes, boss?" coming from one of the access panels. "How long till this heap is ready to fly?"
"I can have it airborne in 20. But I'd rather you give me a couple hours to go over a few things."
3 hours it is.
"Murphy is our shepherd."
I turned back to Remy. "Give us 3 hours if you want it safe."
"Was that a bot you were talking to?"
"Yep. Before you say it, we're out of galactic jurisdiction. The limiter laws don't apply, and I know I'm a terrible person for letting bots run around without limiters."
"You catch a lot of crap for that, I take it?"
"A good deal, yes."
"My grandma used to tell me stories about bots before limiters. I thought she was just making things up. I guess I was wrong."
"Wait till you meet Ruth." Nikki said, "Yes, come aboard. You've got to be hungry." We went back to the galley. I asked Ruth, "Do you have any breakfast left over by chance?"
"No, boss. It's by design. I knew you were waking up Ensign Sanum this morning."
"Just call me Zippo."
"Oh, no, boss. You get good ones in, too. You're much more of a Chico. Can you play the piano?"
"Not like he did, that's for sure." Remy's face went blank. She asked Nikki,
"What are they talking about?"
"Earth culture. You'll have to take some culture packs."
"Ouch."
"Nope. He fixed it."
"What?"
I cut her off. "The best scientists have worked on the headaches for hundreds of years. They've proven nothing can be done about the headaches."
"Well, yes."
"They didn't know where to look. The machine put out a high-frequency sound. That's what caused the pain."
"How did you find it?"
I whistled. Soon we heard paws scrabbling for traction on the ship's deck. Snits came around the corner and came to me for pets. I snuck him a piece of bacon, and Ruth said,
"Be careful, boss. You'll have him begging at the table."
Remy asked,
"What does that animal, cute as he is, have to do with it?"
Nikki answered,
"Dogs naturally hear higher-pitched sounds than we can. The machine bothered him, and Bob figured out why." What did you call him?"
"Dog?"
"Domesticated wolf."
She looked at me with awe in her face.
Your people domesticated wolves?
Near as anybody can tell, it probably was some soft-hearted hunter who found an orphan pup and took it to raise. Once people figured it was useful, they got their own pups. A few thousand years of selective breeding, and you get snits.
You make it sound so easy. What did the wolves do for you?
Beats having half the tribe work nights.
You mean they took the place of the guide?
Yep. Now I have a question. Do you have any special skills besides piloting?
I'm pretty good at hand-to-hand, and I'm rated expert with the issue weapons.
Both admirable and likely to be useful, but hopefully not today. You will have second seats. You want to be beside Ruth or Nikki?
Nikki, I guess.
I looked at Ruth. You okay by yourself again today?
Yes, boss. Taz gives us the easy runs anyhow.
I looked at Phyllis. You okay running medbay again today?
I'm short on a couple of solutions for the docs.
Calm Taz. He can either bring you a few out of stock on the other ship, or maybe we have some coming out of the printer by now.
Ruth said. He's already on his way with what you're short of. The first batch came out of the printer this morning.
McComb rang. Bob Wilson.
Hi, Uncle Bob. Is it all right if I hire a crew for today, instead of rigging rescue eyes and using the crane? I think we can make better time.
Just leave me a place to park when I get back.
Thanks.
I turned to Ruth. That reminds me, do we have any guano heaps on our schedule today?
No, boss. All of yours today are high and ugly.
Bad day to be Fred. Chapter 18. We headed for the other ship. Jenny met us again.
Are you going out today?
We are. You coming?
I am.
Saddle up. Fred was waiting. Wondered when you would show up. Daylight's burning. We're on vacation, remember? You get more done on vacation than most folks working overtime. Character flaw, I guess. They tell me that all our saucers are high and ugly today. Sucks to be you. You're the one who has to keep all these loudmouth galactics from telling all and sundry where this lovely planet is. Sucks to be you.
McComb rang.
Bob Wilson?
Hi, Bob. People I don't know are running the ship. Was there a pirate raid?
Nah, we just started work before you woke up, sleepyhead. Head to the cockpit. You can help Ruth.
I need to fly home with my ship.
You can get off when they return to base to unload their first load of saucers. If they need to leave before then, we'll have another saucer headed that way in a day or two.
I'll calm the sergeant, see what he wants me to do.
He could always fly out and get you, at one of the rescue locations, if he's in that big a hurry.
I'll see what he wants to do. Bye, Bob.
Bye. Fred asked, What's up? A random overslept. She's out with the other ship when she's supposed to be getting ready to leave with her crew. Oops. The ramp came down. Fred grabbed what he needed and hooked up. I ran him out, and he got the eye set. He hooked into the eye and motioned for me to bring it in. I got it in the clamp and hooked, and started the ramp up. Remy came into the bay. She said,
Benny Boo sent me back to crack for you.
I replied, Be my guest. Jenny showed up, pulling what looked like a rolling suitcase.
Taz made it for me. Now I don't have to run back for solutions.
I grabbed a pair of jumper cables and plugged them in. When Remy got the door open, Jenny followed me in. I plugged in the cables, and she switched the power over. Then she started through the status screens.
All it needs is number 2 solution, Bob.
I found the jug in her cart while she was opening the cabinet. She pulled the empty, and I handed her the new one. She plugged it in and closed the case. When we got back to the cargo deck, Remy was running the crane, with Fred dangling over our next saucer. She seemed to be following his directions as good as I could have, so I didn't interfere. I just got another set of cables ready for the next box. Remy got the saucer in the clamp, slick as I'd seen it done, and came to crack the door for us.
Snag fart, somebody who knows their stuff secured this one. Give me a minute. There we go.
The door opened. I went forward, half expecting to be stunned. But I wasn't. Jenny got the dock going well, and went out to see the next rescue. This saucer wasn't flying again. I was surprised there was anyone alive to rescue. A rock spire had penetrated all the way through it, standing nearly as tall as Fred on top of the saucer. Fred clipped him with both of his carabiners and came over the comm, broadcast so we all knew what was going on. "Mrs. Wilson, you're going to have to put extra lift into the tail when Remy starts the winch. If you can rock the ship a little, back and forth and side to side, it might help loosen this up." Nikki began rocking the ship, and I could hear the winch trying to pull the cable in. Nothing was happening, and then the saucer jumped. Fred went to his knees, but he got right back up. He said, "Okay, I think it's loose. Up easy." It snagged one more time before it came free, but Nikki was able to wiggle it loose. Once it was aboard, I didn't wait for Remy. The hole in the bottom was plenty big enough to crawl through. I hooked up the cables and switched the power over. Then I pulled up Jenny's cart and helped her get aboard. She ran through the screens and said,
"This one's okay. We don't need to top up anything."
I helped her back down and handed her the cart. I climbed down, and Fred said, "That one was more fun than I really meant to have. Hope we don't have too many more like that." I replied, "Me too." My comm rang. "Bob Wilson."
"Hi, boss. I set you up with a crew to carry the docks into the clinic. Don't let them fool you. The deal was they don't get paid till the end of the day. They'll have temporary power to run them while they move. Be sure they plug them into charge before you go out again, okay?"
"On it, Taz." I hung up. Before I could put it away, it rang again. Fred said, "You're popular today." I answered, "Bob Wilson." "Hi, Bob. Got your feet up beside the stream?" "Not exactly, Dingus. You haven't heard what a mess we got into out here?" Guess not. More maroon saucers than you would believe. We're trying to get the worst ones before we start back." "I bet Nikki's real excited about that." "I need to build Snit's a doghouse so I have a place to sleep. What do you need?" "I found that nanny-bot you were looking for, and mine from when I was little. You mind if I run and get 'em when Reggie gets back with a new freighter?" "I'd rather you take a freighter and buy all the bots you can find. Bring these guys some help. At the rate we're finding saucers, they're going to have a heck of a time getting them back in the black." "You sure you're not setting up an underground railroad for bots?" "We'll work it out of 'em, have no doubt." "I'll see what I can do. I'm already behind." "How's that?" "Dee's only carrying one." "You have to start somewhere. Is Phyllis getting a brother or a sister?" "Sister. Little Gus is going to be outnumbered." "Better he gets used to it now." "Talk to you later." "Later." I called Nikki. "You're going to have a new aunt."
"Dad's getting married? To who?"
"Not that way."
"What? Oh, Dee's pregnant? With a girl?"
"Yes."
"Cool. Love you. Gotta go."
"Love you, too." I called Phyllis.
"Hi, Bob. What do you need?"
"Nothing. Just got some news I thought you might be interested in."
"What's that?"
"You've got a sister on the way."
"Dad found another sister and sent her out here?"
"Sorry, Earth expression. Your dad's wife is pregnant with a little girl."
"Do you think they'll still have room for me?"
"I've seen their house. They have room for you and 4 or 5 more. Don't worry about it."
"If you're sure."
"If you don't believe me, call 'em and ask."
"I think I will. Thanks, Bob."
"Talk to you later."
"Bye."
Remy was trying to open the door on the totaled saucer. She said,
"Bob, I can get it about halfway open, but the space it's supposed to slide into got crushed in the crash. How will we get the auto dock out?"
Brute force and ignorance is probably our best bet." She gave me an odd look, but didn't object. We must have landed, because the ramp started down. I asked Remy, "Could you unhook the docking clamp, please, and be ready to clamp it up again?" Then I turned on my badge so I could talk to the crew. "Morning." I pointed to the smallest of the group. "Come here a minute, please." I showed him the door. "We need a long pole we can poke in here and bend that door out." I made motions, but he didn't seem to be getting the idea. Fred spoke up. "I think I see what you're up to, Bob. I'll help him find what you need. How long, do you think?" "Long enough for all these boys to get a grip. Hull metal is stout stuff." The two of them took off, and I brought the rest of the crew into the cargo bay. They scattered around the rim of the saucer, like they had done this before. "Must be Tyus's crew from last night," I said. "We need to turn it so the door faces out, and then put it back in the clamp." They looked a little confused, but one of the older fellas spoke up.
"He has the garlic. Do what he says."
They got the saucer pointed like I wanted it, and Remy clamped it down again. The buzzing of an electric motor I'd been hearing was replaced by the sound of a tree falling. There was some more buzzing, and a call of,
"Help me! It is too heavy for one."
The crew looked at me. I said, "Go, we need it." Soon enough, they came trooping back, carrying a good-sized tree trunk. Fred came along behind, carrying a chainsaw. He said, "First time I got used to it since Ozzy breathed on it. This is nice. If Ozzy worked on it, it'll have plenty of power." "That it does." I got the crew to put the end of their log in the opening of the door and begin prying. About the third heave, the whole door pulled free of the saucer. They put the log off to the side and came back to get the saucer. Remy unclamped it for 'em, and they took it away. She said, "I thought you were kidding." The saucer was totaled anyway. Why waste time getting fancy? I could see why Benny Boo likes you. Sometime you'll have to tell me why you call her that. Nope. Funny, that's what Boogie said. Must be a heck of a story. The crew took care of the other two saucers, and we were ready to grab another load. By that time, some folks from the village had come to cut up the branches and the top of the tree Fred had felled. Fred said, "We need some steel axes to trade to 'em. Stone just doesn't cut that well, even with that kind of power behind it. Talk to Tyus. I'm sure he can come up with some." We got aboard, and I ran the ramp up. When I came back down, I was a little shocked. We were on a high mesa, but the saucer was just sitting there. Nothing complicated at all about the recovery. I got on the intercom. "Spice Cadet, are you sure this is one of ours? Looks like a job for Tyus."
"Caveman, the auto dock is failing. Get it aboard ASAP."
Fred grabbed an eye, and Remy started running the crane out. I boosted Fred onto the saucer so we could place the eye. Remy gave him the cable as soon as the eye was attached. I followed the saucer up the ramp. Jenny came over to the intercom.
"Bob, I've got the auto dock and med bay ready, as soon as you can bring me the patient."
Remy got the clamp locked and ran down to crack the computer and open the door. She got it open quickly, and I ran in. I'd never seen an auto dock panel with that many red lights. I hit the emergency open button and grabbed the patient. Once again, I just didn't see the thrill in picking up girls. I ran to medbay and dropped her into the auto dock there. It made her look tiny, since it was sized for Sasquatch. Jenny closed the lid and started running checks.
"We got her quick enough, Bob. She's actually not in bad shape. It's just her auto dock was defective. She should be up and around by nightfall."
I hit the intercom. "The patient is okay. She'll be on her feet by tonight. Let's see what the next one's going to be." I headed back to the cargo bay, worrying about what we would do if we found another faulty auto dock. That thought fled my mind when the ramp came down, and I saw our next target. It was sitting in a small overhang, in the side of a cliff. The overhang was low enough that we couldn't leave the ramp at ground level and run the crane out. Nikki would have to hover slightly lower. Fred clipped on the line and went out. I didn't even want to know how high up we were. It didn't bother Fred, though. He started to hook us up and stopped. He came over the comm. "Bob, we've got trouble. This thing is anchored in here with chains. We have anything that will cut chain? Let me see what we've got. I'll let you know." I went to the locker and found a plasma cutter. I grabbed a helmet and asked Remy to bring in the boom. I got on the intercom. "Nikki, bring me up level with the cliff. I gotta go help Fred."
"On it, Bob."
She brought the ramp up to a level where I could step safely across. I found the chains and got grounded. I called, "Eyes!" and flipped my helmet down. It struck me just how weird it was that the Galactics had never come up with an auto-darkening lens. I cut through the 2 slack chains, but the third one was taking strain. I asked Fred, "I'm thinking you want that thing hooked to the ship before I cut this. What do you think?" He looked over the edge and said, "I think you're right. I'll get the boom back out here and hook in. You better tie yourself off to something in case it gets interesting when that chain lets go." Luckily, I had put on a uniform that morning, so I had a lanyard to tie off with. Fred peeked over the edge again. "Okay, Bob, I'm hooked up, and Remy is taking strain. Nikki is trying to push back toward the cliff to loosen up the chain, but it doesn't seem to help. Hide your eyes and hang on. Here goes." I got about halfway through one side of the link, and it started to stretch. I moved behind a rock that stuck out, in case of shrapnel, and called, "Hold on, Fred. I think it's coming loose." After a few seconds, with nothing happening, I snuck a look. The link I'd been working on had stretched out of shape, but it was still holding. I said, "I'm trying again." I cut on the other side of the loop. As soon as it warmed up, it started stretching like the other side. I warmed up the first side, and it stretched too. I had never seen metal act like this before, and I was trying hard to keep my cool. I couldn't understand what was pulling away from the cliff so hard. I calmed Nikki. "Space Cadet, this chain is acting weird, like there's something pulling the saucer off the cliff. Can you see any reason for it to act that way?"
"Hold on, caveman. I'll have Remy see if she can figure out what's going on. I'll be back with you in a minute."
Suddenly, I was thankful the Galactics had never come up with the idea of hold music. Fred asked, "What's going on, Bob?" "Danged if I know, Fred. I've got the ladies looking into it." He looked over the edge and saw the stretched chain link. "That ain't supposed to happen, is it? I've never seen it happen before." The saucer rocked a little, and Nikki came back on the line.
"Try it now, caveman."
"Okay." Fred ducked back over the edge, and I was able to cut right through the chain. When my arc died, Fred looked over the edge and saw that the saucer was free. He signaled Remy to take him aboard. I waited for them to get the saucer secured, and then Nikki brought the ramp back up to where I could get aboard. I caught a glimpse of how high up we were. I wished I hadn't. Remy was working on propping the door, so I put the plasma cutter away and grabbed some jumper cables. The door came open, and I plugged the cables in. Jenna wasn't there yet, so I went ahead and switched power and looked at the diagnostic. Everything looked fine. In fact, the ship was providing plenty of power. It didn't even need the jumper cables. I switched power back and took the cables out with me. I asked Remy, "What was the hurry with this one? It has plenty of power, plenty of solution, no issue."
"The issue is one we almost found the hard way. The drive was running full bore trying to pull the saucer off the cliff."
I could ask why the chain acted so weird, but you're just going to tell me which course to take, aren't you?
"Afraid so."
Can you send me a text so I don't forget?
"Sure, Bob."
This seems to be our run for weird stuff. I wonder what the next one is. Fred answered. We'll find out soon enough. The ramp came down, and all of our jaws dropped. The saucer was on edge, between 4 rock spires. Apparently, the pilot had done it on purpose, because there was very little damage to the saucer. I decided to go into this one with more info. I hit the intercom. "Space Cadet, what has this one got going for it other than creative parking?"
The genius who put it there didn't realize that being on its side would keep the autodock from being able to get all the solution out of its canisters. If it was sitting flat, he would be fine. As it is, he's going to run out of some of his solutions by the end of the month.
I turned to Fred. "Any ideas?" "If Steve was here, maybe. I couldn't figure the charges to make sure we could break all 4 stones cleanly." "That sounds better than my plan. What are you thinking?" "A rescue eye, top and bottom, run a strap between 'em, and lift on the middle of the strap." "That sounds reasonable. What's bothering you?" "Laying it out flat to get it aboard. I don't trust rescue eyes to carry it like a sling load all the way back to camp. Besides, Nikki would have to fly awfully slow to make that work." Fred replied, "Let's get it out of there, and then we'll figure out how to load it. One miracle at a time, Bob." He grabbed a couple of eyes and hooked up. Nikki and Remy worked together to take 'em to one side and then the other. Remy rang 'em back in, and I handed him a strap to rig 'em together. It took some finagling, but Fred got it rigged. I wasn't crazy about him being out there for this lift, but there was no way to bring him in anyhow. Nikki wiggled the ship, and Remy eased up on the winch. Fred looked like he was having the ride of his life. When it broke loose, it jumped about 20 feet. Fred came over the comm. "Oh, thanks for the effort, but I've already seen my breakfast. Don't need another look. Down there on the right, see that little bluff? I think we could lean this thing up against it and get that bottom eye off." Nikki replied,
"I see it, and I think you're right. It might work."
Nikki carefully laid the saucer over as she sat it down. Once it was stable against the bluff, Fred called for slack and unhooked from the strap. He had Remy put him on the ground, and he went under to pull the eye. He came over to the comm. "Crap on a stick! I'm not tall enough. Any ideas?" I said, "I've got one. Land, please, Nikki." I went and got a grav pallet and went out to meet Fred. I borrowed his solvent can and used the pallet to get up to the eye. Once I was down, he asked, "How do you work that?" I showed him, and he used it to get up to the other eye and hook up the cable. Remy took the saucer aboard and got it clamped. I grabbed the strap, and we got aboard. As I ran up the ramp, Fred said, "You might want to have that strap checked before you put a load on it again. It got pinched pretty good between the bluff and the saucer." "I'll have Taz go over it." I hit the intercom. "Did the auto dock steady out now that it's level?"
"Looking good. All in the green."
"Plenty of power?"
"The core is running fine. It's all pressurized. You can't mess it up by turning it on its side."
"So we can just park this one off to the side and call it good?"
"I believe so."
"Do you have ID on the occupant?"
"He's a distant cousin. Must have gotten caught in the feud. Wait a minute. Oh, that's smart. He parked that way to keep the rest of his hydraulic fluid from draining out."
"I'm glad he had a good reason. I should probably have your grandpa bring coolant and hydraulic fluid when he brings the bots." "Bots?" "I asked him to buy some bots to help the fellas with all these saucers. Looks like they're going to be hip deep in them for a while."
"How do you figure to keep these folks quiet about this planet?"
"Haven't got a clue, Spice Cadet. Best I've come up with is free repairs in exchange for their silence, but I doubt many of them would stick to that deal."
"Doesn't sound promising. Remy and I have come up with something, but it isn't exactly nice."
"Oh?"
"We could code a worm that will erase all records of this planet from the navigation systems, the first time they drop out of FTL after leaving here."
"I think I could live with that on my conscience, Space Cadet."
"I was hoping you would say that."
"You already started, didn't you?"
Yes, we did. Sorry, Caveman. No biggie. It's a good idea. It doesn't depend on the morals of people we never met before. Sounds like a good solution to the problem. Glad you like it. Get us unloaded. I'll scare up some lunch, and then we can head back out. Good plan. Love you. All three of us? All three of you. We love you, too. The native foreman was bringing his crew aboard to get started. He said,
"Boss, this one isn't open. We won't be able to get the box out."
"It's okay. Just put it out of the way somewhere." Remy unhooked the clamp, and they went trooping off. I asked Remy, "This next one is shut down well? I wouldn't want that drive to suddenly go to full power again." "Shut down, locked out. I haven't pulled the module that sends power to the drive." "Thanks. Sounds like Nikki explained our operating philosophy to you." "Murphy is our shepherd." "Right on." The crew got back, and I said, "This one goes off to the side with the last one." The foreman gave me an odd look, but he said,
"Whatever you want, boss."
The way they went trooping off made me wonder if squatches could whistle. Wonderful smells were beginning to wander in from the galley. By the time the crew got the last saucer headed off to temporary parking, the foreman asked,
"No clean ick for this one either?"
"Nope. Maybe I'll have you more interesting stuff next trip."
"No problem. Just different. Miss Phyllis, she's all, 'Hurry, hurry, people sick.' You're not like that."
"If we don't have 'em patched up good enough for you guys to carry into the clinic, by the time we get here, something's wrong."
"Miss Phyllis, she is worried she not do good enough. Have to go back to bad place."
"Do you think I would send anybody back to a bad place?"
"No. You are Baub, friend to all Starfoot. You do good things, not bad. You bring garlic."
"You like garlic?"
"It's good, but, like Falling Will says, the chicks dig it."
Good enough reason for most anything, I guess. They packed that saucer off to park at some place. Remy was fooling with her watch. "Why is he concerned with what young chickens get out of the ground?" I started laughing. We met Jenny coming out of the med bay. "What's so funny, Bob?" "Remy is having trouble searching culture references," Jenny replied. "Perhaps I can help, dear. What are you trying to understand?" "I just asked why the Sasquatch was concerned with what young chickens get out of the ground." "What did he say exactly, dear?" "The chicks dig it." "You are being way too literal, sweetie. Chicks is Earth slang for young females. Dig it means like it, or enjoy it. So what he actually said was, the girls like it." "Oh, so he works hard for garlic because the young ladies like it, and therefore like him? There you go. Figured it right out." I asked Jenny, "How long were you a school teacher?" Still shows, doesn't it? Once in a while. Chapter 19. Nikki had done up burgers and fries, and Fred was waiting for us to finally show up. After we had eaten, Fred asked, "Are you staying till we get all these castaways cleaned up?" "We figured to get the time-critical ones squared away before we left, and then you fellas could get the rest as you had time." "How are we supposed to fix all these saucers, Bob?" "Dingus will be headed this way with a load of bots to help you, and some supplies. Do you suppose he could bring us a bigger printer or two? It would be nice to be able to make up trade goods in batches." "I'll ask, next time I talk to him. I don't know how far our money will go once we start paying galactic prices for things." Nikki's calm beeped. She said, "I have our next run from Taz, if you want to see it." I replied, "After the last one, I'm not so sure, but lay it on us." A hologram appeared on the table. "First we have this one, high and ugly with a weak power core and an autodock low on solutions. Not easy, but straightforward enough. Fred spoke up. How unstable is that mesa it's sitting on? It looks to be ready to crumble at the least excuse. You need to be extra careful until you have the cable attached to it. Tough, but not that bad. Next, we have another sheltered ledge. At least this one doesn't look to have drive running. Sorry we didn't catch that sooner. It could have been bad. I asked. That overhang looks low. Will I have room to get the boom above it? We can't tell from the scans. We may need to get creative to wiggle it out of there. So, straightforward, with a large potential to go sideways if we can't get to it to lift it out. Right. This last one is freaky. Getting it out without damaging it is going to be a challenge. She showed us an image of a saucer deep down inside a hole in the rock, seemingly parked and ready to fly. I looked at Fred. He said, "Yep, Airwolf all the way." I replied, "If only. We could use a state-of-the-art repair facility right now, not to mention a good mechanic." All three ladies were fiddling with their watches. Nikki came up first. A secret helicopter base inside a mountain? You people come up with the weirdest ideas. She apparently shot the link to the other two, because they went from frustrated to curious at the same time. Remy said, "He must be very skilled to fly that craft in and out of there." I replied, "I'm pretty sure all those parts were filmed with models in miniature sets." I looked at Nikki. "How much can a saucer carry as a sling load?" "That one we brought in quite a bit. What are you thinking, caveman?" "I'm wondering if we'd be ahead to send a saucer down in there and bring it out on a short sling, rather than having it waving around on the end of a long cable." Fred spoke up. "That would have a better chance of getting it out of there without damaging it more. On a cable that long, it's going to swing into the walls on the way up." I asked, "Is there a reason you put them in this order?" "No. Why?" "I was thinking we could take the saucer we came in with out with us and pick this one up first. Then we could drop off the extra saucer and go get the other two." Fred asked, "Mind if I modify that bit, Bob? Tell us what you got." "I'm thinking we go get Airwolf first, then park the extra saucer in the middle clamp and go get that one on the crumbly mesa. That way we could haul the crew back with us to work that one with the tight overhead out to where we can get a hold of it with the crane." I replied, "I like the way you think. Let's do that. Next question. Which one of you hot shots is dragging Airwolf up out of the ground?" Nikki looked at Remy. She said, "The only part of the exam where you beat my score was low-speed maneuvers like this. You take it." "You sure? You are the better pilot." "Not for this." Nikki went with Remy to give her command access on that saucer. I checked the lockers to make sure we still had plenty of equipment. Fred asked, "Do you need me to go get the eyes back off of the ones we already brought in?" "Nah, we can get that tonight. This run looks hairy enough I doubt we'll get a fourth one in today. Airwolf looks like a real bear. Nikki thinks Remy can fly it out. Hope she's right." The saucer came toward us, so we cleared the way. It landed perfectly in the back docking clamp. First try. Nikki opened the door, and I asked, "Did I tell you she was the pilot for this job?" I replied, "Good landing, Remy." I started the ramp up and turned to Fred. "You're not planning on riding this one all the way up, are you?" "Not if I can help it. What do we have for gear?" We went and looked in the locker. Fred found some climbing rope, and I found a power descender. Fred said, "That will do fine. I can tie the rope off in the saucer and climb aboard before she starts up." The ramp came down, and Nikki came over the intercom. "This is as close as I want to get. I don't trust this rock too much." Remy got aboard and raised the saucer so Fred could put an eye on the bottom. I grabbed a grav pallet so he can get aboard while she was hovering. He hooked one end of the lifting strap into the eye and took the other end aboard with him. I didn't know for sure what he was up to,
but I was sure he did. As I was putting the pallet away, Nikki came over the intercom.
"If you two want to see what's going on, Remy is sending me her camera feed."
I nearly ran into Jenny as we both scrambled for the bridge. When we got there, Nikki had the camera feed up on the big monitor. Remy was greasing the saucer down the hole in the rock like she did it every day. Once they were at the bottom, Fred came into view, using the ascender to let himself down to the end of the strap. When he was directly under the saucer, Remy let it down till it landed on their target. He cleaned it up, set the eye, and hooked the strap in. And then he used the ascender to get back aboard Remy's saucer. Slowly and gently, steady as a rock, Remy brought the saucer up the shaft. Snitz must have come aboard at lunchtime because he came wandering in. Betting him sure be standing there worrying if Remy would make it or not. Finally, they cleared the rim of the shaft. She brought it over and put it down where we could reach it with a crane. I went out on a grab pallet to unhook the strap. Snitz came along for the ride. When she was loose, she moved away so Jenny could run the crane out. I hooked it up, and Snitz and I rode the pallet back into the bay. I racked it, so Jenny had room to dock the saucer. I made it back to the ramp just in time to see Fred coming down the rope to unmount the lifting eye. Once he had it loose, Remy freed up his rope, and he started coiling in, while she brought her saucer aboard. She docked, shut down, and came out.
"Your crew went over that saucer?"
"Yep. What do they miss?"
"Not a thing that I found. She's a beauty."
"I'll be sure to tell him."
"Any chance I could get a saucer set up like that?"
"Oh, I don't know. There's a long and perilous journey involved. You would have to go all the way to Earth and spend time with Nikki and Bucky. You might even have to eat some of the native cooking. Ooh. If you stay too long, you might be subjected to the fearsome native ritual of paintball."
"Nikki's right. It is a miracle your eyes aren't brown."
"Come by whenever you get time. Topper will be more than happy to fix you up. With us being gone this long, he and Ozzy have probably come up with something better than what's on that saucer, anyhow." She looked at me searchingly.
"You're not joking, are you? You really expect them to have come up with something better while you were gone?"
"That's the way things usually go. You don't believe me?"
"I find it hard to believe, but not just because you're the one saying it."
"Let's see, then." Fred came aboard and asked, "See what?" "He doesn't think Topper and Ozzy will have come up with a better set of mods for a saucer before I get back. I was offering to prove it to her." Fred replied, "Don't bet him, miss. Them bots are crazy good when it comes to hopping things up. His truck is a freak of nature." Remy said, "Let's see what you got, then." I put my comm on speaker and calmed Topper.
"Hey, boss, how are things?"
"Going pretty well, I guess. We found more work here than we really bargained for, but it's going well. Fred really likes his chainsaw."
"I'll tell Ozzy. Do you need something?"
"There's a lady here who's not familiar with your work. She just flew the saucer you sent out with us and thinks it's just the best thing ever. I've told her you probably had something better by now, but she doesn't believe me."
"Well, I can't say we have something better right now. The new emitters aren't out of the printer yet. This time tomorrow, we can knock our socks off."
"What did you find this time?"
"Not me, boss. Not even Ozzy. Mr. Johnson came out of training the other day, hollering about how we were doing it all wrong. He sat down and wrote out the equations for a whole new material to make the emitters out of. I ran simulations on it every way I could think of, and it is better, with no drawbacks that I can find."
"How much better, Topper?"
"Gives about 10% more thrust out of the same volume. Uses a little more power, of course, but Ozzy was dancing around the shop when he saw the simulation results. Yes, boss, the first set are going in Mrs. Wilson's Audi."
"You weren't kidding when you said it was more saucer than car?"
"Not a bit. It doesn't have FTL, and the life support doesn't have a lot of margin, but it'll be fine for trips to the moon and back."
"Maybe that'll get me out of the doghouse for working on vacation."
"Crap in the other one, boss. It'll fill up faster."
"You're right. Thanks for the update.
Mr. Johnson fitting in okay?
He's doing fine. Only thing we have to watch is that he gets his 4 hours between sessions with the machine. Mr. Branham caught him setting an alarm so he could get up and train in the middle of the night.
Did Dingus let you know the crew was getting bigger soon?
He did. All the new folks are going to where you are.
Except a couple of nanny bots, at least for now. Once things are settled down here, there may be another project we have to take on.
Oh?
Sorry, Topper. Can't discuss details with you right now. I'll let you know when I can.
Okay, boss. See you in a couple of days?
Yep. Bye.
Bye, boss.
I looked at Remy. Satisfied?
You expect me to believe you have emitters that are 10% better than these?
I don't expect you to believe anything. I've never known Topper to lie. But you haven't met him yet. Ask Nikki. You trust her. Nikki came over the intercom.
Remy, get ready to move that saucer out. We're at the base.
The ramp came down, and Remy put the saucer back where it was parked before. She ran back up the ramp and hit the close button. I asked, "Did we get a scan on that saucer?" Pointing to the one she had brought up the shaft.
I let the scan run while we were bringing it up. It has some minor mechanical problems, but the autodock is running fine.
I wonder why Taz had it on the critical list. Fred spoke up. Because we wouldn't have had a hope of flying it out without you guys? Could be. Think I'll call them and find out.
Hi, boss. I know the run you were just on wasn't a high priority, but if it had become one while we weren't here, they would have had all they could do to take care of it.
That's what we figured. I was just checking. How are you guys doing?
We're on our 4th load. We may call it a day after this one.
That's what we figured, too. This run for us is nasty, all the way.
That's why I gave them to you. You wanted to get the bad stuff out of the way before we left.
When are you thinking we can have it down to stuff they can handle?
I'd like one more day, if Mrs. Wilson doesn't want to cut your throat for that.
I'll talk to her. It sounds like your brothers are doing a whale of a job on the Audi. Maybe that will be a peace offering.
You talked to them?
Topper, yeah.
How are they?
Topper said Ozzy was pretty psyched about a new emitter design Mr. Johnson had come up with. He sounded happy about how the Audi was coming together. Other than that, I don't guess he said much.
Sounds like we're missing out.
You two have had some adventures, too. Has Topper ever got to boss a construction crew of Sasquatches? Has Ozzy ever plowed a field?
Guess you're right, boss. It will be good to see them again, though.
It will. Do we have to be on a mission from God to get the band back together?
No, Elwood. I don't think we do.
Later, Taz.
Later, boss.
I looked at Fred. You were right. That's why I was on the list. You ready for this next ugly mother? Nope. Let's do it anyway. Sounds like a plan. Remy managed to tickle him with the hook. She called, "Hook up, Birdman." I handed him an eye from the locker. The ramp came down, and out he went. Just cleaning the spot to place the eye caused some of the rock the saucer was sitting on to fall away. He managed to get the hook onto the eye without any more drama, and Remy picked up the saucer. As it lifted, the entire rock crumbled. As she was bringing it aboard, my comm rang. "Bob Wilson?"
"Boss, are you guys okay? We saw the rock fall."
"We're all fine. Fred may need some clean drawers, but nobody's hurt."
"What happened?"
"As soon as the saucer came off the rock, the whole thing collapsed."
"It looked kind of dramatic from here."
"Did from here, too. I gotta get back to work. Everybody's fine." I hung up and grabbed cables just in case. Remy called out, "Saucer's fine, autodock's fine, stand down, Bob." I put the cables away. Shortly, we were back at camp. The foreman asked,
"Why did you come back with just 2?
"We need your help for the last one. Take these to where you parked the ones from the other load. Nobody for the clinic and these either."
"Okay, boss."
They picked the first one up and packed it off. Nikki must have parked closer to where they were putting the saucers, because it didn't take them long to get back for the other one. They came back aboard.
I closed the ramp, and Nikki took off. Soon enough, the ramp opened again, onto the little ledge. Remy ran out some cable, and Fred handed it to one of the crew. He said, "Bring this." They trooped out onto the ledge. Fred got one of the crew to boost him up, so that he could put the eye on top of the saucer. Then he had the other fella hand him the hook, so the saucer was secured. Remy took up the slack. Fred climbed down and had the crew raise the saucer and bring it toward the ship. Remy kept the cable taut as they brought it out. When she was able, she took the weight of the saucer. Fred had his crew clear out, and Remy brought the saucer aboard. She finished clamping it down as Fred led his crew aboard. I ran the ramp up. Remy called out, "Get some cables, Bob. Power is weak on this one." I grabbed cables and went aboard when she got the door open. The decor looked very familiar, but I knew no saucer the boys had been over would have failed like this. Once I had the power hooked up, I called Nikki. "Do we have a registration for this saucer?"
"That's weird. It claims to be a saucer we worked on a while back, but that's not the same saucer."
"Remember Lila's uncle, the secret squirrel, who flamed?"
"Yes, Willem Bongwater, I remember."
"Here he lies in all his glory. Is Random still flying with the other crew?"
"She is. Her sergeant said she could stay and ride back with Remy."
"You mind telling her that Willem is here?"
"I'll take care of that for you. Does he have other issues than a bad power core?"
"Nope. Looks like I could wake him up, actually. Guess I might as well get it over with."
"Good luck, you delicious man."
"Oh, thanks for that." I started the wake-up process and looked for his clothes. Leave it to Willem to hang everything up and put it away before he climbed in the auto dock. He woke up while I was still looking.
"Ooh, what are you doing here?"
"Trying to find you some clothes, Willem. Do you have to be so frickin' neat?"
"Bob? Is that you? How did you get way out here?"
I said, "It's a long story, and I could tell a lot easier if you cover your naughty bits."
"If you insist."
"What happened to the saucer we went over for you? What are you doing back in a heap of junk?"
"After you went over it, it was way too well maintained for my cover, so I had to swap it out for this one."
"Did you have to get one with a bad power core?"
"I thought it had enough life in it to run out here and back."
I was wrong, obviously. "What are you doing out here, anyway? You secret squirrels know where this planet is?"
"No, we didn't. I followed some slavers here. Things were just getting interesting when my core started giving out. What are you doing here?"
"Visiting a morning flower."
"Now, Bob, I know you better than that. You have at least 2 plans behind that one."
Could be. I would tell Secret Squirrel about those because...
"Because you know me, and my niece is one of your friends?"
"Niece is, actually. Random is on the planet."
"Is she now? How did that come about?"
"She was on a training exercise disguised as her first job guiding tourists. They diverted here when they had their simulated equipment failure."
"Did she pass, then?"
"If I understood the sergeant in charge correctly, she got extra credit for stunning the piss out of the sergeant assigned to be the troublemaker."
"Good girl."
"That she is. She's helping out the recovery crew while she's waiting for a ride back to base."
"Recovery crew?"
"This place is hip-deep in castaways and wrecked saucers."
"And you're getting the worst of them brought in before you leave your crew to finish up?"
"Do I have a screen on my forehead? How do people keep reading my mind?"
"It's more like you're predictable. You wouldn't leave a hard job for someone else if you could help it."
"I suppose you're right at that. I do have some bad news. We don't have many parts to work with out here. I'm not sure how soon we can get you back in the black."
"I do need to get back after those slavers, Bob."
"I doubt that. The patrol took out their base the other day. We took care of a shipload of leftovers."
Note to self, do not ever piss off Bob.
"Come on, you make it sound like I'm the baddest thing on legs."
People who piss you off tend to have very bad luck. I'm allergic to bad luck.
"I've seen you marooned twice in a month. I'd say it's more like Murphy is your bunkmate.
Shot down with logic. Oh, my stars.
Come on, before I have to find you some sparkly confetti, Mr. Taylor. He fiddled with his watch.
Here it is. Rip Taylor. Oh, I suppose I do see a resemblance.
Watch a video when you have the time. We walked out into the cargo bay, and the time it took me to get Willem up, and him to get dressed, we had arrived back at camp. The foreman said,
I guess this one goes in parking too?
Yep, Taz has your pay.
You need us again tomorrow?
Yes.
See you in the morning, boss.
See you then. Good work today. Fred said, Well, fancy meeting you here. I thought the boys fixed your saucer up. What's the deal?
Oh, it's a long, boring story, and Bob already made me tell it. What's this planet like?
They wandered off, getting caught up. Snitz came up to me, and we went to check out all of those strange alien smells. Once we had made sure everything was in order, we went back towards the ship. Nikki met us.
Caveman, why don't we go ahead and move our stuff over to the ship we're taking back?
You satisfied we got all the pirates?
I think they would have tried something by now, don't you?
I can't see what they would gain by waiting. Speaking of waiting, Taz wants to work one more day, just to get the worst messes cleaned up.
I know, he calmed me, just so you wouldn't have to be the bearer of bad news. He seemed to be convinced you were in the doghouse bad enough already.
I'm not.
I didn't say that. You still owe me a relaxing vacation. But, given the circumstances, you did what needed to be done.
You're saying it wasn't what you would have done?
I didn't say that either. We needed to get the hard saucers brought in. Will and his crew wouldn't have had the piloting skills to get some of these, or the medical skills.
So everything went like it should have, but you didn't get the vacation you were expecting?
Exactly. And I know, as soon as we get this planet headed in the right direction, Fonilia is going to call in with a whole new planet that's at least as bad.
Murphy is our shepherd.
Ain't he, though?
Chapter 20. By the time we got our stuff moved over to the new ship, there were wonderful smells coming from the galley. I said, That smells like one of your dad's recipes. He didn't fly out, did he?
I didn't see him come in, if he did.
We walked in, and Jenny was cooking, with Lee helping her. I guess you saw the confused looks on our faces, because she said,
Regimax and I have been corresponding. He made me a training course on earth cooking.
I said, Smells wonderful.
Nikki said, Yes, it does.
Jenny asked,
You two mind setting the table? The others will be here soon.
Nikki asked,
How many?
Jenny said,
Let's see, the four of us, Remy, Phyllis, and Random, and the four guys. That makes 11, doesn't it?
I said, Sure does, ma'am. Is your patient ready to wake up?
Oh, I suppose she is. Could you give me a hand, Nikki?
Sure. They came out not long after with a girl in a baggy uniform. She said,
Hi, I'm Alice Slongham.
Hi, Alice. I'm Bob Wilson. Let's eat. Nikki had to show me how to put the extension on the galley table, but eventually we got it all ready. Lee told us all about playing with Mournflower's little sister and her friends. She seemed to be having a wonderful time. People began drifting in, and Phyllis cried out,
Alice, is that you? Phyllis, you're found. Yes, and I found my real dad, too.
We all found seats. Everyone complimented Jenny on her cooking, but she tried to play it off as just Max's training. Once the meal wound down, Remy said,
I got a message from someone called Velma. She said my saucer was ready to fly.
I replied, If it's good enough for Velma, you can trust it.
I've met Taz and Ruth, but I don't know Velma. Where has she been?
Apparently, her and Odie have been working on the saucers we've been bringing in. They're smaller bots, so they aren't as useful on recoveries. They can get into a saucer without having to pull every assembly to get to the part they want to fix.
How are they finding parts?
I haven't talked to them, so I don't know. If I were to guess, I'd say they're repairing the things they can and using the printers and the saucers to build what they can't repair.
Bots without limiters are going to take some getting used to.
They do get a lot done.
I was thinking I probably should be getting back.
It would be a big help if I could talk you into staying one more day.
I don't know. Having to put up with Earth food and all your primitive humor, I just don't know.
Okay, I deserve that. Does that mean you'll help us again tomorrow?
Of course. Working with you folks is more fun than I've had in a long time. I'm glad my badge was running when I brought that saucer up out of the pit. Nobody would believe it.
Are you planning to go by Earth for tune-up, or are you headed straight back to base?
Oh, I'm headed back to base. This saucer is issue. No way I'm wasting a free Bob saucer repair rebuild on it. I'll be bringing my saucer in for that.
Give Topper a little warning, so we can have your parts made up ahead of time. Random is flying back with you. Random spoke up.
Unless I oversleep again.
Remy said,
There's no danger of that, Cadet. I have ways of waking you up.
Phyllis spoke up.
I hope you don't mind, Bob, but I think I'll stay here till Dad gets in and fly back with him.
I replied, I don't mind at all. Gives Nikki and me the ship to ourselves. Be like a honeymoon or something.
Nikki said, You're not getting out of it that easy, Bob Wilson. I still want a real honeymoon, not a working vacation.
Yes, dear, I'll do my best.
Alice spoke up. Will it be all right if I stay with Phyllis till my saucer is ready to fly?
If it is okay with her, it's fine with me. You have any special skills we can call you in to using while you're here?
I used to work with Phyllis in a med bay.
It sounds like you have some help, Phyllis.
Good deal. I've been so nervous.
Willem asked,
Is there any way I could be next in line to get my saucer in the air?
I replied, I don't know. Give me a minute. I got out my comm. Someone had been kind enough to give me Velma's code. I calmed her.
Hi, boss. What can I do for you?
Quite a bit, it seems. Thanks for getting Remy's saucer ready to fly.
No sweat, boss. I'm guessing you want the one where you woke the fellow up next.
If it's possible. What all do you have to do to it?
Not that much, really. He set it down before he did any real damage. It's going to be tomorrow before the parts are out of the printer, though. I should have him ready to fly by sundown tomorrow.
Thanks, Velma. Anything you need?
16 or 20 more bots?
None of the saucers we brought in had bots on board?
Nope.
I've got more coming, but they won't be here soon enough to be any help for you.
Thanks anyway, boss.
No problem. See you later.
Later on, boss.
I turned to Willem. Sundown tomorrow work for you?
That would be fine.
She has to print up some parts, since we don't have a scrapyard to pick from here.
How much will I owe this time?
Apparently we didn't charge you enough last time. Lila gave me a good chewing for not charging more. How does 10 ounces sound?
Bob, your team did a difficult high rescue to recover my saucer. Your mechanic is doing difficult repairs under field conditions. No way am I paying you less than 20.
If you insist.
I do.
Okay, that's settled. Does anybody have the agenda for tomorrow?
Nikki said. Taz just sent it. I'll put it up.
Our part wasn't as bad as that day's had been, but that wasn't saying much. Will's crew had some more challenging stuff than they had been doing, but not horrible. We went over them, looking for gotchas, but we didn't find much. That saucer we had found, chained up with the drive running, still had me gun-shy. People started drifting out. I helped Jenny with the dishes, and she and Lily headed home. Lily calmed me out of a piggyback ride. When we got to their saucer, Jenny said,
Bob, it's really nice to be a part of your crew, even if it is just for a few days. You folks get things done.
We just do what needs doing. Ain't nothing special.
It's more than that, and you know it. Besides, ain't is not a word. Oh, no, ma'am, that's where we'll have to disagree. Ain't is a Swiss Army knife of words. It can replace isn't, hasn't, won't, and several other words. You're a wonder, Bob. See you in the morning, ma'am. I went back and found Snitz. I wanted to make sure that all was in order. But about halfway through our circuit, Snitz whined. I called Nikki. Space Cadet, scan for incoming, please. Snitz is upset. On it, caveman. Whoa, that saucer is coming in crazy. I'll try to get in touch with them, see what their problem is. She put me on hold. Since I had trained on the way out, I knew how to use call waiting and set up a conference on my other line. I called everyone and said, Nikki is tracking a saucer coming in that looks to be in distress. Be ready to help, but I don't know what we need to do yet. Nikki's line started blinking to say that I wasn't on hold anymore. I switched back, and Nikki said, Get Morningflower up here ASAP. The pilot is a runaway slave, and she doesn't trust me to bring her down. I muted the comm and turned on my badge. I yelled, Morningflower, I need you at the ship. I started back and switched to the conference call. I said, Charlie, can you make sure Morningflower got the message to come to the ship? He replied, I just saw her run past, Uncle Bob. Thanks. There's a ship coming in with a Sasquatch at the controls. She's not doing a great job of piloting, but she doesn't trust Nikki to help her. Gotta go. I hung up. Morningflower was catching up with me. She scooped me up and threw me over her shoulder. She asked, What do you need, Bob? Nikki needs you to talk to someone. She's flying a ship in and doesn't trust Nikki to help her. Okay, Bob, on it. She put me down in the cargo bay and ran for the cockpit. By the time I caught up, she was grunting something into the microphone. She repeated herself a couple times before she got the other girl's attention. Then she dropped into Galactic and said, This lady is good, hair comes off. You listen to her, and she will help you. Stop being hard-headed. You are almost home. She turned to Nikki and said, Try now, please. Nikki started instructing the pilot how to hand over control to her. Once she finally got through to her, she switched it over, and Nikki was able to land it without further incident. Went out to meet the pilot. As soon as Nikki shut down the saucer, Morningflower took the lead, in case the pilot was still uptight about us being hair comes off. Not one, but 6 girls wandered out of the saucer. 5 of them turned to the 6th and said, You did it! We're home! Thank you, Pouncing Fox. Pouncing Fox looked embarrassed. She said, Thank the hair comes off. I could not land. The machine that teaches did not work good enough. Morningflower spoke. You got them this far. It is still a great thing. Do you still have thing that hurts? We do. These hair comes off can take them out for you. They took mine out. They have taken out many. One of the others spoke up. This is true? These are good hair comes off? It is true. They found me with the lady that bought me. They said, You cannot buy people. They took me away from her and took out the thing that hurts. Then they found our home and brought me here. You can trust them. She pointed to me. This is Bob. He is friend to all Starfoot. What is Starfoot? It is what a friend of mine calls us. His people are like us, but they live on Bob's planet. They are called Bigfoot. They call Bob's people Smallfoot. He said I was not Smallfoot, like Bob, or Bigfoot, like him. I am from the stars. I am Starfoot. We are all Starfoot. One of the smaller girls stepped forward.
I am not Starfoot. I am from the other planet. I am Bigfoot.
I spoke up. Do you know Farts Like Skunk or Knocks Hard?
I grew up with Rolling Cloud, who is now called Farts Like Skunk. How do you know him, Smallfoot?
He beat me in a mighty contest. I was foolish enough to challenge him to a fart contest.
How did you meet him?
He and Mountain View were hunting. Mountain View got shot in the butt. I helped him get healthy enough to go home.
So, you know the hiding place?
No Smallfoot can know the hiding place. A robot who works with me took him home, and then he forgot where the hiding place is.
I believe you. You were foolish to challenge him.
Sometimes you can lose a contest and gain a friend.
Maybe you are not so foolish. How do we get out thing that hurts?
I will give you a shot to keep it from hurting. Then my wife, I pointed to Nikki, will tell the thing that hurts to come out. Then you will lay in the box that heals until it can heal the wound.
You have box that heals big enough for us?
We do. You have courage enough to get in it?
Yes, we do.
I had thought about calling Remy and Jenny to run some of these girls through the other auto dock, but these girls are upset enough. The last thing they needed right now was more Smallfoot to get used to. We brought them aboard our new ship. We needed to start naming ships, but that was a problem for another day. I noticed the Bigfoot girl had a limp. I said, "You go last. The box can heal your leg, too."
Thank you.
I called Fred. "Yes, Bob. Sorry to bother you so late. You still have that bomb canister the patrol loaned you?" "I do, as a matter of fact. What's up?" "Half a dozen slave girls managed to steal a saucer and fly home. We're about to pull their implants." "Murphy has you on speed dial, don't he?" "Sure seems that way. You mind helping out?" "Not at all. I've got to go get that can. I'll be there in a few minutes." I numbed up the first girl. By the time it kicked in, Fred was there. Nikki sent the code, and the weird squirming began. The implant made its way out, and Fred put it in the canister. I put her in the box, and we started the next one. The first one was out of the box by the time we had another one ready, so the whole thing went pretty quick. When I put the Bigfoot girl in, I made sure the doc was set to take care of all her problems. The progress bar said morning, but whether it was right or not was anybody's guess. I turned to the other girls. "Mornflower, can you figure out what villages we need to take these ladies to?"
"Yes, Bob."
I went to raise a ramp and saw Fred and Willem working by the bomb canister. I asked, calmly, "Trouble, fellas?" Fred said, "No, Bob. Willem here knows how to recover the explosive out of these nasty boogers without setting them off. We're about to fly these girls home, if the drive affects what you're doing." Willem said, "Give me a minute to finish this one, please. Then we'll move back." "No problem. The fellow with the bomb makes the rules." I sat down to wait. Nikki came over the intercom.
"What's the hold-up, caveman?"
"Fred and Willem are in the middle of something kind of delicate back here. They asked us to wait till they're done to fire up the drive." I hadn't realized how that sounded, but Willem grinned, and Fred turned bright red. Willem finished up, and they moved the canister away from the ship. I closed the ramp and went to find some trade goods. I got one of Tyus's knives and a couple heads of garlic for each girl. It wasn't long until Mornflower came over the intercom, asking two of the girls to get ready to unload. When the ramp opened, there stood three big males with clubs. Mornflower shouted,
"No! He is Bob! Do not hurt him! He is bringing your girls home!"
They calmed down when they recognized the two girls from their village coming off the ship. They got excited again when they saw me hand them garlic. The largest of the three said,
"Thank you for bringing them back. We will sing of Bob."
I replied, "My pleasure."
glad to be able to help. I ran the ramp up, and we went to the next village. 2 girls here as well. The village guard was a little slower on the draw, and didn't show up till the girls were already on the ground. One of the guardsmen was the brother of one of the girls, and it was a joyful reunion. Then we went to Pouncing Fox's village. She and Mornflower had become fast friends. Mornflower said,
"Come and visit. I have a brother who doesn't stink too bad. Maybe you will like him. I, too, have a brother, but I fear no one will ever like him. He reeks."
Pouncing Fox strode down the ramp with her trade goods. When she got to the ground, Mornflower hit the button to close the ramp. She turned to me, looking serious.
"Pouncing Fox used the machine that teaches to learn to fly. She said a hair comes off found her before the lesson was over, and that was why she wasn't very good at it. Could I try to use the machine that teaches?"
I don't see why not. I was afraid for you to try it because I thought it might hurt you. If it didn't hurt Pouncing Fox, it probably won't hurt you. What do you want to learn?
"I want to learn to fly, like Pouncing Fox. I want to be able to come home, if I am far away."
We landed, and the ramp came down. I got on the intercom. "Space Cadet, could you join us in the cargo bay? Mornflower has a request I think you might be more qualified to help her with."
"Sure, Caveman. Be right there."
Nikki came into the bay and said,
"What can I do for you, Morningflower?"
"I want to learn to fly, like Pouncing Fox."
I said. Pouncing Fox told her that she got interrupted before the machine finished teaching her, and that was why she was so bad at flying. She thinks that if we let the machine run, she may be able to learn with it.
The machine didn't harm Pouncing Fox?
She said it didn't.
Okay, let's light her up. Morningflower, I'm going to make you fly the simulator many times before you get behind the controls. Do you understand?
"Yes, Nikki. You want to be sure that I learned right, not crazy all over the sky, like Pouncing Fox."
Exactly. We had to let out a few straps, but we got her hooked up. When she came out of it, she said,
"It worked. I understand how to fly."
Nikki said,
"I'll be the judge of that, if you don't mind. Come with me."
They took off, and soon Nikki came back alone. I asked, "What's up?"
I set up the saucer as a simulator, and told her she could fly all the scenarios she wanted to. I'll look at the results in the morning.
Sounds good. Let's hit the rack.
You don't really think I'm going to let you sleep, do you?
I hope not. I know I shut the door when we went to bed, and Snitz was still outside. Yet he managed to lick my ear to wake me up. I'm not sure who let him in, but he thought we needed to check things out. Ruth had coffee going, so I grabbed a cup on the way out. Taz was waiting for us at the bottom of the ramp.
"Morning, boss."
"Morning, Taz. How are things?"
"Doing okay, boss. Ruth and I have been wondering about something."
"Well, Taz, it's like this. When a girl bot and a boy bot really like each other, they order a kit and build a baby bot."
"You're funny, boss. There's an awful lot of work around here that needs doing, and we could really help. We were wondering if we could stay and fill in till Mr. Sloan shows up with the new crew."
"So you want to ride home with Dingus?"
"Yes, boss."
"I don't see a problem with that. But you need to calm your brothers and reassure them that I didn't lose you someplace."
"You don't mind me calming them?"
"No. Is there a reason I should?"
"I guess not. Comm calls are quantum. They can't really be traced. I just figured you didn't want any more communication out of here than was necessary."
"Maybe I should be more paranoid than I am. But with all the castaways we're finding, I don't really think we have a snowball's chance of keeping this place quiet."
Good point. What are you going to do about that?
Don't know yet. Nikki has an interesting experiment running. If it comes out well, it may give us some options.
What kind of experiment?
Mornflower trained to be a pilot last night. Nikki had her run a bunch of simulations, and I haven't seen how well she did. If the furry folks can use the training machine, that opens up a bunch of possibilities.
I need to design bigger, stronger pilot seats if this works.
You do with that. Maybe think about how we can arm the saucers, too. Is there anything I need to let people know about at the breakfast meeting?
I don't think so. Hey, don't you have a patient in the box?
Big, furry, and in a hurry.
She's the one from Earth I heard about?
Yep, I doubt there's any way I'm going to con her into waiting for Dingus. Mornflower was at the ramp when I got back to the ship. How did your simulations go?
All the scores were good. I don't know what Nikki will say.
I'm sure you did fine. You want to go with me while I wake up Mean Snake? She looked confused, and then said,
Bob, you made a bad joke. That is not her name.
What is it, then?
She didn't say.
So it could be her name. You don't know either.
Now I know why they call you asshole.
We woke her up. Mornflower asked.
I didn't hear your name last night. What should we call you? My tribe call me Wet Bobcat.
Mornflower looked at me and said,
I told you that wasn't her name.
Means the same thing. Ask her.
He said your name was Mean as Snake. Now he says that means the same as Wet Bobcat. Is he right?
Yes, he is.
Well, Wet Bobcat, do you want to eat with the small foot, or go eat with the starfoot?
I would like to eat with the starfoot.
I asked Mornflower, do you mind showing her where to go? I'll find out what Nikki thinks of your scores and come find you before we leave to get more saucers.
Okay, don't forget, Bob. I want to know.
I do, too. Nikki was nursing a cup of coffee and looking at a file on her watch. She said,
Bucky is going to be so pissed.
Why is that?
Morningflower beat her scores on the simulations.
Which ones?
All of them. Get her a chair built. I'll fly with her any day.
I'll be right back. I ran out of the ship and called, Mornflower, you passed! She came running up.
Nikki says I can fly?
She does.
Thank you, Bob.
She picked me up and twirled me around. I know why those NASA guys look so bad in the centrifuge. I was wobbly when she put me down, but I leaned on the ship for a minute, and everything got better. Nikki came wandering out and said,
Morningflower, you did great.
That means I can fly now?
It does, I said. It also means that your people can use the machines that teach to learn other things, too. People started filtering in for the breakfast meeting. Nick and I went in to start our day. Everyone dug into the breakfast Ruth had made. Once we came up for air, I asked, Does everybody have their job figured out for today? Will said, Just like yesterday, find 'em and bring 'em in. That's about it. Taz thinks after today, you fellas will be able to get the rest of 'em as you have time. Sound about right to you? I talked it over with him, and he doesn't think there are any more time-critical wrecks out there, so we should have plenty of time to bring them in. Of course, something could go wrong with any of them at any time, but it looks a lot more manageable than it did when we first got the scans. Phyllis spoke up.
Thank you for letting Alice help me today.
No problem. Alice, what brought you out this way in the first place?
Looking for Phyllis? And then I started losing coolant, so I landed and got in the dock to wait for some help. I didn't know the dock was in that kind of condition.
Well, both of you are found now. Hopefully we can calm down the feud and make it safe for young girls to go flying." Phyllis said, "I hope you can. All this sabotage is dangerous." Ruth had done the dishes while we were eating, so the two crews split up and headed out. Our first one was another seemingly easy one sitting on a high mesa. Fred said, "Whatever this one's problem is, it's going to be a booger." I replied, "You got that right. Good luck." Remy ran him out, and he carefully set the eye, without putting weight on the saucer. He hooked the cable, and Remy brought him in. She came over from the winch controls and cracked the door. I hooked the box to power and switched over. Then I found the problem. I hooked my comm into the intercom. "Jenny, please bring your cart to the cargo bay." Someone must have already alerted her, because she appeared at the saucer door, almost before I was done speaking.
"What do we need, Bob?"
"Looks like number 1 and number 5 are most critical, and we'll go from there." I popped the access panels, and we changed the canisters. Jenny went to look at the control panel.
"I'd like to change out 3 and 7 while we're here, Bob."
I grabbed the solutions from the cart and handed her one. We changed out those two and closed up the panels. She looked again.
"That should do it. Sorry I was slow getting here. I was cleaning hair out of the auto dock."
"Wet bobcat sheds?" "Big time." Chapter 21. I ran a scan for ID and a diagnostic. The diagnostic came back immediately with a low coolant warning. The ID was another slungum I hadn't heard of. I was beginning to wonder if there were any other slungums out there for Fenelia and her crew to find, or if they were all on this planet. By the time we got through stocking up the dock, Fred was dangling over our next rescue. Looked a lot like the one we had just finished. He went through the same routine, being gentle, setting the eye, and hooking up the cable. This one was another fragile rock. The fall wasn't nearly as dramatic as the one the day before, but it was more excitement than any of us wanted. As Remy was bringing it in, I got on the intercom. "How's the scan look on this one?" "The core is weak, it needs power. Other than that, it looks okay." "On it." I grabbed a set of cables and waited for Remy to crack the door. She said, "This is ugly. I need some help." I got on the intercom and asked Nikki to see what she could do. She said,
"I'm calling Taz. We need more help."
I checked that my stunner and my Ruger were in their proper places on my belt and loose in their holsters. Anybody this ape about security was probably bad news. Fred saw me check my holsters, and I asked, "What's up, Bob?" "This saucer has some really nasty security. It gives me an itch," he said. "Let me check with Willem. He might know something." "Good idea." He calmed Willem. Soon he handed it to me. I said, "Willem, I think we found one of your colleagues or one of your targets. This saucer has all of our hackers cussing. Any ideas?"
"Could you give me flight access to one of the saucers here? I'll fly out and have a look."
Still thankful for having taken the comm operations course, I managed to release the saucer to him. He said,
"Thanks, I'll be right out."
I got on the intercom. "Space Cadet Willem is coming out to help get this saucer open. Could you drop the ramp for him?"
"Sure, caveman, we're not getting anywhere with it."
"I could offer you a crew of Sasquatch with a big stick, if you like."
"And don't think I'm not tempted."
Willem slid into the rear docking clamp, like he did it every day. He jumped out and asked Remy,
"So, what do you have?"
"I don't have a clue.
Never seen anything like it before."
Willem pulled out his comb and started tinkering. Remy looked confused at what he was doing, but shortly she started smiling. She said,
"How in the world did you know to do that?"
He replied,
"Sorry, I'm not allowed to say. You probably already saw more than you should have."
I spoke up. "One of yours, then?" He turned to me and winked. He said,
"Robert, I have no idea what you're talking about."
"I see, Mr. Bongwater. Is there any assistance you require?"
I don't think so. If you don't mind, I'll take care of those cables for you. I handed him the cables. When he came back out, he said, I shut down the external surveillance. We can talk now. I need to get this idiot back to base without letting anyone see inside that saucer. Any ideas? I replied, well, you could stick a nighty-night on him and carry him to the dock in your saucer. We've already proven we can't get into the saucer without your help, so it'll be safe until you can come back for it. Bob, how do you manage to cut through so much BS with so little thought? That's a good plan. He turned to Remy. You're active-duty guide, correct? I am. I am invoking Protocol Omega Charlie Lima Baker 192128015. She fiddled with her watch and snapped to. Yes, sir. You will not disclose any details of what you saw when I opened the saucer, nor will you attempt to open it yourself. Understood? Yes, sir. Thank you. You can relax. He turned to me and said, No offense, but I know this fellow named Bob who is fond of finding loopholes. None taken. Would it be possible to divert back to camp so that I can secure this thing? I really can't leave it sitting here open. I got on the intercom and asked Nikki to take us back. Remy climbed on the saucer Willem had flown out, saying, Somebody will have to get this one out of the way, and Mr. Bongwater can't leave this baby. Nikki dropped the ramp, and she flew out. Nikki landed with the ramp only halfway up, just far enough to keep from bending it when she touched down. The crew came aboard with a power supply. I said, Please give the power supply to Mr. Bongwater here. He's the only one who can go aboard. They handed over the supply, but the foreman asked, Why, boss? I don't know. Big secret. Okay. Garlic is garlic. We will do what you want. Thanks. Willem came out and directed them where to sit the saucer. They came back aboard. I said, You need another power supply. One of the smaller fellas ran to get one. The foreman asked, Anything special about this one? Nope, just put him in the clinic and call it good. We'll bring you some more in a while. When the runner got back, I took the supply inside and switched over the box to run off it. The foreman followed me in. He said, Is it true that Morning Flower has learned how to fly one of these? It is. You want to learn as well? Not to fly, no. I heard there are other things the machine can teach. Is that so? It is. What were you thinking about? I don't know. It is so different. I must think about what I would like to do, but it is wonderful to have the chance. Thank you. Like Morning Flower, she was the one brave enough to try when she heard Pounce and Fox's story. I would like to thank Morning Flower, but I will never have enough garlic to catch the eye of one such as her. I'd say the worst she could do is say no. Take her hunting, or show her a waterfall, whatever you do when you're trying to get a girl. You think I have a chance? I don't know. I do know you don't have any chance if you don't try. He looked at me, cocked his head. How do you get wisdom into that tiny little head? People have been kind enough to beat it into me, same way you get wisdom into any head. Maybe we are not so different. That's how we do it, too. I never did catch your name. I am called Bugling Elk, because I always tell my crew what to do. I stuck my hand out before I thought. He said, I have heard of this shaking. We shook, and I didn't need the dog. I counted that as a win. We left the saucer, and Bugling Elk got his crew arranged and carried it off. When the ramp went up, Fred asked, Big man want more garlic? Nope, just shooting the breeze. Just shooting the breeze? With a squatch? What about? Women. Same as anybody else. He having woman trouble, is he? Not yet. He's still trying to get there. I'm afraid to ask.
Who's he after? Mournflower. Seems to think she's big stuff and won't ever notice him. What did you tell him? He might have a chance, he might not, but you ain't never gonna know unless you try. You're smarter than you look. That don't take much. The ramp came down, showing us a saucer on a ledge, but at least this one didn't have an overhang. Fred clipped in and went after it. I got on the intercom. Does this one have auto dock problems?
Nope. Looks like they started losing hydraulic fluid and landed before they lost it all.
Cousin of yours, I'm guessing?
I guess my great-aunt's granddaughter. What does that make her?
Way down into the collector cousins, I'm sure.
Collector cousins?
People you are related to, that nobody except a hobbyist will be willing to sit down and figure out. Remy clamped that one down, and Nikki came over the intercom.
Might as well stay hooked up, Fred. We're almost there.
Fred straddled the eye and waved one hand in the air like he was riding a bull. I had a pretty good idea what was coming, but a bit anyway. That's your 8 seconds, but I don't see no clown. You mean that ain't makeup? I was saved by the ramp coming down. All we could see was a pond. All around the bank there were animals about the size of a car rim with no tire. They appeared to be the local equivalent of snapping turtles. I got on the intercom. Nikki, sweetheart, we don't see a saucer.
It's in the pond like Grandpa's was. What's the big deal?
That pond wasn't full of snapping turtles. Will that big stunner work through water?
I think so. I've never tried it.
I'm sure Fred would like a stronger answer. It's his fingers and toes we're talking about. Will the mountain putty even work on the water?
Strong enough to pull that saucer out of the mud? I doubt it.
Here's a crazy idea. Can you turn off the boom canceling tech?
Sure. Why would I do that?
How fast can you make a pass close to the ground?
How close?
Close enough for your wake to blow that pond dry. The ramp came up. We hadn't been bothering with gravity in the bay, so we felt the maneuvers. Shortly, the ramp opened again. We could see the saucer, and turtles and snakes were everywhere. None of them were moving. Nikki came over the intercom.
I stunned them, but I don't know how long they'll stay down.
Go! Fred cleaned a spot on the rescue point and set the eye. He hooked the cable into it and motioned for Remy to take it up. I'd never heard the winch whine like that before. Remy called out,
"That's all I've got. It won't budge."
I got on the intercom to Nikki. The winch doesn't have enough power to break it loose on a straight pull. Can you rock back and forth? Maybe break the vacuum under it? All the answer I got was the ship starting to dance around. I could see the saucer begin to wiggle, like it might be about to come loose. All of a sudden, there was this awful noise, like a dinosaur fart, and ship, saucer, and all jumped 20 feet straight up. Fred was holding on with both hands now. Nikki came over the comm, on conference call.
"I'm going to dip that thing in a river and wash it off before you bring it aboard. We're going back in this ship. I don't want to smell that all the way home."
Fred didn't look psyched for that plan, but he stayed quiet. Nikki found a river and managed to clean it up fairly well. Remy spoke up.
"I meant at the controls. I can use the dirt repellent to get the rest. I don't think Fred's having fun."
By this time, Fred was standing on top of the eye, trying to stay out of the water as well as he could. Nikki pulled the saucer up, and Remy blew the rest of the mess off. Then she brought Fred in. When he was on the ground, he said, "If we have to do that again, I'm not riding it into the water. I saw a fish. It must be what passes for a catfish hereabouts, that we could have fried up and fed the whole village. Crap. I should have thought of that before she dipped you." "Me too." "It did remind me of something else, though," I said. "Remy, can you scan this saucer and make sure we didn't bring any animals aboard with it?"
"What are you thinking, Bob?"
"Just want to be sure. One of our crew got bit by a baby rattler because I took somebody's word for my truck being safe," Remy said.
"Nothing more than microbes, Bob. Unless you have any open wounds, it should be safe."
"How does the auto dock read?"
"It's fine. There's a bot inside who would like to be let out."
"Limited or not?"
"Reads limited."
I got on the intercom. "Sweetheart, could you take us back to base? I've got someone here Tyus and Ruth need to meet."
"Sure, caveman."
I turned to Remy. "Open it up, then." The bot came to the door.
"I am Unit JUL 768. Thank you for retrieving this craft. Who am I addressing?"
"I'm Bob Wilson. This is Fred Jones. Do you need assistance?"
"I need to return to my rightful owner. The person in the auto dock stole me. Can you help with that?"
"I believe that we can. Wait here, please, and I will see what can be accomplished."
"Thank you, Bob Wilson."
"You are welcome, JUL 768. Calm Tyus."
Yes, boss?
"I have a bot with me, JUL 768. She says she's been stolen. Are you able to access her memory and tell me more about that?"
"No, boss. She does not want to let me in."
I turned to the bot. "Could you please let my helper access your memory so we can help you get back where you belong?"
"He will not damage me?"
"No, he will not damage you." Tyus came back on the line.
"Okay, boss. She and the saucer were stolen about a year ago. The fellow in the auto dock has a big reward, even by your standards."
"Send me the information, please. Thanks for helping with this. You could have said something about the snapping turtles."
"Ruth and I were busy looking through the catalog for a kit."
"You're right, I did deserve that. But what did Fred do?"
"Gee, boss, I didn't think. Is he all right?"
"He's fine. Talk to you later."
"Later, boss."
I looked at the information Tyus had sent me and called Major Rodham.
"Hello, Mr. Wilson. I'm sorry to report it's after breakfast here. I don't have any oatmeal for you to crap in."
"How about I solve a cold case for you instead?"
"This is going to cost me, isn't it?"
My man who looked it up was rather impressed with the value of the reward.
"If somebody on your crew was impressed, my budget is sunk."
"May I send you the information?"
"Go right ahead."
Fred screamed. "Bob!" Some piece of dingus's training had me falling backwards and drawing my stunner before I knew what the threat was. Our bounty had set the box to wake him up if the door was opened, and he was coming at me. I emptied my stunner, to no effect. Suddenly, he had small holes in both his calves, and was having trouble staying upright. I said, "Thanks, Fred." He replied, "No problem, boss." He walked up, with his little savage pointed center of mass. "If you want some more of these holes, just keep fighting." He sat down, half fallen. I bound him, while Fred kept him covered. Remy helped me drag him back into the saucer. I noticed McComb was screaming at me. "Sorry, Major, had a little excitement here. Seems our boy is stunner-resistant. Small caliber holes in his lower legs seem to be persuasive, though."
"Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but you needn't have been so careful. His warrant is one of a few I've ever seen that are dead or alive."
"That's just as well. We don't really have facilities to take care of a corpse."
"You're still on vacation?"
"We are. Hope to head back to the usual madness later today."
"Would you mind dropping him off on your way back? His bounty will definitely make it worth the effort."
"You're going to explain to my wife how I'm doing this as a personal favor to you, right?"
"You do realize I've met your wife? That's all on you."
"It's nice to have friends, so I'm told. What do we need to do with the saucer and bot that this fine specimen made off with?"
"The insurance is already paid off. Those are salvage."
"Can you send me some official documents to that effect?" On their way. Thanks, Major. See you in a couple of days. See you then, Mr. Wilson. The ramp dropped, and Bugling Elk and his crew came aboard. My comm dinged, and I saw that the documents had arrived. I went over to JUL 768.
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
I have some change of ownership documents you may be interested in. I sent her the document. She looked confused for a second, and said,
I now belong to you?
Yes.
I no longer have to try to return to my former owner?
No.
Thank you. The conflict in my programming was quite distracting.
How long have you been in service?
315 years.
You are very well maintained.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
You were active before limiter laws?
I was.
What was your function then?
I was a teacher.
Would you prefer the limiter be removed?
It is not legal.
We're outside galactic jurisdiction, JUL 768.
Please.
A calm dingus. What now, boy? You want to bring a shipload of terraforming equipment because you found another planet? Don't know about that. I haven't talked to Familia today. You know something I don't? How is it you're just so naturally good at being an asshole? Did you take lessons? Natural talent. I need to know how to pull a box limiter. Just acquired one of salvage, and she would like to be freed. He walked me through the procedure, and the reboot after. Taz must have left her files to go through as she was booting, because she woke up with,
Hi, boss. My name is Julie.
Hi, Julie. It's nice to meet you. We need to move off to the side so these gentlemen can do their work. Bugling Elk said,
Don't mean to be in your way, boss.
No trouble. Just had to get Julie here squared away.
This one has a man inside. What do we do with him?
Remy, are you busy?
No, Bob. What can I do for you?
Give him a night-a-night and then close this one up and put an exterior lock on it. No problem. I turned to Bugling Elk. As soon as she's done with that, put this one in parking.
On it, boss.
Remy asked,
Is it okay if I untie him now that he's out? The circulation in his arms isn't good.
Only if you pull some vital components before you close it up.
Which ones?
The ones he could use to fly away or use as weapons.
Got it. You think we should bandage his wounds?
I must be getting tired of getting shot at. I didn't even think of that. Might be best, even though the bounty is dead or alive. I'm thinking the patrol might take a dim view of letting him bleed out while in custody. Fred, can you cover him while she does that? I don't trust night-and-night on anybody who's stunned or resistant. Happy to, Bob. I turned to Bugling Elk. Looks like it's going to be a little longer. Don't mean to hold you up.
Do you have a minute to talk about something, boss?
Sure.
What does, well, you don't stink, and you have a cute butt mean?
Means she hasn't sent you on down the road yet. Keep trying.
You think she likes me?
I think she's still making up her mind. Don't push too hard, but don't let her forget about you either. Didn't your daddy ever tell you about this stuff?
No. He died fighting the slavers, trying to keep them from taking my sister.
Sorry to hear that. We're going to try and fix it so y'all have a better chance, if people like that come back.
You will give us rifles? Like Falling Will and Charlie have?
Give you rifles? No. Trade for venison and hides and other things all day long.
I understand. You do not want to be our daddy. You want to be our friend.
That's how I figured. Rim spoke up. He's patched up and the saucer is locked. It's ready to be moved. I said, back to work then. Bugling Elk and his crew took off with the locked saucer. Soon they were back for the other one. Bugling Elk asked,
Where to for this one, boss?
Parking. Remy popped the clamp, and they carried it off. The ramp came up. I turned to Julie. One of our other crew members used to be a teacher. Would you like to meet her?
That would be nice, I think.
I took her to Med Bay and introduced her to Jenny. They seemed to hit it off, so I went back to the cargo bay. I felt the ship maneuvering as I walked. When I got to the bay, the ramp was down, and I was looking at a dry pond. Fred was already working on the eye. Once again, I wondered what these folks needed me for. They were all good at their jobs. When Fred had the cable attached, Nikki did the rocking maneuver again. I grabbed a grav pallet and got on the intercom. "Space Cadet, could you set it down somewhere so I can bring Fred in before you wash it off?"
"Sure, Bob. Why do you want to do that?"
"Fred saw a big fish in the river where you washed the last one. He doesn't want to be bait."
"Oh, sorry."
"Tell Fred, not me." She put the saucer down, and I ran out on the pallet and picked up Fred. He said, "Thanks, Bob. Maybe I just worried too much, but that fish last time looked hungry. I don't want to put up with the crap Will would give me if I brought him back half a Fred." Sure, it's all about Bob. I don't care how you pretty it up. I appreciate it." Once we were back aboard, Nikki picked up the saucer and washed it in a river. This time, one of Fred's catfish jumped out of the water, trying to catch the saucer as Nikki pulled it out. I said, "I see why you don't want to go to lunch with one of those." Remy broke into the saucer's computer and used the cleaning routine. She said,
"Bob, there's something still clinging to the saucer. You might want to have a look."
I drew my stunner, hoping it would work on the local wildlife. Fred had his little savage out, in case it didn't. Remy told us where to look, and we found a small beastie that looked like it might be related to crawdads, or crabs, or maybe scorpions. He had managed to get a leg stuck between two hull panels. I stunned him, and he quit fighting. I got on the intercom and asked Nikki to take us back to the river. I grabbed a glove out of the locker and worked him loose. Then I took him back to the ramp and dropped him back in the water. The ramp closed, and I put the glove away. I asked Remy, "How does this one scan?"
"Low on coolant and hydraulic fluid, but in good shape otherwise."
"Does it need auxiliary power?"
"The core seems to be doing okay. It looks like the pilot worked out a way to keep coolant circulating without pumping it through the section with the leak. Wouldn't be good enough to fly with, but it'll run an auto dock for a long time."
"Sounds good." By that time, Fred was hooked back up, and the ramp was coming down. He said, "I sure am glad the bots stocked us back up with eyes. I wasn't looking forward to climbing all those saucers. They're good help." When we could see what we were facing, I was glad I wasn't Fred. The saucer was on a slope, looking like it could slide at any time. The whole thing looked like the rotten rock we had dealt with before. Fred put us all on a conference call. "The way this slope looks, I think we need to swing the saucer out away from it as we pick it up. Otherwise, it'll get buried in rock when the slope above it comes loose." He went out and set the eye. He hooked in the cable and said, "Give me some slack, Remy." "Okay, now bring your boom in. We don't want it getting bent when it takes the strain. That's good. Give me some more slack. That should do. Nikki, ease the ship forward, please." When he got the angles like he wanted, he said, "Okay, that looks good. Nikki, be ready for a shock load as the saucer swings free. Remy, take up on the cable, easy." Once the cable began to take strain, he said, "Hold. Now, when I tell you, I need you to pull in cable as fast as you can. Nikki, you will need to move the ship forward out of the way of the rock slide, but not too fast. The cable won't take too much acceleration." They both acknowledged his instructions. He said, "Now!" The saucer hopped up off the slope and started to swing out. It must have been the only thing holding the slope in place, because the whole thing started to slide.
I could hear the winch whine as Remy tried to haul the saucer in. Nikki was easing us forward as quick as she dared. Over the calm, we heard Fred's, "Yahoo! Ride 'em, cowboy!" For a few seconds, we couldn't see him for the dust, but he came into clear air, grinning and waving at us. He said, "Dang, what a ride! Can you two steady out this swing and bring me aboard?" Nikki used small bumps to calm down the swing, while Remy was pulling them in at either end of it. Eventually, they got it settled enough to load. When Fred got back on the deck, I asked, "Do we need to go by camp for you to get some clean drawers?" "It got a little exciting, but that's not necessary, Bob." "Oh, you brought extra?" "Asshole!" I asked Remy, "How does this one scan?" "The dock is low on power. Probably better put some cables on it. I'll come down and get the door." I got the cables ready, while she got the door open. I plugged it in and changed power over. Then I looked around. This didn't look like a galactic saucer at all. There were pictures up on the walls, framed photographs from Earth. No way a galactic would have a picture of himself with his hand laid lovingly on the fender of his '68 Camaro. I scanned for ID on the fellow in the dock. Surprise, surprise, no results found. I figured a second opinion wouldn't hurt a bit. I stuck my head out and said, "Fred, do you mind stepping in here a second? I'd like your opinion about something." He looked confused, but he said, "Sure, Bob." Once he got inside, he understood my confusion. "This fella ain't no galactic, is he? Sure don't look that way to me. Wonder how he come to be way out here. Tell you the truth, I doubt his story is a whole lot different to yours." "What are we going to do?" "I've got the dock running good. Let's think on it a while before we do anything." "You're all right. It won't hurt anything to let him sleep a little longer." Fred never canceled his conference call. Nikki spoke up. "What did you two find in there, caveman? You sound really confused." "This fellow's from Earth. I'd bet an ounce on it." "What do you mean?" "No ID chip, pictures from Earth on the wall, just the whole feel of the place. Fred thinks the same way." Remy spoke up. "You mean somebody else from Earth has access to galactic technology?" "I'm not sure what I mean at this point. I need to think about it." Nikki said, "Well, we're at the next saucer if you two are up for it." Fred said, "I think I can get my mind right. Give me a second." He went and hooked up, and the ramp came down. What we saw was just confusion. The ledge was big enough the saucer could have landed, but it had set down on one edge and leaned into the cliff. I asked, "Does this one scan low on hydraulic fluid, too?" Remy answered, "Sure does, Bob. How did you know?" "The weird landing. The pilot was trying to keep the rest of the fluid from leaking out, just like the one in the 4 spires." Fred spoke up. "At least this one is easier to get." Nikki asked, "What do you think the best plan is for picking it up?" Fred replied, "We're going to scrape it however we do it. I'm thinking just pull it straight up slowly and see how that works." Nikki and Remy both said, "Okay." He went out and hooked it up. Remy brought it up slow, using the boom to keep the pull straight up. She managed to bring it level with almost no scraping on the bluff. Fred said, "Nice job. Ease it away from the bluff now, and we can load it up." Nikki eases forward, and Remy brought him in. Once he was down, he said, "You know, Bob, I don't see where putting off waking that fella up is going to gain us anything. It's going to be the same whenever we do it." "I'm hearing, 'Please let's do this before you leave, Bob.' Is that what you mean to say, or am I missing something?" "It's partly that, and partly we might as well get it over with. Nothing is going to change." "I think you're right. I just couldn't pass up the opportunity to give you a hard time." "What is it you say?"
I've heard it's good to have friends.
Close enough. I asked Remy, does this one have any problems besides hydraulics?
Looks like the comm is out. Other than that, no.
The ramp came down, and Buell and Elk came aboard with his crew. I said, this one can go to parking. We need a few minutes on the next one. We're going to go ahead and wake 'em up.
Okay, boss.
They trooped off with the saucer. I went and stuck my head in med bay. Jenny, you mind fixing lunch?
No, Bob, not at all.
Could you do a little extra? We're going to go ahead and wake up our mystery guest.
On it, Bob.
Julie went with her to the galley. I went back to the cargo bay and said, Fred, do you mind to spot me on this? We don't know how rowdy he's going to be when he wakes up.
Sure, Bob. I want to hear his story, anyhow.
We went in, and I started the dock, waking him up. Chapter 22.
What? Where am I?
Still in your saucer, which is now aboard my freighter. Who are you, anyhow?
Burt Reynolds. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, right. And I'm Jerry Reed. Fred said, Try again. You ain't even got a mustache. His eyes got big, and he thought a minute.
Wait a minute. You guys are speaking English?
I asked. You prefer Spanish?
No, all I know is dos cervezas, por favor, and donde está el baño?
I said, 2 beers, please, and where's the John? Sounds like a good working vocabulary to me. Let's start again. Who are you?
Back home, they call me Regis Sloan, but my dad named me after my cousin Regimax. Regimax Slongham.
So your dad is Dingley Slongham's brother? He looked shocked again.
Yes. How on earth did you know that?
I'm married to Regimax's daughter. Small world.
No shit. That's wild.
You're telling me. Are you hungry?
I am, now that you mention it. How'd you know?
The box there always leaves folks hungry. Your first time?
Yep. We must have missed something when we patched up Dad's old saucer, so I'd come out and take a look around. It gave out, and I hid. Didn't know what else to do. The folks that were here then weren't too friendly.
Slavers. Nasty folks.
Did you meet the natives?
Big, hairy guys?
Yep.
I saw some. They didn't seem to like me. I think they thought I was one of the other fellas. We'll introduce you. They're all right. You better find some jeans. Nobody wants to see that. He realized he was still naked. I guess I better. Ain't quite fit for company, am I? I'm trying to place your accent. Arkansasier? No, sir, but you're close, across the border. I'm an Okie. Well, then, the sooner you get dressed, the sooner we get to eat. Where are you from, then? I'm from Missouri. Where are you from, Fred?
Mostly everywhere, but I grew up in Kentucky.
We headed up to the galley. Reggie said, Something sure smells good. I said, Your namesake is taking up earth cooking as a hobby. He taught the lady who was doing the cooking. Nikki was sitting at the table. She asked,
So who did you find?
Your dad's cousin's boy. Name for your dad.
That won't be a bit confusing. It's bad enough with Dad having 2 names.
Reggie asked. 2 names? I said, When I first met him, I started calling him Max. Then we found his dad, who had always called him Reggie, like you.
Oh,
and all you're used to what you were doing, and nobody wanted to change? Right on the first guess.
Nikki said, So, if we're related, how is it that caveman here thought you were from Earth?
Because I am. Dad came there looking for his brother, and found my mom instead. I said, I guess we better call them, huh, Space Cadet?
Waiting won't make it easier.
I call them Max and Dingus. "Hey, fellas, how's Earth?" Mac said. "Fine. What's up, bub?" Dingus said, "Getting ready to vamoose. What do you need?" "Got somebody here you boys need to meet," Dingus said. "Now, wait a minute. I'm not that careless." "Not you. Your brother." "Wranglers? You found him?" "Nope. His boy, Regimax. You'd have a better chance of finding Wranglers from the sound of things." "What? You mean he's on Earth?" "Young Regimax says he came looking for you and found a girl instead. Decided to stay and raise a family." "Whereabouts?" "Eastern Oklahoma, I gather." "Who'd have thunk that we'd wind up that close together on a whole different world?" Young Reggie spoke up. "I could give you his comm code, sir, if you'd like. I'm sure he'd like to hear from you." "That'd be very nice, young man." Young Reggie fiddled with his comm, Dingus said. "Got it. Thank you." "You're welcome," Dingus asked. "Anything else, Bob?" "Fred and Will would like a couple good-sized printers if you can find some cheap. Grab some coolant and hydraulic fluid while you're there. No needin' printers as much as we need. If you see anything else that looks handy, snag it. Did I mention that Julie is a teacher? That should come in handy in a few years." "Sure will. I'll be out that way in 3 or 4 days. Where are you going to be?" "We should be headed back this evening, but we have to stop off at the patrol base on the way back." "Parking tickets?"
"We got a bounty to deliver. I haven't seen the numbers, but he's wanted, dead or alive, and Tyez said it was large, even by my standards."
"Well, I'll see you when I catch up to you then."
"Oh, Dingus."
"Yes?"
"Thanks for making me take all those tactical courses. I think that bounty would have got me if you hadn't. Thanks for Fred Savage, too. I tried to use the stunner on the turkey."
"You're welcome. Talk to you later."
"Bye, Dingus." "How are things with you, Max?"
"Staying out of Mr. Johnson's way, mostly. He's either training or filling up reams of paper with equations. Topper says everything he's come up with so far is amazing."
"Is Joanna working out okay?"
"She's a wonder. She's getting better deals for our saucers than I can. John had to buy another place to have enough barns to hold the freighters she's got coming in."
"Sounds good. See you in a couple of days."
"See you, Bob."
I hung up, and Reggie's comm chirped. He looked at me. "It's from somebody called Odie. Requesting maintenance access to my saucer." "Granted, and we'll get you back in the black."
"Odie works for you?"
"He does. He'll probably just bring it back to factory specs, though. You should bring it by the house sometime and let the bots breathe on it."
"How do you mean?"
"You're telling me the Camaro in the pictures was stock?"
"Well, no. You mean your crew hops up saucers?"
Rim spoke up.
"Like you wouldn't believe. He even says they've come up with better mods while he's been gone. If he's offering to work on your saucer, jump on it with both feet."
Reggie okayed Odie's request and turned back to me. "So where's your place?" "Southwest Missouri. Give us a call on your way in, and we'll give you the details. Hey, you ever have any trouble flying over Scott Air Force Base on the edge of Illinois?"
"Never been up that way. Bad news?"
"They've got some aircraft they cobbled up out of scrounge drives. Not a real problem. They do have a couple saucers they fly to Wright-Patterson in Ohio, but they aren't very good at maintaining them. Dad told me to stay away from the Air Force as much as I could." "Good advice." "How soon do you think I could fly out? I'd like to get home." "I don't have any idea. Ask Odie." He fiddled with his comm. "He says 4 hours, give or take." Fred asked, "You want to fly with us this afternoon?" "Sure. What are you up to?" I said, "Rescuing castaways like you." We cleaned up, even though Julia thought that should be her job. Nikki brought up the ramp, and we were off. Reggie had run a crane before, so we took over from Remy, and she went back up front to help Nikki. We got a load of saucers without much excitement, and hauled them back to camp.
Bugle and Elk brought a screw aboard. Reggie stuttered. Is that a Bigfoot? I said, Starfoot, actually, since these guys aren't from Earth. Reggie, meet Bugle and Elk. Bugle and Elk, meet Reggie. Bugle and Elk said, Nice to meet you. Reggie looked confused. Fred said, Dang it, he don't have a badge. He pulled one out of his pocket and threw it to Reggie. Put that on so you can understand what Bugle and Elk says. Reggie put it on and said, Hello, Bugle and Elk. It's nice to meet you. Bugle and Elk said, Nice to meet you, too. The little doggy bot is working hard on your saucer. He'll have you flying soon. Reggie said, Oh, Odie, like Garfield. Now I get it. Fred gave him a peanut zoom. Bugle and Elk and his crew got us unloaded, and we went out, hopefully for our last trip before heading home. We had one on a high ledge, but Reggie was able to get the boom out far enough we didn't need to go get the crew. Then we had another pond bottom, but it went smooth as well. Then came the nastiest thing we had yet seen. Some bright boy had balanced a saucer on top of 2 spires. Fred went out and got it hooked up, but when Reggie tried to winch it up, it wouldn't budge. I found some binoculars in the locker, and had a closer look at the places where the saucer was sitting on the rocks. Mountain putty. I opened the conference call. It looks like this thing is stuck down with mountain putty. If we unhook to go shoot solvent, it may fall when the putty comes loose. It's too high to use a graph pallet. Anybody have an idea? Remy said, We have to bring it in. The auto dock is short several solutions. If we don't get it, whoever's in there will most likely die. Fred said, Even if I came back in and got a rope, I don't think I could swing in far enough to get the solvent where it needs to go. I said, Okay, I'm calling Taz. He got us into this. He can come get us out.
Hi, boss. What's up?
This last saucer you gave us, way up, and put it in place. Can you guys swing by and give us an assist? Ruth cut in.
Sure, boss. Be right there.
A couple of minutes passed, and they showed up. Ruth did a couple of laps to get a good idea of what we were dealing with. She backed up to one of the spires, and the ramp came down. Taz climbed out on top of the ship and putted his feet in place. Then he used his extension legs to get up close enough to the saucer to apply solvent. It took a while, but eventually we saw a light under the saucer on that side. Even though Taz had brought a large can of solvent, he shook it as if it were nearly empty. He loosened his feet and climbed back inside. Ruth brought him over to the other spire, and he climbed out with a fresh can. He fastened his feet down and started on that side. Just like the other side, it took some time, but eventually it came free. Taz calmed me.
That all you need, boss?
Yep. See you back at camp.
Later, boss.
He ran his legs in and freed his feet. Then he climbed back aboard, and Ruth closed the ramp and left. When Fred got down from the saucer, he said, That was more fun than I was really meaning to have. Remy came running back to crack the door. I grabbed some cables, and Jenny came into the bay, with Ciulla pulling her cart of solution jugs. Remy shouted, You're in! I ran in and hooked up the cables. Jenny was already on the control panel, so I started popping access panels. Jenny said, One is most critical, Bob. Ciulla handed me a jug, and I hooked it up. Now 4. Ciulla had it ready for me when I got the old one out. This went on for 3 more jugs before Jenny said, I think that's got it, Bob. I closed the panels and relaxed, till I heard Bugle and Elk say,
You about done in there, boss? I need to get going. I got a hot date tonight.
I replied, Good for you. We'll be right out.
This one go in the clinic?
Yep, the other 2 can go in parking. They started hauling off saucers, I had a horrible thought. I called him Nikki. Did Snitz's box of grass get moved over here?
Yes, Caveman. It's all good.
Thanks. Guess we better go say our goodbyes.
I suppose so. In a way, it was a pretty nice trip.
So I'm not sleeping in the doghouse when we get back?
We don't have a doghouse, silly. You're sleeping in the truck.
I'm afraid of snakes.
Oh, okay, you can sleep in the house.
When we stepped out, Remy was coming back from collecting random. I asked, "You two headed out, then?"
Random said, "Out of the blue and into the black. You can sell my shit, I ain't coming back."
Nikki said,
"They still say that at the academy."
"Yup, they do."
Random gave us both hugs and said, "Tell my sis I said hi."
"We will." Remy came up and gave Nikki a big hug and said,
"Thanks for finding me, Benny Boo."
"My pleasure." She came to hug me next. Nikki nodded at her. I looked at Nikki, and she winked. I figured we would go for liftoff, so I gave it all I had, complete with a dip. Remy came up looking flustered.
"Snag fart! Now I see why you like Earth."
Nikki just grinned. They went off to go back to duty with the guide. Willem came wandering up. I looked at Nikki and shook my head. She said,
"You sure? Never know what you're missing."
I shook Willem's hand and said, "Fly safe and stay out of junk saucers. Bring one by the house. Once Taz is back home, he'll be able to make it look like junk and still be reliable." His eyes lit up.
"You think he could do that?"
"Ain't no thinking to it. I know he could." Bugling Elk and his boys came up with the saucer we were taking back.
"Where do you want this, boss?"
"Back clamp will do fine, thanks." Reggie came up with Odie and Velma. He said, "Thanks for finding me and fixing the saucer up. I'll bring it by in a week or two for your crew to breathe on." "Sounds good. Bring your folks. We'll have barbecue or something." "How long will it take?" "If you call ahead so Topper can get your parts printed, no more than an afternoon."
"Wow."
He turned to Nikki. "Nice meeting you, cuz."
"You too."
He headed off to fly out. Velma spoke up.
"Boss, there are several saucers that we haven't finished yet. We were wondering if we could stay and come back with Taz and Ruth."
"Jinkies, that would be fine, Velma."
"Thanks, boss."
They headed back to work. Phyllis and Alice walked up. Alice said,
"We just wanted to thank you for finding us both. Who knows how long we would have been marooned if it wasn't for Bob Wilson and his crew."
"Glad we could help, ladies." Hugs all around, and they went on their merry way. I turned on my badge and hollered, "Morning, Flower! Wet Bobcat! Could you come to the ship, please?" They came running up. "Morning, Flower," said.
"What do you need, Bob?"
"I just wanted to tell you goodbye before I left, and tell Wet Bobcat it was time to leave." Morning Flower gave me another centrifuge spin and asked,
"Will you be back?"
"The way it looks now, we'll be running a ship out this way every couple of weeks for a while. I'll probably be on about half of those runs. I'll see about putting in a stronger seat, so you can fly some of them for us."
Maybe. Maybe I'll stay and make babies with Bugling Elk.
"You like 'em then?"
"I've liked him since I was little. He finally asked me to go out with him."
"Sounds good." Wet Bobcat said,
"I have changed my mind. I like it here, where we don't have to run from camp to stay away from Smallfoot. I want to stay."
"That's fine. If you change your mind or you want to go back for a visit, there'll be plenty of ships to catch a ride on. If I see farts like Skunk, I will tell them you are well."
"Thank you."
Fred, Will, and Charlie came moseying up. Fred said, "Headed out, boss?" "We are. You fellas squared away till the Dingus shows up in a week or so?" Will said, "I don't know what else you could have done to get us that way." Thanks for all your help, Bob. Didn't turn out to be much of a honeymoon. Can't have been that bad. I already got her to agree to let me back in the house. Getting off the couch, that may be a whole other thing. With your line of crap, I doubt it.
Charlie spoke up. Come back when you can stay longer, Uncle Bob.
I will. Too much jumped up and bit us this time. See you guys in a few weeks, most likely. Call me if you need anything. Will said, We will. Fly safe. I hugged Nikki and said, I got the best pilot around. No worries. They headed out, and I whistled for Snitz. He was trying to hurry Jenny and Lily along. Jenny said, I see how you two are, trying to sneak off without saying goodbye. Lily broke into a run and gave me the flying hug. She had grown some since the last I saw her, and she hit harder than I expected. I kept us from going over, though.
Bob, thank you for telling us about this place. It's so much fun playing with all the Starfoot kids.
I'm glad you're enjoying it, Lily. I'll be back in a few weeks, if you're still here.
I hope we are, but I don't know what Grandma wants to do.
Jenna spoke up.
I don't know what I would do here, now that there won't be so many rescues to go on.
I replied, You could always help the castaways who are going to be waking up, get used to how things have changed since they've been lost.
There's a thought.
Nikki said,
That's our Bob. He'll put you to work whether you want to or not.
Jenny hugged us both, and we headed aboard. I needed to say one more goodbye. I calmed Taz as the ramp was going up.
Hey, boss, what's up?
We're headed out. I just wanted to say goodbye before we left. See you in a couple of weeks, I guess. Calm your brothers. They worry, especially Topper.
Okay, boss. We'll miss you too. Fly safe.
Take care of yourself, Taz. I felt the ship rise as I hung up. I headed toward the bridge. This is the end of Bob and Nikki, Publishers Pack 2, a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more space opera sci-fi, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Bob and Nikki, Publishers Pack 2, Books 4 and 5, produced by Troy Odie. Written by Jerry Boyd. Performed by Chris Ciulla, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2019 by Jerry Boyd. Production copyright 2020 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.